Alrighty. Welcome. Getting all crunched in still. Kind of moving my seat into position here. Well, it's a not so lovely Friday evening. Maybe for a number of reasons. One of which is that the Bitcoin seems to be continuously on a downtrend. The not so bad reason is it's a stormy, rainy day. So, what else to do but a little bit of streaming. Mate, what's up? It's unusual that somebody is first to comment on Twitch. Well, we're going to get into some news. We're going to talk. We'll have some people come on in and discuss what's going on. Meanwhile, I'm just kind of getting a couple things a little set up. Well, that wasn't what I wanted. We'll have to do that again. Meat Vestments ate the dip. Did you eat the dip? What's up? Let's watch some manipulation. Yeah, probably. Hello. Philofs. So yeah, the chart 34,988. A few days ago I made a video where I said that Bitcoin wasn't looking so good, and then the next day it kind of went up. And I made another video, and I was like, well, you know, those are the kind of things I'd like to be wrong about, because I said that in the video. I was like, I like to be wrong about that sort of thing. And turns out, yeah, it's not looking so good. So yeah, the manipulation is pretty strong, particularly with Elon Musk. We got the whole Bitcoin mining consortium going on now, which is exciting. Which is, I find weird in a lot of ways. But, you know, I was talking to Meep, and he brought up some good points that it could be good for the industry as a whole, and that they're trying to save their own investment, and at the same time they're sort of saving ours with Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's going to slowly get a bad rap for its energy usage. There's no doubt about that. It's going to start looking worse and worse for Bitcoin. You know, currently, I think with the current, you know, sentiment over its energy usage, it's, you know, I think F may flip it one day, at least in terms of market cap. Maybe not like necessarily price, but I don't know. I've been seeing that for many years, like articles on Bitcoin's energy usage, and you know how there's a negative connotation with that. And that was like way back in 2017. I mean, they were talking about energy usage for a long time. I think it's a big oversight from Satoshi Nakamoto in a number of ways. I think that's a whole different conversation. I think the conversation of some oversights from Satoshi Nakamoto could go on for like an hour. There's several for sure. But now, back then it wasn't so bad, but now everything's planning on going green, et cetera, et cetera. There's this big wokeness when it comes to the climate, and Bitcoin, buying Bitcoin as a large company is not a good look in some ways. When it comes to like the corporate PR wokeness, you know, their standing in the world. Facts regarding the energy consumption, but it's FUD in comparison to the global financial energy consumption. I agree with that, but it as long as the focus is on Bitcoin, it really doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Because you could say that about a lot of things, right? You know, like, oh, we're like spending billions of dollars on COVID vaccines to save people from a less than 1% death rate, yet we're not doing anything against heart disease, right? Or cancer. We are, but you know, the focus is on is whatever it's on. You know what I mean? And when it's on Bitcoin like this, especially once Tesla starts to announce it, like Elon Musk, like everybody listens to Elon Musk, and if Elon Musk stops accepting Bitcoin because of its energy consumption, that's bad. Yes, I have that article up right here, actually, Cyberprompt, which I don't want it to happen. I used to rip on Trevon James a lot. And it was, I kind of stopped doing it. Whenever I made those videos, honestly, after I published them, I felt a little bit bad. You know, it's this dude who's trying to make money for his family. You know, nobody knew that Bitconnect would go under. I think everybody kind of knew it was a scam, but most people didn't. And, you know, so I felt bad about it. And then some people started to get real racist in the comments. And I was like, look, we ain't having none of that. And I would delete them all. I would permanently remove you from the channel if I seen that. I was like, no, we're not going there. And so do I want to see him get fined? No, not really. I think it's over. It's over. Like this was 4 years ago, but it's still a little bit humorous. So yeah, but yeah, I suppose before we get to that, yeah, I think the conversation of Bitcoin's energy usage is going to be huge. The bigger it gets, the more it's in the spotlight, and the more that its energy consumption is in the spotlight. And now that China is cracking down on mining, those miners are going to go to other nations where news, quite frankly, gets out a little bit better. Like, everybody knows that China is one of the most polluting countries in the entire world. Like, I mean, there is a smog over China, like from space, right? But when those miners pick up and they leave China en masse, one, it's good for the world because it sort of decentralizes Bitcoin a little bit more as people move their miners across the globe a little bit more, so there can't be a crackdown on it, right? But two, on the negative end, those are going to come to North America. Those are going to go to Quebec. Those are going to go to Ontario. Like, those are going to go into the northwest of the United States where energy consumption is very cheap. And that's going to put an even bigger spotlight on their energy usage. When the power plants in the United States and in Canada start getting drained by mass influxes of Bitcoin miners, even the state of Tennessee, or it might have been Kentucky, allowed tax incentives for miners. And that was like 6 months ago, something like that. That was a while ago. But they're going to realize real quick that those mining warehouses filled with ASICs employ, one, very little people. Very little people. You can run a mining operation of epic proportional size for relatively little. I mean, you have to have people on your payroll. You're going to have a few techs, and they're going to go around and check wiring. They're going to take out old models, put in new ones. Broken ones, they're either going to solder them or send them back to China for repair. They're going to be bringing in new models. They're going to be setting up new fans, this, that, and the other thing. They're going to be busy, but it's not going to be a lot of people. So that's been known for a long time. That Bitcoin mining facilities employ very little people. They're not good for communities. I mean, I like Bitcoin, right? But let's look at this from an economic perspective, of a local perspective. It's not good for local communities. It just isn't. I mean, they're paying their taxes and they're paying big electricity fees, but that's it. They're not employing anybody. Most people have no idea how to set up ASICs, run wire, set up 64 port routers for all these like connections to go into. A lot of people just don't, right? You know, and so it's not going to employ that many people. And two, it's going to seriously drain the energy grid. I think the politicians that make tax incentives for Bitcoin mining are very naive on how much power it really takes. I mean, we're talking, maybe on average, what is the latest S19 miner take? Isn't it like 2,600 watts? It might even be more. Let's go with 2,600 watts each, and people put thousands of these in warehouses. Thousands. We're like talking like gigawatts, like being taken from. So that's going to shine a bigger light on the negative effect of Bitcoin, and it's just going to put a more positive light on Ethereum and how proof of stake and how it's energy clean. And I know some people don't like proof of stake. I get it. Like some people don't like it. Never will over BTC's. It's a cult, like a masterpiece. I'm not saying it's going to go away, right? It would be almost a bigger endeavor for it to go away than it would be to continue. Like, you'd have to stop the whole planet. Like, that's not possible, okay? What I'm saying is that Bitcoin is getting an increasingly bad rap for its energy usage from like Tesla and stuff. So they formed this Bitcoin consortium, this Bitcoin miner council, in order to be more transparent about their energy usage and try and make it more green and use different power grids. Why? Because of AWS, Amazon Web Services. And hello to everybody. Endless Parts, hello. I'm sorry, I was just in the middle of conversation. So yeah, that's going to be an increasing topic. That's going to be on my channel a lot. It's going to be in the news a lot. Let me just predict now that a few years in the future, this is going to get worse for Bitcoin. This is going to get worse. Because like right now we got Elon Musk meddling, and he's like, oh, it was about this price, about 36,000, when Tesla accepted Bitcoin for their cars, and then we went to 60,000. So now they take it away, and we're back at the same. We're about at the same price. I don't remember exactly what price they bought in. I don't think it was actually ever stated. It just came out that they bought $1.5 billion worth of it, and it was around this time in terms of this price. So EWT will be good with what they're doing with energy solutions. So yeah, it's gonna get increasingly worse. And right now with Elon saying about its energy consumption, that's really going to put it out to the world. Because basically anything Elon Musk says, the world listens to. Like if he says go buy Doge, everybody's going to go buy Doge. If he says go buy Ethereum, everybody's going to go buy Ethereum. It's going to jump up $400. Like it's just, you know what I mean? So if he talks about the energy consumption in a negative way of Bitcoin, the world is going to see it in a negative way. Let's just be real here. Like if Elon Musk says it, it's going to happen. It just is. You know what I mean? Like we all know how the world works. And when somebody famous says something, people listen to it. Even though this topic has been in the news. I mean, I remember reading articles on my channel late 2017, maybe early 2018, that Bitcoin was taking the power of an entire country, like worth, right? Something like that. And now it's even more. And that's fine. That's fine with me. I think the proof of work system is great. But again, I think it was a bit of an oversight on Satoshi Nakamoto. And what I find ironic about that is that Elon Musk doesn't like Bitcoin because of its energy consumption, so they stop accepting it. That's why they did it. It's for PR, for the wokeness. They didn't say that they stopped accepting it because it was too volatile. They didn't say they stopped accepting it because the transaction rate was too low, or that nobody was giving them Bitcoin, or right? They didn't. They didn't say nothing about that. He stopped taking it because of the energy consumption. So now that's what the focus is. And so now he what I find ironic is that he's like, oh, go buy Dogecoin, basically. Like, I'm supporting Dogecoin because it uses 1% of the power of Bitcoin. And so the problem with that is that everybody's going to go start mining Dogecoin because the price of Dogecoin has gone up like this many million %, right? So everybody's going to be mining it because it's super profitable. So again, it's ironic because then it's just going to increase the power consumption of Dogecoin. So it doesn't work like that. You can't just tell everybody to go to a different coin because it uses less energy. Well, look at it now. Now it's using probably 10 times the energy it was. So you can't do that. It doesn't make sense. Elon Musk, when it comes to cryptocurrency, is not that brilliant. Period. Can he launch a fucking rocket? Absolutely. Can he make some electric cars? Absolutely. Right? Can he dig a hole in the ground? Sure can. I can't do any of that. I can't launch a rocket. All right? I don't know nothing about rockets. Right? But when it comes to cryptocurrency, he says some stupid shit. He really does. Like Dogecoin. Yeah, just increase the block speed. It's like that South Park scene where they cut the head off a chicken and then just let it run around and they play a kazoo. And it just runs around and it lands on 10 times faster. 10 times faster. Yeah, we go. Right? It's so arbitrary. 10 times faster? Fucking 6-second block times? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? All the blocks would be empty. There'd be empty blocks everywhere. What is the... And he can make flamethrowers. Although it's not a real flamethrower. I mean, it kind of is. It definitely chucks some flame, but it's really not... It's more like one of those big cigarette lighters. Or like the candle lighters with a big flame. There really isn't enough PSI behind it to really launch those flames. We look worse than the BitBoy army. 40 people watching and 9 likes. Yeah, guys, hit the like button. That really helps me out a lot. It sends the video up the chain O command a little bit. So if you guys would take just a second, hit the like button. It's like, that's what I ask, if possible. Can he act? No. Oh my God, the Saturday Night Live was terrible. It was kind of humorous because it was Elon Musk and because he was so... I don't know, like innocently naive of acting. Like just because it was him, you know, it was a little bit funny. But yeah, it was pretty bad. I don't know if you guys seen some of those skits. It was pretty bad. Like there was one skit where it was he played Wario and it was a Mario Kart skit when they were in a courtroom and because he killed Mario with a red shell or something, and he basically had like 4 lines in it, like me, like that's all he had, and it was pretty bad. He owns Doge for sure. Yes, he said he owns Doge. But I just said, like I said, I find it ironic because he says don't use Bitcoin. We're no longer accepting Bitcoin. Because of its energy consumption. But go buy Doge. Go increase the price of Doge. Well, what that's going to do is cause people to mine Doge. Because it's going up so fast, like why not mine Doge, right? It's probably fairly profitable. I doubt it's more profitable than Ethereum, but people are going to do it, right? It's going to raise the hash rate. And then you're just going to raise the energy consumption of Dogecoin. So you're not going to get over your problem by switching to a new proof of work coin. That's not how it works, because then you're just going to make everybody increase that instead. So that's not how it works. Hi, MrSotko. I have 2 3060 Ti, which I currently use to mine Ether. Would you recommend to sell one before GPU price goes down? You might have to do a little bit of math on that. So Vitalik Buterin wants full proof of stake by December of this year. Is that going to happen? Probably not. I think it's going to be longer than that. So until you're going to get good profits on those GPUs until EIP 1559 comes out, and that's going to slash your mining profits a lot. However, what I would recommend is holding on to your Ethereum after EIP 1559. Ethereum becomes deflationary based on the usage of the coin. So let's see if it would be deflationary now. Let's just check one of the latest blocks. This is 39 minutes ago. That'll work. 2.5. So like, how much are these blocks right now? This was 16 hours ago. Oh, the fees are way down. So Ethereum right now would not be inflationary during EIP 1559. It would be inflationary, just like it is now, because the reward is less than the block in terms of fees. So these fees would be burned, but you're only burning 0.42 and you're gaining 2. So ETH would be slightly inflationary right now. But when ETH's usage increases and we had 7, 9 Ethereum in fees, it would be significantly deflationary. So you'd be burning millions of dollars of Ethereum every day. So Ethereum's going to go way up in price. So you'd have to do some math. Do you think you're going to mine that much in that amount of time before proof of work goes away entirely? I would keep mining on them. I don't know. You got to do some math on that, really. Like, how much can you sell it for? And then how long would it take you to mine that? So mining profits right now aren't so good because of these fees. But when Ethereum fees are 7 and 9 Ethereum, when it's costing people like $36 for a transaction, you're making huge bucks. Trevon's a grifter, kinda. Doge is Bitcoin's baby brother. I don't know about that. If anything, Litecoin, kinda. Would you still dollar cost average Bitcoin ETH Link ADA? Yeah. I mean, would you have dollar cost averaged Bitcoin in 2018? Right? You'd be looking pretty good if you were mining, or if you were buying Ethereum, Litecoin, BTC all throughout 2018. I mean, Litecoin got to $450, Ethereum got to 4,300, 4,400, something like that. Bitcoin was at 63,000. So just ask yourself that question. Should you have dollar cost averaged through 2018? Yes. Right? So, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I would recommend. I wouldn't recommend putting all your money into Bitcoin now, because what if Bitcoin goes down to $20,000? Hail to the Meep army. Abu, Abow. That's a tough one. How are you doing? Yeah, Meep Vestments. You're in the real channel there. Hey, Meep, thanks for gifting a sub. Appreciate that. Kinda? I'm not sure. Kinda. What did I say that warranted kinda? I'm not sure. Used Litecoin Bitcoin miners gone up because of Dogecoin. Yeah, because you can mine Dogecoin with them with script. He used his company to pump BTC and then sold. Well, he didn't. I don't believe he sold Bitcoin. I don't believe he sold that Bitcoin. I've never read an article or anything that said that Tesla had sold its Bitcoin. Even Elon Musk said that we're not selling our Bitcoin. So, I don't know about that. Bro, can you use your rig to mine Ethereum Classic, which is still profitable because Charles Hopkinson backs it through his foundation? Yeah, but Ethereum, I would only go to Ethereum Classic when proof of work ends entirely on Ethereum. I wouldn't go to Ethereum Classic when EIP 1559 comes out. It's probably still profitable to be mining Ethereum, considering it's going to be really going up in price once EIP 1559 comes out, or at least in bursts, like when the heavy usage. So that's a tough call there, because sometimes Ethereum Classic is pretty profitable. If it's more profitable, go for it. But it might only be profitable for like a day and a half, right? And like more than Ethereum. And then you kind of wasted your time because a lot of pools, a lot of mining pools are PPLNS, which is pay per n is an is like algebra per last share. So n is the value of your last so many shares. So with PPLNS, it's basically like every like you got to mine for at least like 12 hours before you start getting the full reward, because you're getting partial rewards for like 12 hours and then you're getting those full back rewards. So if a coin is only profitable for a short period of time, sometimes it's not worth it switching all of your rigs over to a coin. And yeah, if I used Brave browser, I would get more tips. Well, first of all, I'm Brave certified, or whatever it is, like creator certified, or whatever it is. So you can do that through any browser. You can tip my channel through your browser. Like just because like I'm using Brave browser right now. So like people can donate BAT. Like people give me BAT every month. Like you allocate it to like creators. Like if you like this YouTuber, you allocate like 20% to him and 20% to her and 20%, you can do whatever you want. So yeah, I get a little bit of BAT every month. I used to get a lot more, but then people, I don't know, they kind of stopped, using BAT. People in general after like 2017, about halfway through 2018, people really stopped donating like cryptocurrency. When it was 2017 and early 2018, there was like crypto donations coming at me all the time. Like people loved giving away their crypto during that age. Yeah, ADA is definitely going places. There's no doubt about that. It's got a really good look. It's got really good PR. Charles Hoskinson is really out there in terms of like communication with his investors, I suppose. He makes videos like all the time. So I like what he does. I like how he operates. How transparent and out there he is. How public he is. That's kind of rare. You don't see like Vitalik Buterin making videos every day. You don't see Charlie Lee making videos every day, but Cardano does. In my country, Austria, I could sell two 3060 Ti for a total of $3,000. Yeah, I'd keep mining with them for now, and at the last minute, I'd sell them. Because people don't sell their GPUs till it's way too late. And then they start selling them once the prices go down. So sell them just before the price goes down, if that's what you want to do. But I'd keep mining for now. The profits are really good. Like I said, this block is not so good, but if you went back like several days of blocks, like a couple weeks back, you'd see that there was like 2 Ethereum plus 7 or plus 9 or plus 6. That's all those fees are going to you when you get a block. So your profits are going to increase massively once Ethereum starts to get used again, like once it starts going back up in price again. And what that does is, like, once the whole market is going up, then there's all these tokens on DeFi platforms that people want to buy into and ride the, the pumps up. And that's what really starts raising the fees. Is once this bearish run goes away and everything starts going bullish again, everything is rising. So people go on to DeFi like Uniswap and shit, and they buy 88 mile per hour token, and it goes up $300, and then they sell it, and that's what contributes to all the fees, mainly. We don't need BTC, we need more milk. I'm sure someone would have blasted it all over Twitter if Elon sold. Yeah, exactly. And plus, Elon Musk literally tweeted that Tesla did not sell the Bitcoin. So, if you believe him, I don't know. If you use Brave browser, you get more. In the end, Cardano will be better than Ethereum for a platform. That's hard to say, but I think Cardano is for sure going to be competitive. Am I going to say that it's going to be better than Ethereum? That's going to be just opinions thrown around, but it's definitely it's looking good to be competitive. I don't know if it'll flip it, but competitive, yes. Didn't know that, just sent one. Yeah, I'm Brave. I can't remember what they call it. It's some jargon word, you know, like creator certified or whatever. And so from your browser, you can allocate your BAT that you get every month or whatever you buy or whatever you earn. And like you can allocate 20% to this YouTuber and like 50% to this one and like 10% to this one. And every month it'll automatically allocate. So like, yeah, at the end of the month, I always get an email that I received some odd amount of BAT. And, yeah, it's gone down quite a bit. Like it used to be pretty high, but I don't know. It's the way it goes. Like sometimes, like in waves, you get more donations of crypto, but for the most part, yeah, people really stopped giving crypto a long time ago. Like most people are holding on to it. I totally don't blame them either, because you know if it's going up in price, like you don't want to. I get it. You don't want to spend it. I'll throw you some BAT. Just saw I had a bit, and I've got some free from Coinbase Earn. Hot BAT. Woo! I appreciate it. Yeah, I get like the only problem, the only reason why I don't like BAT, and like I like BAT. I think it's a great idea actually. But what I don't let me just word it this way. What I don't like about BAT is that when I receive it, I have to go to the Brave rewards, and then I have to send it to Uphold. And Uphold is the worst fucking exchange in the world. Uphold is garbage. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I love BAT. I love the donations. But I always, as soon as I get it onto Uphold, I immediately send it to Coinbase where I hold it. I don't even hold it in a wallet. I just put it on Coinbase and it's good to go. Like it's good to sit there. Because dude, Uphold is have you guys ever been to Uphold? What is Uphold? I don't understand what they're even trying to do. Like it's so terrible. Like every time I go to transfer anything off of Uphold, it takes me like 6 minutes because I'm like, how do I do it? And like I'm clicking around and I'm like, and then you finally figure it out and you're like, oh yeah, even though you've done it 6 times. For fuck's sake, it's like 18% fee to send you BAT. Yeah, because it's on. Yeah, it's because it's ETH. But the fee structure is still too complicated for normal people. Well, EIP 1559 kind of helps with that a little bit. At least it like flattens it out so that it's not just like 5 minutes later it's $7 more, and 5 minutes later after that it's 5 minutes less. Whoops, it's 50%. What the hell? You know, you can send it directly to my Coinbase too. Like for anybody that has BAT, like if you want to donate BAT, that's the address. It's in the description of the video of the live stream. It says BAT. The reason why I put that on there is so if you have BAT, you can send it directly to my Coinbase, because I hate using Uphold. Uphold is just, it's a terrible exchange. I'm sorry, it's terrible. I don't like Uphold. I like receiving, and I'm gonna do it, right? But like, I just put it on there so you can just send it direct. Screw it, whatever. I am earning a few dollars a day every day there. Oh, on Libri? No, I still haven't uploaded anything on there. I should, but I tried several different platforms. I tried like BitChute and like DTube and all those like decentralized YouTubes, and I never earned anything. I put like all my videos on there, and then like 7 days later I've earned, you know, a 23 cents, and I'm just like, that was totally pointless. I mean, I'm not saying it's all about the money, but like, I'm not going to take the time to like upload all of my stuff extra on there to earn 20 cents. But yeah, Libri I've heard good things about it. In fact, Goose used to upload and use Libri a lot, and he always loved it. And, I always trusted Goose for just about anything. So I should check it out. It's much easier than BitChute. Yeah, I should check it out. I really should. Like I said, I've just tried many of them before. And let me just tell you, as like a content creator, which I totally hate that word, but phrase, but as a creator, as a YouTuber, as a video creator, whatever, those platforms are a huge waste of time for most people, because like the token that they pay you in is just basically sold. That's what it's for. It's just to be sold. There's really no reason to go out on an exchange and buy it. It's just basically the content creators receive it and then they sell it for Bitcoin or something. And that's how they get paid, which is great, but it just puts nothing but sell pressure on the token. And so you get paid in this basically this incredible shit token that every day it's down like an additional 1%, and it just continuously drops after the platform is released, and there's just no like nobody has any reason to buy it, right? So it's just everybody selling it for something else. But I'll check out Libri. It does sound much better. But anyway, yeah, so SEC charges Bitconnect promoters over 2 billion token sale. I seen this today, and I thought to myself, I wonder if Trevon James and gang is in this. And so the SEC today filed charges against 5 people who allegedly promoted Bitconnect, a supposed cryptocurrency investment program that bore the hallmarks of a Ponzi scheme. The SEC contends Bitconnect was a global, unregistered digital asset securities offering. The program, the SEC said, raised over $2 billion. And it says, we allege these defendants unlawfully sold unregistered digital asset securities by actively promoting the Bitconnect lending program to retail investors. That's Lara Merabin. I have no idea who that is. I've never even heard of that. Associate Regional Director of SEC. Oh, okay. So never mind. So that's just the associate. Okay. So Trevon James, a.k.a. Trevon James. Okay. MrSotko, a.k.a. MrSotko. Just what? Just Trevon James, a.k.a. Trevon James. Okay, I got to get over that one. That's so silly. Craig Grant, Ryan Masson, and Michael Noble are the alleged promoters the SEC has targeted. Michael Crypto. Another defendant, Joshua Jeppesen, who allegedly served as a liaison between Bitconnect and promoters and represented Bitconnect at conferences. So no Crypto Nick. They still haven't, nobody, like Crypto Nick successfully got away, for sure. Crypto Nick slithered away. He got away, period. Like, I'm surprised the other guy isn't in there. So Craig Grant, Ryan Masson, Michael Noble, a.k.a. Michael Crypto. Is that a thing? Does that still exist? Does Michael Crypto still exist? Let me YouTube this. Michael Crypto. Wow, that's so boring. Crypto Michael with an umlaut E. I don't know if that's the same person. But who is Ryan Masson? I don't remember who that is. But anyway, yeah, so they're getting the shaft here. Bitconnect was considered the Ponzi scheme when it launched in 2017. I wonder, so it just says that they're charging people. It doesn't say what if they go to jail or if they just get fined. But yeah, so Trevon James is still not out of the water. How much? I wonder if there's anything about it on Trevon James's channel. I have to look at this real quick. Trevon, it's just called Trevon now. So it's just only 21,000 subscribers. Did he start a new channel? What happened to all his subscribers? He had like over 100,000. No, this is the same channel. This goes back years. What happened to all his subscribers? 21,000? That's not more than me. He had like 120 or something. But yeah, I don't think there's anything on his channel. No, he didn't. I mean, he might have mentioned it in one of these videos. But, oh, man. That's, yeah, so Crypto Nick, he definitely got away with it. Ryan Hildreth. Yeah, exactly. That's who I was talking about, Cyberprompt. That guy's name, I forget every single day. I forget that guy. That guy is the most forgettable name to me ever. Ryan Hildreth. That's who I was thinking. I was like, that's why I was like, why didn't they get the other guy? And Ryan Hildreth is who I was thinking of. So yeah, they've missed the mark on this. I've never heard of Ryan Masson or Michael Noble. Did anybody watch those guys back in the day? What do you think? Where will BTC bottom out at the end of this market? Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, 20,000 to 3,000, 60,000 to, yeah, it could be 10. But I think there's going to be a big buy resistance. And there kind of is right now, like sub 30,000. There's a ton of buy orders, unbelievable amount of buy orders under 30,000. And then if it really dips so far after that, I think there would be a tremendous amount of buy orders around 20,000 and like the 19,000, like high 19,000 areas. I think that the buy orders would be tremendous. It really works in reverse too. Like when Bitcoin's going up, there's a bunch of buy orders at 10,000 and then 20 and then 30, right? And it's hard to break it. Like you notice how every 10,000, like it tries to go over 30,000 and then it kind of dips back and then it goes over it and dips back and then it finally goes over it. That's just because so many people are piling sell orders there because people love the even numbers. So it would work the same in reverse. Yeah, 20 probably 20,000 if it does, but I'm not sure if it's going to dip that far. It's hard to say. Like it's not looking so good right now in terms of its price moving back up. But I think once it gets under 30,000, there'll be a tremendous amount of buy orders. But if it breaks through it and it causes a bit of a panic, I think it could dump pretty quick through the 20,000s. It's hard to say. It's real hard to say. Wasn't the other guy named Hildreth? Yeah. Ryan was always the jerk that had those 2 BTC gold coins in his video pics. Dude, they were probably fake followers. Now the guy with the 2 gold coins was someone else. Hildreth. Get that Hildreth MFer too. Yeah, exactly. Like that was one of the big guys. That's the one who worked more so with, I remember Crypto Nick and Ryan Hildreth worked together a lot. Like they would be in videos together and stuff like that. If I'm not mistaken. Nah, don't know them. So literally nobody in here, like 68 people, does not know who Ryan Masson is or Michael Noble, aka Michael Crypto. Michael Crypto. These like every name in this has crypto after it, and like mine does too, like MrSotko cryptocurrency. But it's always like Josh Crypto, Kevin Crypto, Chico Crypto, Josh Crypto, Joe Crypto, Bobby Crypto. It's just put a name and then put crypto after it. Successful YouTube channel, go run it, like run it. Just put crypto after your name. Doesn't matter. Toilet crypto. Poopy butt crypto. Doesn't matter. Just put crypto on it. Who is Michael Crypto? I have no idea. Michael Crypto. I'm YouTubing it. Michael Crypto. And then I get a guy named Crypto Michael. Full-time trader from Amsterdam. I don't think that's the guy though. So let me use filters. Go to channel. Only channel names. Michael Crypto. Okay, well, this is only 5 subscribers. There's no way this guy promoted this. He doesn't have any content. Michael Crypto at michaelcrypto.com. Oh, we're checking out michaelcrypto.com. Yeah, we are. Buy it for $995. michaelcrypto.com. What a hot steal. Guys, don't all at once. You'll crash the domain. Not all at once. One at a time. Draw straws. Let's paper, rock, scissors, dude. Who's buying it? Get in on this now. This is once in a lifetime. michaelcrypto.com for $995. Oh, man. I think that's the guy. I think that's him. Michael Crypto. You have to search by channels. It's only 5 subscribers and has no content. And he's got a good banner. like in neon lights. It says Michael Crypto, and like he's got a big banner. Oh, and it's got the Bitconnect button on it. Yeah, this is totally him. This is totally him, boys. Yeah. I got it. That must be him. So, yeah, good luck at the SEC, my friend. Yeah, you have to YouTube Michael Crypto. And then when it says the filters, there's that little filter button. Click the filter and just click channels. It's like the third or fourth channel down. You know what? Actually, this is going to be a lot easier. That's the channel. I don't know why I just didn't link it in the first place. Whoops. So yeah, over $2 billion token sale. But in terms of Bitcoin, very bearish, very bearish. So I got the Ichimoku cloud on here, and the cloud it's a fairly useful. I don't find the future cloud particularly useful. It's supposed to be one of the only metrics that really predicts the upcoming future price. I don't know so much about that. But it's really interesting because like when the candles are below the cloud, it's bearish, which is always true. And when it's above the clouds, it's bullish. It's going up very, very quickly. You can see here penetrating, and you can see the bullish rise there. Under 50 RSI mostly. You can see just this little point here over it. We got a little point here. Just a little bit here, it struggled to come up, but that's really just the price bouncing back from these dips as it goes down, which is a natural thing. So I barely even count that, but you can see that if you're consistently under 50 RSI, it's very bearish. You can see just like whenever it's under 50 RSI, it's just not looking so good. So that's not looking so good. So yeah, maybe 30,000. I would have to take a look at a bunch of exchanges to see like buy orders like piling up in the order book. I would suspect there's a lot of them at 30,000. In fact, we did dip around there. Where's that at? Yeah, like right here. We kind of dipped. This was like one of the lowest points. Let me just do 45ers. Oh God. Trading view. Anyway, yeah, so kind of dipped there, but you can see here, like this is a shadow. This is from Coinbase, and this is a big ass shadow. That's a shadow of over $3,000. So that's somebody just selling a big amount at once. That's a big panic sell, if you ask me. $3,000 shadow. Wow. And you can tell that it got pushed back up because the price got pushed all the way back down here, but there were so many buy orders and so many people willing to hit that market buy button right here that it just pushed it right back up within a 45-minute period. So this is just a 45-minute candle right here. So within 45 minutes, I reckon it probably happened even faster than that. If you brought the candle chart down to 15 or so, I reckon it probably happened faster than that within a 15-minute period, I would bet. So there, you can see there's a lot of resistance for it to go lower right here. There's a lot of people with ready sell orders all right here, 30,000 pulling it right back up. So that's gonna be hard to dip down below that. It really is. Is it possible? Absolutely. But that's gonna be our save. That's gonna be like our savior area. And if that breaks. I really doubt a lot of people have buy orders at 28,000, right? Like people don't do that. Like people want to get it as low as possible, and it's gonna be the 20,000. That's gonna be the last one. Crypto Nick is Nicholas Trovato. Well, he is over 18 now, so welcome to the world, Nicholas Trovato. Does I've never heard of any articles about Crypto Nick after he left. The only one that I ever seen was, it was on Reddit once, and there was this car dealership. Scroll back to my post if you want to know Crypto Nick's real name. Yeah, I just read that. Nicholas Travato. So he was under 18 at the time, and so maybe that's why the SEC can't do anything about it. Maybe they can't really go after it like that, or it's too hard for them to do that or something. So maybe that's why. But he did basically disappear from the internet for years after that. So he did a good job of disappearing, like he should have. Great content has always been watching your channel for years. Have you looked into Hex and the new Pulse chain? I have looked into Hex a lot, not so much Pulse chain, but I heard about the airdrop though. I did. Feel free to explain in text in the chat here. Scroll back to your post. Yeah, okay, you got it. So after Crypto Nick went away, it was about a year later. Maybe it was 2 years later. I don't remember. Maybe it was 2019. I'm not sure. But I seen a post on Reddit, and this car dealership that every time somebody buys a car, they tweet. And they have you stand in front of the car, give a thumbs up or whatever, and like it says your name. And like this person bought this brand new Ford GT, and it was like a $70,000 car. So like he went and spent that money for sure, which I don't blame him, because if you have that much money, plus he had like, I remember watching his channel a little bit, because right at the end, his videos, he would make like his videos would be titled like buying a $10,000 Ethereum contract on Genesis Mining. And those Ethereum contracts, they lasted for years. Some of them were open-ended, and they would never stop. But some of them were for a year, or some of them were a couple years. So a $10,000 mining contract, you're going to get a lot of money in the end. And then I remember towards the end of his channel, one of his later videos was buying a $20,000 Ethereum contract on Genesis Mining. So he had a ton of them. So when he shut his channel down, that wasn't the end of his money. He probably had at least $100,000 invested into Genesis Mining and such. Maybe Hashflare too. I'm not sure if he got into Hashflare or not. But his money it might still be coming in. Some of those contracts were open-ended. I remember they stopped some of the Bitcoin ones because the Bitcoin reduced to such a price that nobody was gaining any profit. I did the math. I made videos back in the day showing how at what point you wouldn't be making profit. So if you gave Genesis Mining $1,000, right, and now you're mining Bitcoin, the problem is that there's a $3.50 fee. Back in the day, this was what it was. It was like a $3.50 fee. It was 35 cents per terahash per day. So if you had 10 terahash and you were making, let's say $5 a day in Bitcoin, right? You only bought a little bit. Let's call it $5 a day in Bitcoin, just for argument's sake. Your fee every day was $3.50, because 35 cents times 10, $3.50. So you're only making, $1.50 a day. Okay, fair enough, right? And then when Bitcoin goes down in price, when it went down in price to like $6,000 and whatnot, $5,000, now you're only making a couple dollars a day. So, but the fee is $3.50 a day because you have a 10 terahash contract. So you're making nothing every day. So they kept your $1,000. That's theirs, free and clear. They keep your $1,000. And they keep your Bitcoin. They don't even give you the Bitcoin. So if you were mining at home at a loss, if you had an ASIC at home, 10 terahash, at a loss, you're like, okay, the electricity this is costing me, I'm losing money because of Bitcoin's value. Now, if Bitcoin tripled, I'd be gaining money. But at least you're getting your Bitcoin, and you can hodl it later for when it goes up in price. Genesis Mining, they keep your Bitcoin and your money if it goes below the... And I tried to make videos about that. I tried to tell everybody about that. And... That was slightly detrimental to my channel back in the day because everybody wanted to watch crypto YouTubers who were buying Genesis mining contracts, who were buying Bitconnect contracts, or investing in Bitconnect, and buying Hashflare contracts. And I get it, right? Because you're like, I'm thinking about buying a Genesis mining contract. So what are you going to do? You want to see what other people get. So you go to YouTube and you typed in Genesis mining and you see a video, I bought $1,000 contract. So you click on it. And then like the next day he makes another video about the profits, and the next day and the next day and the next day. And you follow that, right? You follow that because you're like, okay, this guy made $2 today, but like, what's he going to make tomorrow, right? And he's making $10, he's making $20. And you're like, I can do that. Problem is, no, you can't. Problem is, no, you can't. Because the referral link, the way it worked is that you get 3% off. 3%? Keep your 3%, right? And you give the YouTuber more hash rate. So Crypto Nick was signing up so many people with that awesome deal of 3% off. Holy shit, 3%? Woo! Fucking get out the alarms, right? Bring out the Magnum party poppers. Shoot some confetti around. 3%, hot. And you're giving him more hash rate. So when you go to click on his video next time, he's making $100 a day. He's making $120 a day. He's making $150 a day. So you're giving him money. So then you're thinking to yourself, like, look at how much money he's making. I'm going to watch him. The only videos I made on Genesis mining were against Genesis mining because I told everybody, I'm like, look at the fee structure. It's 35 cents per terahash. If Bitcoin drops to such a level, you get nothing. You don't even get the Bitcoin at a loss. You get nothing. They keep your money and your Bitcoin. It's the biggest scam in the fucking world. They keep everything. You just gave it to them, right? And they're mining away, and your $1,000 is paying for their warehouse and their electricity, and they're just whirring away mining straight to their own accounts, right? So you're just getting screwed. You're getting screwed bad. So I made videos against that, but nobody wants to watch videos of how to avoid a scam. They want to watch videos of how to make money. The only problem is if everybody's making a lot of money on something, it's not going to last very long. That's not how it works. So like Genesis mining, Bitconnect, Hashflare, these third-party mining systems, it doesn't make sense. None of it makes any sense. Just take your money and buy an ASIC. Even if you're mining at a loss, you're keeping your Bitcoin, and when Bitcoin goes to 60,000 4 years later, wow, now you got some profit. But with Genesis mining, you walked away with nothing. Maybe a little bit of Bitcoin while it was profitable, but once it dipped below profit, nah, you just get nothing for months on end. And so they canceled the contracts. So my greater point here is that Crypto Nick walked away with unbelievable contracts. Bitcoin was open-ended. Some of the Ethereum ones were only a year or two. So he walked away with a lot. Anyway, so this car dealer tweets out and they say, look who bought this blah, 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 like new car. And it was fucking Crypto Nick for sure. It wasn't photoshopped. It was Crypto Nick. There was no doubt about it. It was the dude. Like, and so that's the last anybody ever heard of Crypto Nick. But I should do some digging on the internet because he's not a kid anymore. See, I didn't want to chase him. I didn't want to dig for his profile, like if he had a Facebook or something like that. Like I didn't want to dig into it too deep to find out where Crypto Nick is today, just to as a catch-up article, like as a catch-up video, because at the time he was like 17, but now he's probably 21 years old. So he's a grown-ass man now, and if he's on, so somebody should find him. Not to hurt him. I don't mean it, not in any way, shape, or form. I don't mean any threats at all. But like, I just want to know what he's doing now. Did he graduate college? Did he just totally forget about crypto? Is he still buying crypto, like, but just not making videos? Like, what did he do? Like, what afterwards happened? Did anybody recognize him in public? You know what I mean? Was he wearing a wife beater in the photo? This guy knows what I'm talking about. Christopher Doyle knows what's up. This guy isn't fucking around. He knows what I'm talking about. So yeah, Crypto Nick always had a beat him up on. Guy always had a beater, dude. Guy never made a video with a shirt on. Ever, man. He was always in shorts, basketball shorts, and a beater, dude. Guy never left his beater. I'm surprised they were white. But anyway, yeah, I just want to know, like, is he still into crypto? Does he still buy? Did he just get out completely and he's just never worrying about it? Did he graduate college? Does he have a good job? Like, I just want to know. Like, did anybody ever meet him on the street and been like, hey, I recognize you? Like, he's out at the bar, like at a college town, and he's like, woo, yeah, fucking SMU, woo, you know what I mean? And somebody's like, dude, is that Crypto Nick? You know what I mean? And he'd have to like leave the bar. Like what does he do? You know what I mean? Like, was he just like, yeah, like I just fucking made some videos and people got all pissed and like I left, you know? Right? I just want to know, like, how was his life? Did many people recognize him? I mean, he wasn't that big of a YouTuber. I think he had a couple 100,000 subscribers, and every video would get like 50,000 views, something like that, 20, 50, 100,000. So he wasn't that big, you know? It wasn't like world famous, but I'm sure somebody recognized him somewhere. Because I don't think I've ever been anywhere where anybody ever recognized me. Which makes sense because I have like 19,000 subscribers. I get it. But I've never gone anywhere where somebody's like, holy shit, you're the guy. And I'll be like, yeah, like I guess I'm that guy. Like, lucky me. Nobody's ever met. I don't think I've ever met anybody that was subscribed to my channel or had seen a video of mine. Although a couple times I got a message on YouTube of like people from way back in high school, like 15 plus years ago, and they're like, are you blah 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 from blah 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 high school? And I'm like, yeah, that's like, it's me. And they're like, whoa, because they watched my like day trading for Bitcoin videos and stuff. Great content as always. Been watching your channel for years. I already got to that one. Thank you for watching. New to the party, but I'm already loving the show. Amazing content. Yeah. Thank you for coming on board. You would think Bitcoin would pump after the Biden announcement today of a huge spending. This proves BTC is highly speculative. Yeah, but it's not really spending for the markets, though. It's like spending for infrastructure. So it's basically going to be construction companies that are going to get the contracts. So this isn't really like, that's not really, because the other ones pumped because they were stimulus checks that went directly to everybody. And what are you going to do with that stimulus check? A lot of people go on Amazon, they buy shit. A lot of people pay off debt. A lot of people go here and buy stuff. Like they get rid of all their debt, right? Or they buy stuff. And that just like gives a whole bunch of money to corporations and Wall Street and stocks go through the roof because everyone's just giving all their money. That's basically what you do immediately. You just like, okay, like I got $1,400 and my credit card has $1,000 balance. So I guess I'm paying $1,000 to Capital One. You know what I mean? And so they get a ton of money, like all these corporations from that. So I think it's a different story. I don't think the markets are pumping because Joe Biden is thinking about raising the capital gains tax to 40%. And he's also thinking about, this is brand new news, is that he's thinking about retroactively taxing at that rate to April. Like April. Like last month. So, which is unfair because you're changing the rules in the middle of it, right? So it wouldn't take effect normally as a law till the end of this year, to the end of this taxed year. And then before the end of the year, everybody's going to sell their assets because why not sell your assets now at a lower price, at a lower tax rate, than sell them next year at a higher tax rate? That doesn't make any sense. So at the end of this year, everybody's going to sell. It's going to be brutal. It's going to be brutal. If that goes through, that's the problem, is the 40% capital gains. This whole like $1 trillion stimulus package, that's for infrastructure, this new one. They're gonna try to put stimulus checks in it and stuff, but that's not finalized. This new one is supposed to be all about infrastructure. It's for like families and infrastructure and power plants and all that stuff. They want to make 600,000 electric vehicle charging stations in America. So yeah, it's kind of different. It's not really set in stone yet either. So when it is, maybe the markets will pump. But if that 40% capital gains tax, mark my words, like clip it. Clip it. I'm no tax professional. But I guarantee if that 40% capital gains tax goes through, it's probably not going to be till, like even if it went through tomorrow, it probably wouldn't start the taxing till 2022. Because that's like the end of the fiscal year, you know? and like you could start the new year with these taxes. And if you had a bunch of stocks, if you had a bunch of shit, would you sell it now at a lower tax rate when you know everybody's going to sell? Everybody's going to sell at the end of the year, because why sell at 40% when you can sell at 20%? That doesn't make any sense, right? So sell at 20%. So everybody's going to sell. It's going to lower the price, and there's no capital gains on buying something. So everyone's going to sell, and everything is going to crash. It's going to be fucking savage at the end of this year. I promise. If that 40% goes through, that's my guess. And then you just rebuy that dip, because all the markets are going to crash like 30, 40%. It's going to be savage. Because why would you sell late when you can sell early? Why sell at 40%? Doesn't make sense. That's not a very good financial. It's just not. It doesn't make financial sense to sell later. Makes sense, but isn't the whole cryptocurrency market losing some money now? Hold on for dear life that a profit eventually happens. Well, I would just DCA as it goes down. I mean, you could say the same thing about 2018. 2018, looking back on 2018, would you have DCA'd into everything during the entire year of 2018? It's all going down in price. Like, let's say you didn't know that Bitcoin was going to bottom out at 3,200. You would have DCA'd through the whole year. You'd be loaded right now. You could have bought Bitcoin at $3,200, like all the way down, and then it would go all the way back up to $60,000, way higher than as high as you could have possibly bought it in 2017. Same thing with ETH and Litecoin. Some of the coins didn't fare so good, so there's that. But yeah, looking back on it, would you have DCA'd through 2018, even though it was going down? Yeah. I mean, like financially, yeah. Like, because 3 years later, it just exploded. Right? You just have to hold on for a long time. And I know a lot of people can't do that. Like, you need the money to move. You need the money for a medical expense. You crashed your car. You need a new car, right? But if you can hodl onto it for 3 years, you more than made your money. Way more through hodling it the whole time. I think I joined because of those videos. Those videos back in the day, yeah. No one wants to watch that tells them they'll lose money. Yeah, totally. No, I totally agree. That's why my channel is kind of like... kind of a smaller YouTube channel. It's bigger than some, but it's definitely significantly smaller than others. And that's because, one, I don't clickbait. Two, I don't, particularly in 2017, I didn't support Bitconnect and Genesis Mining. And that, every YouTuber that supported those ended up out of that year with 100,000 plus subscribers, because everybody wanted to know how much money they could make with Bitconnect and Genesis Mining. In fact, a lot of my subscribers admitted to me, even to this day, that they got into cryptocurrency because of Bitconnect, because they heard a friend, or because they seen it online, or whatever. Tell them about your scam with the old business partner. That wasn't a scam. No, I wouldn't call that a scam, though. I remember you did a vid on the subject. Anything ever come out of it? I still talk to that guy once in a great while. The last time I talked to him was a few weeks ago. He actually had me sell all of his Bitcoin. I used to trade Bitcoin and Litecoin for him, an XRP, in the beginning of 2018. And I made him some extra Bitcoin and Litecoin and XRP. And the prices started to dip. So I capitulated, and I told him, look, the prices are going down. Wait till the end of the year. You know what I mean? Like, it'll be a different story. And unfortunately, at the end of the year, it was at its absolute lowest. And then XRP ended up going higher than what I ended up buying in at when I sold it. So he ended up making quite a bit of money over the years. And he got a hold of me about, again, like 2 weeks ago, maybe 3, maybe a month ago. And he's trying to make a Turkish Bitcoin fund, and he's trying to get investors to investor guys that he knows, because the guy's got $1 billion. His dad's a billionaire, right? So he's a billionaire by proxy. He's like a billionaire baby. And so he knows everybody with millions and billions of dollars, like just like he can just get, like when we were working together, he asked me one time, he said, is $100,000 going to be enough for the website? I said, yeah, probably, because you're going to need to hire a front end developer, a back end developer, you know what I mean, like maybe an artist or something like that, to like a visual artist, you know, visual designer, you know, etc., to make the website look good. We're gonna have to hire we're gonna have to hire, you know, we're gonna have to buy a domain, etc. Yeah, so like $100,000 for a really big professional website, yeah, probably, right? We could work with that. And he comes back to me like 3 days later and he's like, okay, I got $2 million. I'm like, what happened to $100,000, man? 2 million, that's 20 times more than the budget that we allocated. What are you talking about? $2 million? Where the So he just knows people. Like he just gets a hold of somebody like, business deal, $2 million. So he basically, what he had me do is sell his Bitcoin, because he had it on an exchange, and I had the password for him for like 3 years. And I'm like, look, you know, I still have that password for you. Like, did you ever sell that coin? And he's like, no, I never touched it. And I'm like, okay, like I never logged in there either. Like it's just sitting in there. And he's like, okay, well, I got this guy who's interested in Bitcoin and he wants to put down a bunch of money. So what I want to do is I want to take that Bitcoin and give it to him, and he's going to give me the money for that Bitcoin, so I can show him how Bitcoin works and like how he can receive Bitcoin. Like maybe he set up a wallet for him or an exchange or something. I think the guy set up a Binance or something like that. And but I haven't heard from him since. He basically pops up and needs my help with something, and then he just disappears. What do you think about how much dip it would be? I said earlier that if it does dip below 30,000, which there's a heavy resistance at 30,000, I was showing it earlier. You can see here with these candles coming down, it just pops it right back up, pops it right back up. So there's a big heavy resistance at 30,000 right now, for sure, like buyer resistance. And if it dips below that, I think it'll dip fast. And I think if it dips to 20,000, I think it should stay there. There should be enough buy orders at 20,000 to really stop this. And some of the bigger corporations like MicroStrategy will really, really, really want to buy in at that point, because their average buy-in price is like 24,000. So buying below that would be significant for MicroStrategy and various other corporations. Maybe wife beater and basketball shorts for his target audience. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I should sport a wife beater, huh? Should I sport on a beater, guys? I got some. I'll catch you next time. Hello, happy to catch a live stream. Happy that you joined. Hey, guys, hit the like button, please. Give it just a second and hit that like button. We got 75 people watching. The higher that like button goes, it's like an algorithm, and it puts me up higher in terms of the live streams, in terms of cryptocurrency. So I appreciate that very much. Just takes a second, whether you're on the phone or a computer. Just hit the like button, please. Share it, too, if you want to do a big favor for me. Share it, social media, websites, wherever. Just hit the share button. But I appreciate you guys. Depends on what you want to buy. Should I invest more or wait for the dip? See, nobody can tell you that. Like if the dip was, if the bottom was 25,000, I would tell you save all your money for $25,000 exactly, right? And buy it at 7:30 in the morning on this date. That save all your money, sell everything now, and buy it at 25,000 and ride it all the way back up. That's what I would tell you. But I don't know the bottom. Nobody does. Nobody knows the bottom. Nobody knew that the bottom in 2017 was going to go from $20,000 to $3,200. Nobody, right? Everybody thought it was just going to keep on going, okay? So what you need to do, in my opinion, is DCA. Always DCA. Just every time you get paid, whatever your financial situation is, I don't know, I don't care. But like, if you get paid every 2 weeks from your job, put in $100. Buy $100 of Bitcoin, buy $100 of Ethereum, or whatever you want, right? And just buy it. Whatever the price is, you just buy it. 2 weeks later, if the price is $100 lower, buy it. If 2 weeks later the price is $100 lower, guess what? Now you're buying even more Ethereum. Buy it. If it goes up, buy it. Like, so you're always just buying this little amount as it goes down. And as it goes down, just think to yourself, this is even better, because now I'm not going to get 0.1 Ethereum for my money. I'm going to get 0.12 Ethereum for my money, right? And so when it goes up, I'm going to make even more money. So that's DCA is just the best overall, because you can't, a full-on investment immediately all of your funds would be to, if you absolutely knew what the bottom was, but you don't. So mathematically, putting all of your money in at the bottom is the best bet. But nobody knows that. It's impossible to know. Like, nobody knows that. Anybody that claims to know that is full of shit. And they're just clickbaiting you. They're just full of shit. Like, just pouring out of them. Some people are better at TA than others. I'm going to totally admit that. Some people are great at calling bottoms and stuff like that. But what you really want to do is not try to buy at the bottom, but rather once it's trending back upwards, because then you know, okay, the trend is, it's kind of going back upwards now. Like, now I feel a little bit safer. But if you buy at the bottom, everything, if you pour everything into what you think is the bottom and it keeps going down, then you're in a little bit of trouble, because now you don't have any money to buy the dip further, right? So you usually want to buy when the trend is going back up, and you kind of can see that there's this trend going back up, not just like the candle went up, because it's going to go down. Like, it goes down, up, down, right? You want it like when it's fully going back up, then you want to put in all your money, but otherwise just DCA. I always watch Benjamin Cohen or something for them. Yeah, that guy's usually pretty good. I've been following a bit of Alex Becker. It keeps it realistic. Too many crypto YouTubers like Crypto are us who keep pushing the everything is fine narrative. Yeah, I'm not trying to push an everything is fine narrative. What I'm just saying is that I've been in crypto for a long time. I've seen this dip before. This isn't new. You get immune to this sort of thing. This is just like, well, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Like that meme where the guy's being hung and he's like, first time, huh? You know, like, welcome to the show. But just DCA every time you get paid. Just put a little bit of money in. Just a little bit of money in. A little bit of money in, and just save it. Just don't fuck around with it. Just keep it there. It's usually the best bet. I like hearing different scenarios. Oh, sure, yeah. BTC is at 34K. So what do you think? It will be more of a dip or not? I think there's going to be a little bit more of a dip. Yeah. I think 30,000 is the resistance zone right now. If it reaches 30,000, it's typically going to candle back upwards. Until all the buy orders get bought up. If there's enough sell pressure to buy all those buy orders, or to sell to all those buy orders, then it can continue going down. But likely there's a lot of people piling money at 30,000 and 29,000 to catch the dip and keep riding it back up. So does it look like it's going to continue going back down? Yeah, for sure. Look, the RSI is below 50%, or 50 RSI. We can see it's below the Ichimoku cloud. It's just every single dip is lower than the previous one. It's just like every crest is lower than the previous one. Lower. Tried to come back up, but still lower than everything else. It didn't really successfully continue climbing. It's not looking good. Like, I hope it just turns around, like, right after I say that. Like I'm not going to be worried about that. I always like to say it's the kind of thing I want to be wrong about. But yeah, it's not looking so good. I think it's going to probably bounce around below this for a little while. Hopefully it doesn't go below 30,000, but there's likely, as you can see here, if we just scroll back a little bit, you can see these candles here, and this is at 30,000. What's the low on it? 30,000 even. 30,000 even. So that proves my point even more. That means that people like to put sell orders. What did I tell you guys? People like to put buy orders and sell orders at even amounts. 30,000, 50,000, 40,000, 60,000, right? At even amounts. And so there was enough sell orders. People had put so many sell orders of just hitting limit, sell order, or excuse me, buy order, limit, buy order, and then type in 300000 to make 30,000, and then it hit. There were so many people trying to sell that it couldn't go down past that. There were so many people willing to buy at exactly $30,000. It pushed it right back up. You can see it candled to what is this? What's the low here? $31,111. That's kind of a weird number, but yeah, that was the bottom there. So you can see that, like, whenever it tries to really dip down, there's a lot of resistance. There's a lot of buy orders right here. And that's where we're heading now. That's where we're heading again. So we'd have to get all the way below this for 30,000. And I reckon there's a lot of buy orders right here. You could probably even check your exchange. Like, if you guys are on an exchange right now, check the order book and set the aggregation real high, or real low. Either way, increase the aggregation so that you can see further down the order book, and try and see if you can see at 30,000. There's probably a shitload of Bitcoin waiting to be bought in the order book. Nobody knows what will happen, so you can just guess why I compare what is going on with the world and the hype is going on. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why I like the news a lot, because the news really manipulates this market. Good news brings the price right up like clockwork. If Elon Musk came out and said Tesla is now accepting Bitcoin again, Bitcoin would rise back to 60,000 in a matter of a month or less. It's like the new crypto is real susceptible to the news. Like when I make news videos, and that's what I mostly make. When I make news videos, I go around and I pick out the best news of the past couple days. Like if I hadn't made a video in a couple days, I'll check the past couple days of news and the current day, and I find what is going to move the market. Sometimes it's just interesting, fun news that's not really going to have too much of an effect. But most of the time, it's like, what is going to move the market? Like, is Elon Musk talking about something? Is there an ETF filing going on? That's big. It's most likely going to get denied by the SEC like all the other ones. But, like, is there an ETF filing? That's big. Like, if that ETF went through, welcome to Pump City. Right, that's going to be huge when there's an American ETF. Glad to see you're still grinding away from a early YouTube viewer. Steve, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate you. Hi, MrSotko. Hey to see you live again. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Man, speak of truth. Your thoughts about ETC. Name me one smart contract on Ethereum Classic. I'll give you until I'm done with the comments here. Hi, do you think this, the crypto bubble? It's hard to do. I mean, what is a bubble? Like, is it just... Like, did the bubble pop from 63,000 to 34,000? Yes. But is the bubble going to pop to zero? No. So, like, it depends on your definition of bubble. I don't like the term bubble. Yeah, exactly, Vorn. I don't like the term bubble because, like, I mean, yes, is that a yes for you? 63,000 to 34,000? Then yeah. Then yeah, the bubble popped. But if you don't consider that a bubble, then no, the bubble didn't pop. So I don't like the term. Because it's ambiguous and subjective what that even means. I don't think there are bubbles. Most people of the trading is done by bots. Yeah, true. And yeah, we're in a cycle, and it's just a mini bear market. Yeah, so far a mini bear market. If it continues going along even more, then I suppose we can call it a bear market. Again, even a bear market is pretty subjective too. Like, it's like, how long does the price have to go down before we are in a bear market? I'm sure there's some loose definitions in the stock world of that, but yeah, like if it continues, I'll say it's a bear market, right? Right now I agree with Vorn. It's a mini bear market. Most trading done by bots on math. Thoughts on Doge and how it caught all the veterans off guard. And what are your thoughts on Shiba Inu? Do you think it can hit 1 penny like the dot-com bubble? Like the dot-com bubble? A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Because like 2018 kind of showed that it was a little bit like the dot-com bubble. There was a lot less coins then, but a lot of the coins from 2018 are just toast. Like, their price is so garbage and never really recovered to what they were, like Z Classic, Z Cash, Vertcoin. Many coins from 2018 were like a dot-com bubble. It's better to call BTC a deflationary asset than a pure bubble. Anyway, sorry. I'll get to the Doge question. But the ETC, thoughts on ETC. Did you think of a smart contract on Ethereum Classic? If the answer is no, there's your answer. I have 110 Ethereum Classic at average of $90. Should I lower your average again or just keep it? I would keep it around because when Ethereum, we'll see if it pumps again. If the market pumps back, it might pump back. But my thoughts on Ethereum Classic, I think it's... I'm sorry, because this is not the answer you're going to be looking for. I think it's a total shitcoin. It's total garbage. Again, if somebody put a gun to my head right now and said, name me an Ethereum Classic contract or DApp or whatever on Ethereum Classic, or you die, I'd be like, I'm totally fucked. I could not name you one. Right? And that gives you the idea of how good Ethereum Classic is. If you can't even name anything that Ethereum Classic that functions on Ethereum Classic without having to Google it or look at it, then then what, you know what I mean? Like, it's garbage. It's just nobody makes anything on it. Does ETC have staking? Yes, staking is on. No, not on Ethereum Classic. On Ethereum it is. Ethereum Classic is just proof of work. Ethereum is a hybrid at the moment. but you're not getting your Ethereum 2.0 yet. It just sits in the node until Ethereum 2.0 actually comes out, and then you get all the Ethereum. So you can't do anything with your staked Ethereum right now, but ETC does not. Not that I know of. That would be total news to me. Like if Ethereum Classic had staking on it, I'd be like, well, fuck me. And again, that would just prove how shitty Ethereum Classic is, because nobody would even know. Like they'd be like, what, it does? You know. MrSotko, is milk token still good? I think so. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think it's a good idea. I think it's good, and I think it's charitable. With the burning over time, and it's at such a low price right now that why even bother selling it? Just wait for another bull run. Wait for more marketing from milk and butter. Wait for more tokens to be burned over time. Yeah, just wait on milk and butter, because milk and butter went way up for a while. It's kind of going a little bit down. I haven't actually checked the price in a while. Let me check the price of milk and butter. It's probably a little bit down right now. Oh man, so many subscribers. I appreciate you guys. Robin, Hoodie, Baz, Casey Day, Keyrim, Zion Gaming and Crypto, Kevin, Netflix, Trapped, Martin, Tim, GG, thanks for following on Twitch as well. Hey guys, hit the like button if you haven't already on YouTube. Helps me out a lot. Brings up the average a little bit. Yeah, milk's not doing so good at the moment, but this makes total sense. Like, don't get me wrong. This makes total sense because the whole market is down. If we took a look at the entire market, it looks exactly the same. Like, everything is down. Milk, come on, do better. Check the MILF coin. Well, milk is different. I made a video on milk and butter token. It's this charity organization. Some of the coins transactions go to charity, to food charities specifically. And it's actually kind of a fun concept. You stake milk into butter, so you churn milk into butter, which is kind of humorous. But milk is essentially free. Like, you can buy so much of it and then like stake it into butter, which is significantly higher price. So if you were staking this, it's actually pretty reasonable. Butter, I would suspect is probably down too. Yeah, I mean the whole market is kind of chugging down. So I'd hold on to them though. Like, if you don't have a lot invested into milk and butter, I would just hold on to this because it is a deflationary coin. It is a burnable coin, and they'll go down in circulating supply significantly over time. There's not a lot of trading volume on these anyway. They're really low tokens. They're still marketing. They're still basically marketing to YouTubers and stuff, and that's one of the best ways to get it out there is when they when they ask a YouTuber to make a video review of it and stuff like that. Any opinion on the charity tokens, on all the charity tokens popping up? Yeah, that's milk and butter right now. More milk. Got all my chicken and hot dogs vacuum sealed. I'm back. All right, vacuum seal. I got some hot dogs in the fridge. I could fry one up. I can't go outside because it's raining something fierce, but I could fry one on a pan. Yeah. Gilfcoin recently had a rug pull. Was it? Milk, lemonade around the corner, fudge is made. I like it. Thanks, guys, for subscribing. It's pouring in. I appreciate you. Oh, man, 3 people hit the dislike button. That's okay, because either way, it's counted as a engagement to the channel. But I prefer the likes just for the pleasing aesthetic of them. But thank you for hitting the like button, guys. Keep bringing it up, and it'll keep me relevant in the YouTube live section. I appreciate it. I rely on you guys for that. I appreciate it. You forgot the Doge and Shiba Inu question. I did. So what do I think of Doge? First of all, the rise of Doge. Let me tell you the story of the rise of Doge. So Doge has been around since 2013. And historically, it has been under 1 cent for 90% of its lifetime. It only went above 1 cent once in 2018 when all of the altcoins pumped, because Bitcoin's all-time high in 2017 was December. Altcoin's all-time high was in January, and Doge went with it, and it was over 1 cent briefly for like 2 weeks tops. Yeah, 3 people at mad because you're not lying to them. I guess so. But for like 2 weeks tops. Okay. For the rest of its lifespan, 90% of its lifespan, under 1 cent. That's what it's supposed to be. So along comes GameStop, Wall Street bets. GameStop started pumping. It made mainstream news constantly. It was on everyday TV, mainstream news. And along comes, let me just show you, Reddit, Satoshi Street Bets. This Reddit, Satoshi Street Bets. Okay. So the GameStop thing was going on, so this was made. This was made because they wouldn't allow cryptocurrency discussions on Wall Street bets. They only wanted to pump stocks there. Fair enough. So this was made. Now, when the Wall Street bets thing was going on and GameStop was pumping, crypto wanted in on it, right? So Wall Street bets was pumping meme stocks. They were pumping AMC, like the movie theater stock, Nokia or something like that, or the BlackBerry or whatever. They were basically pumping meme shit that was just totally useless. And GameStop and some others. And so what coin does Satoshi Street Bets start trying to pump? Well, we need a meme coin, and we need a meme coin that has low value so we can pump its value really fast. What fits that bracket? Dogecoin. So Dogecoin started pumping, and this was nothing but Dogecoin. It's not right now, but it was. And it was just Doge, diamond hands, Doge to $1, Doge to $1, Doge, everywhere. Every single thing for like 10 pages, hundreds of pages, Doge. So everybody started pumping it, and then Elon Musk got in on it, and he was talking about, he was showing memes and stuff like that, and it pumped it. Okay, well, along comes Shiba Inu token, because with every good pump comes a copycat. Every time. With every good coin comes copycat coins. Every single time. With every good movie comes copycat movies. It's always like that. It's always been like that. Any good product, any good phone that comes out, there's going to be a cheap Chinese knockoff of that exact same phone. Any good new jacket that comes out, like starter jackets back in the 90s, there's going to be cheap ass starter jackets, right? There's always a fucking Dollar General discount brand of everything, and that's Shiba Inu token. Shiba Inu token, 50% of it was put on Uniswap, and then the keys were burned, so it was just liquidity for everybody. The other 50% was given to Vitalik Buterin. Then the price of Shiba Inu starts going up through the roof, and Vitalik Buterin decides to sell $1 billion worth of Shiba Inu tokens, and then gave it to charity to another billionaire in India, a notoriously corrupt country, who's immediately going to sell it and probably misuse the funds. Probably. I don't mean to be a douche, but probably. It's the way it usually goes. So that destroyed the community of Shiba Inu. Was there really a community? Yeah, kinda. Was it a good coin? No, not at all. It was just made to pump and make money. Was it a Ponzi? Yeah, kinda. A little bit. And with Vitalik selling $1 billion of it, the market cap of Shiba at the time was at its all-time high. Let's look at Shiba's all-time market cap. Let's see if we can, what do we do? Market cap, we'll do a 30-day. Market cap was only about $10 billion at its high. This doesn't look right. Let's try coin market cap. That doesn't look right. Where's Shiba? That doesn't look right. Yeah, now it's really low. Now it's a corpse. So let's bring it just to 3 months. Scale that back a little bit. So at its high was about $14 billion. So I don't know exactly when Vitalik sold. But it's basically what started the dumpening. So somewhere around here. So $1 billion of this is nearly 10% of the entire market cap of this coin. It absolutely obliterated it. And if you guys know how liquidity and market caps work, then you'll know that it would really fucking obliterate a coin to be nearly 10%, to sell nearly 10% of it all at once, because there's not all this liquidity. Just because it says $14 billion doesn't mean you could get $14 billion for selling every single coin. That's not how it works. So all that liquidity would have to be spread amongst a bunch of exchanges, and it would just rock the price. It would take everybody's orders right out from under them. And so yeah, Vitalik Buterin basically destroyed Shiba in its tracks. However, there is going to be a Shiba Inu swap soon. It's called Shiba Swap, and it's coming out soon. I don't know the date, but you can check their Twitter if you want more information on it. Shiba Swap is basically going to be a DeFi platform for Shiba, and it's going to come out with this token called Bone Token, because right now there's Shiba, there's Leash, made by the same people. It's called Shiba and Leash. There's two different tokens. And then there's going to be Bone, and that's going to be what is, along with Shiba, is what is going to power the DeFi market for Shiba Swap. So that could raise the price of the coin when it comes out, but that's good luck. I really want to know how much Musk made with Doge. Probably a lot. The day Dogecoin becomes a stable coin is the day humanity conquers Mars. Boy, I think we'll conquer Mars sooner than that. The three people are probably the native Sotko comment scammers. Fun fact, if you trade cream token enough, you get one butter. Yeah, hot butter. Hot butter. Whew. XRP has a better chance to become the stable they should, in my opinion, for their purpose to ever make sense. I agree with that, Cyber. Totally. Like 100%. Like XRP should be a stable coin. Why is it not a stable coin? Just so they can make money. Just so they could sell the shit out of it. Because then they would have to have money backing it and stuff. And yeah, they don't want to do that. Then Ripple wouldn't make nearly as much money. Elon will only accept Dogecoin for his Mars mission. Jesus Christ. XRP is stupid. When you buy it, steals $10 of your money. Yeah. And then all the developers dump on you right after you bought it. CoinGecko is usually outdated. No, yeah, I don't know. It was like a glitch. Like it basically went straight up to the all-time high price instead of doing this, and it only showed 8 billion. So yeah, it had like a glitch of something. CoinGecko's okay. CoinGecko usually shows more tokens and stuff than CoinMarketCap does. Like CoinGecko usually lists DeFi tokens way sooner than CoinMarketCap. So it's good in some ways. Years ago when XRP was at its peak, I saw a video of a guy who used to work with bankers. He said they will never use it. No, I've said that for years. I've said that if you're serious, if you're a big XRP fan, that's fine. Go for it. If you can make money on XRP, all the power to you. But if you seriously think, listen to me, if you seriously believe that banks, like legal regulated banks that have to go 1, 2, 3, that have to goose step along to regulation. They can't do anything. You know what I mean? They're a legal regulated bank. If you believe that a legal regulated bank can just go, yeah, sure, we'll accept XRP and completely circumvent our fiat system, and the government is going to be totally fine with that. And you're like, are you being sarcastic? And the bank's like, no, the government's going to be totally fine with us circumventing the fiat system completely. They're just going to be fine with that. There's no regulation around this. We're just going to go, no, we're not going to use fiat. We'll just use this XRP thing that you made up. If you believe that banks are going to get away with that, and the government is just going to be like, no, we're totally fine with banks just circumventing our fiat system that keeps us in power, that keeps our military and our government in power, right? We're fine with this. This is fine. If you believe that, I got a fucking bridge to sell you. I got a big ass bridge to sell you. It's yellow. It's big. There's no rust. It's amazing. I got a bridge to sell you $1 million. Write me a check, and I'll go in my car that's down the road a mile, and I'll grab you the contract for it, sign it away, give you the title to the bridge. Just give me that $1 million check. You cannot seriously believe that as a person. that banks are just going to be allowed to circumvent the fiat system that the government put in place and regulates the bank with, and that the government uses the fiat system to power their military and power their influence around the world, particularly the United States, but every nation does it. And they're just going to be like, no, this is fine. Just totally circumvent our fiat system. This is fine. We don't have any regulation in place for this, but we're just going to just do it. No, it's not going to happen. No, it isn't. You know what I mean? Like, no, stop believing that. But is XRP going to go up in price when the SEC lawsuit blows over? Yeah, probably. Is it going to go up in price because the market goes up in price? Yeah, probably, right? There are always going to be people that will buy it and then get dumped on by the Ripple executives that sell 9 million XRP per day on their own accounts, their own XRP that they own, like the two executives. They're selling like 10 million XRP a day. To you, on you, like you bought the price and it goes up 20 cents and you're like, yeah, now I'm really going to make it. It's up 20 cents. I'm making good money now. Yes, I can't believe it. Finally, I'm winning in the crypto world. And then the developers are just like, and they just dump a ton of XRP onto the market and they get $14 million and now it's 20 cents below what you bought in and you got wrecked. Every time XRP just goes woo every time because the developers are dumping millions of them a day on you. It's so funny. It's so funny that anybody would buy that token. It's just, you're just getting dumped on every day. They sell like 100 million of them a month, like billions of them a month. Just out of their escrow. Like, here we go, just to power Ripple, even though we're not doing anything. We're not getting any good partnerships. We're being sued by the SEC. The price isn't going through the roof because we're onboarding all these banks. We're not onboarding any banks. We barely have partnerships. We have a few. Where is all the money going? Where is all the money going? Every month they sell like millions of dollars worth of XRP out of escrow. Millions upon millions upon millions of dollars out of escrow. Where is the money going? Where is the partnerships? It doesn't exist. It's been out since 2013. There is no fucking partnerships. Get real. Stop. Everybody stop for just a second. There's no fucking partnerships. They've made billions of dollars. They've made billions of dollars on you. They sell every single day. I give up. I digress. Look at the Graph and Cardano are my suggestions. Yeah, Graph is kind of interesting. I think it's interesting. I think it's only interesting for institutional science, though. I don't really think it's particularly useful for the average crypto user. I think Ripple will lose against the SEC. I don't think so. I think it's going to end in a settlement. I think XRP will just have to pay a bunch of money and then they'll be able to move on. I think it's going to end in settlement. That's my guess. But don't forget to do your own research. Yeah, for sure. Don't forget to do your own research. I agree. Oh, there we go. What about XLM? Nobody even knows what XLM does. Nobody does. I don't even think the company behind XLM knows what they do. I've literally gone on to cryptocurrency Reddit like this, and one person, I remember it was about a month ago, one person posted, and they said, what exactly does XLM do? What exactly is Stellar for? And everybody in the answer, they all just memed, and nobody knew the answer. What does XRP? What does XLM do? It's like an offshoot of XRP. I know that. And some of the developers from Ripple went and made Stellar. But what do? What partnerships do they have? What do they plan to do? Fuck, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. I don't even think XLM knows what it does. Always start with Bitcoin. I see ADA as protection for your ETH. I would like to have Ethereum in the first place. Yeah, I think ADA's looking good. I like Charles Hoskinson because he's really transparent. He has a YouTube channel, and on his YouTube channel he makes a video fairly frequently and talks to people and tells everybody what the next step is and what they're doing. It's looking pretty good. Again, there's not much to look at just yet. They had a big upgrade a couple months ago, but it really didn't do that much. I still don't see any smart contracts. I still don't see any tokens. So when we start to see smart contracts and when we start to see tokens on the Cardano blockchain, then I'll have a better idea of, okay, here's its transaction rate and how good they work and how good the contracts can be, how in depth they can be, how good are the tokens, what are the fees to move the tokens back and forth, is it high, is it low, is it only low because there's not many people using it, is it going to be really high when a lot of people start to use it? So there's a lot of things, questions to ask about ADA that we can't really test so much yet. Whenever the first Cardano tokens come out, I would buy them because they're the first of their kind and they're going to go up in price just because it's Cardano's first tokens. So make sure you guys look out for that. Like seriously, like watch out for the news of Cardano's first tokens. And if you can afford it, I'd put a couple bucks into them. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's called poop token. If it's a Cardano token that is a Cardano token on the Cardano blockchain, it's likely going to have some hype and go up in price. Is it useful? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Is it shit? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just hype. And people are going to buy it because it's the first token. What about mining Helium coin? Helium, with the the Internet of Things like router. Oh god. So it's a reasonable idea. The only problem with Helium is that you get this router thing and it does internet challenges, internet proof of work challenges. I'm not a big expert on Helium, so mind you here, take this with a grain of salt, but I did look it up. I did research it a little bit. But it does internet challenges. Okay. Now, if you have multiple, let's say you live in a really dense neighborhood and every house has one, then they can actually, yeah, I know it's not really mining. Then they can actually, do a proof of bandwidth and a proof of usage that it all bounces back and forth to each other. And when you have multiple in an area, you'll make more money. If you just have one, it can do internet challenges, but then it can't actually communicate with other ones. So the idea is that they're supposed to communicate with each other and like share bandwidth. And then you make more money. You get more tokens that way. You get more coins that way. But if you just have one in the middle of nowhere, like for example, if I ran one in my house, every house in Pittsburgh, I live in Pittsburgh, and every house on my street, if you went onto my road right now, every single house, it goes up this big hill. I live at the bottom where it's flat. I'm lucky. I got the lucky garage and everything. You know, for life. Anyway, I'm going to be moving in like a month, maybe like 2 months, month and a half. So there might be a little bit of lull in the channel. It's gonna be real tough for me to make videos and stuff for a while. And I'm gonna be moving to a town that no longer has fiber internet. So I think at most I'll have like 25 megabits a second up. So even streaming is gonna be a little bit shittier. Streaming like this should be just fine, but gaming is not gonna be so good. Which is, it's an adequate rate, but it's not quite good enough. But yeah, if I ran one in my house with all brick, it's not going to be able to communicate with nothing. Maybe my neighbor, but like across the street, I can walk outside my back door. I got a deck and a little lawn, and even on my phone, if I'm just on my phone, watching my son run around the yard and whatnot, and I'm just sitting out there enjoying the sun, my Wi-Fi barely works because every house in Pittsburgh is fucking brick. And I'll tell you what, Wi-Fi wavelengths through brick, not so good. Doesn't work so good. It's just not so good. Like in a wooden apartment building, it'd be not a problem. It'd be better. In a brick neighborhood where every house has a lawn and they're all 10 feet across from each other, you're not going to get nothing out of it. So Helium is very, 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 very location specific. Very location specific. Very, very, I don't even know the word for it. If you lived in a gigantic hotel or like apartment or condo where like there's just people on either side of you, people below you, people above you, you know, for many stories, and everybody ran one, everybody would make pretty good money. But not in a neighborhood like this. Most neighborhoods, dude, totally wouldn't work. Just like you can barely get Wi-Fi across your house. You know, like your neighbor's house, like you can barely see their Wi-Fi on your phone. You get like 1 bar. That's how it would work. It wouldn't work for shit. It's going a huge markup on eBay, sold out on their site. The Helium miners, like $5K for the router. Yeah. It would be, like I said, it would be good if you lived in an extremely dense apartment, like a multi-story apartment where like everybody had one. The only problem is like, let's say you go to move into an apartment building and you buy a Helium router. How many people in that apartment building have a fucking Helium router? Just you is probably the answer. Just you, right? Only you. So if you could convince everybody in your apartment building to buy a $5,000 router, Gute Nacht, yeah. Any chance for a new video tomorrow? I don't think I'm going to make a video tonight. I think this is the video. This is like the video. The live stream for a while. And I appreciate all the subscriptions. Thank you for all the for the likes. We got 59 people and 60 likes. I bet some people didn't hit that like button. Let's try and get it up. That's the only thing I'm going to shill today. And I appreciate the donations. It looks like I got a couple from yeah, I appreciate you guys. It was like earlier, he's like, I can't send you back because it's too expensive because of the Ethereum fee. But what's weird is the Ethereum fees are not very high right now. It shouldn't be 50% right now. The Ethereum fees are pretty low. But I'll see you later, Christian. You have a good day. Have a gute Nacht. Are you talking about Helium miners? Yeah, somebody asked about Helium miners on YouTube. I'm live on YouTube and Twitch. So, again, they would be useful if you lived in a massive apartment building and everybody had one. But convincing all of your neighbors to buy a $5,000 router, good luck on that, right? Like, you're going to move into a big apartment building with a Helium miner router, and you're going to be the only one, I guarantee. Even if there's like 5,000 people living in that building, like a giant, like 20-story, like big New York City apartment building, nobody else is going to have a Helium miner. Nobody's going to have a Helium miner. Like, that's so rare. Like, even like out of 20,000 people, you're going to be the only one. You're going to have to convince everybody to buy one. And then everybody would make great money. But if it's just you, it doesn't make shit. Well, they cost around 400, 500. Yeah, but somebody's saying that they're going for a huge markup on eBay because they're sold out on the site. And everyone in the building owning a hotspot miner is a bad thing for the revenue. I'm going to disagree with that because just one can only do internet challenges. But when you have 3, then it's like a proof of network. When you have multiple. But yeah, they have to be like certain feet from each other. I read like, yeah, they got to be a certain distance from each other. Will Ethereum gas fees ever revert to how cheap it used to be? Well, they're pretty low right now. I mean, this block was 16 hours ago, but the ideal solution is that the miner are set apart 300 meters. Yeah, but again, 300 meters apart, it's impractical is what I'm trying to say. Like my neighborhood, okay, there's a house right next door to me. A neighbor used to live there. Or my neighbor used to live there, a doctor, and he moved out. His family moved out. They bought a new home. They still own it, but it's empty. I got like 4 houses across the street. Like if you look out this window here, there'd be one house. There's a few within range of each other. But everything is brick. All the houses are brick, every one of them. So the range on it would be significantly destroyed. Just absolutely ate up. I can walk in my backyard and I barely have Wi-Fi. And I have fiber optic internet, right? And I barely have Wi-Fi in my backyard because of all the brick. Everything's brick. And there's houses all the way up the street. So it's just they'd barely be able to communicate with each other. The ideal situation is very rare for Helium miners to be all 300 meters from each other. That's why I say the ideal situation is probably just in a gigantic apartment building, like a massive one, like in a city. Like maybe there's a few around you and they all have like 20,000 people living in them because they're 20, 30 stories tall. Suggestion positions are roofs and windows. I get it, but yeah, it's just not that easy. Like I bet there's nobody in the city of Pittsburgh with a helium miner. If there is, it's probably one guy. In the entire city, it's like 1 million people. I doubt there's barely anybody here with helium miners. Maybe a few tops in the whole city. And so it's just, you'd have to convince everybody around you to buy one. It's just, I don't know. It's just not practical. It's really not practical. Could it be done? Yes. It could totally be worthwhile. It could totally be profitable. It's just not practical. But anyway, to the Ethereum gas fees ever to what they should be. Well, I mean, the fees are really low right now. 0.4 for this block. It used to be 7 Ethereum, not 0.7 Ethereum. 7 Ethereum and 9 Ethereum when it was at like $36, $50 a transaction. And that was just like a week ago. So now 0.4 Ethereum, that's not bad at all. Because this is the block reward and this is the fee reward. So they're not too bad right now. They're really low right now. Is Bitcoin going anywhere? Well, I think Bitcoin, it's traveling under the 50 RSI mark. So it's a little bearish at the moment. I think there's a lot of resistance at the 30,000. You can see, like, if we just scroll back a little bit, this was a couple days ago. I don't know. But you can see here, it tried to go under 30,000 and it went to 30,000 exactly because of everybody's sell orders at 30,000. Pushed it back up here, pushed it back up here. So there's a lot of resistance at 30,000. It'll be hard to break under 30,000, but if it does, the new resistance will be hard to define. But I mean, if it goes down to 20,000, I reckon there's going to be a lot of people at the 20,000 mark too. To buy, to keep it up. Gotta love that like to viewer ratio. Yeah. Definitely sounds like you'll have to convince a lot of other people to buy in profitable. It seems like a pyramid to me. I wouldn't call Helium a pyramid, just you need the router. The router does these specific internet challenges and proof of network, etc. and whatnot. They call it something else, but whatever. It's just everybody around you would have to have one of the routers. Like many people around you would have to have one of the routers. And it's just, it's just not very practical. Like, sure, everybody in my neighborhood could buy one of the routers, but like, who the fuck is going to do that? Like, I'd have to go to everybody's door and be like, hey, would you like to buy a router? And they're like, what, $500? I don't fucking have $500 on me. What even is this? Like, it's a cryptocurrency. I'll have to set you up everything to do it. Like, you'd have to basically do all the work. You'd have to go around to everybody's house and make sure they all paid $500 to get one of the routers. There's just no way you're going to live in a neighborhood where multiple people have one of these fucking routers. It's just, it's a fantasy world. Could it be done? Yes, everybody could go out and buy one. That's for sure. But like if you live in a super dense apartment neighborhood where there's like a 30-story apartment, and then across the street it's 30-story apartments. So there's like 150,000 people living in your neighborhood. Yeah, that's a different story. Then they could all communicate with each other and the network would be really cooking. But it's just not practical. Most people don't live in that situation. And then most people aren't going to go out and buy a $500 router in the hopes that somebody else in their area also has $500 routers and that other people do, right? It's just, it's not practical. You'd have to go around to every single one of your neighbors and try and shill them a $500 router for it to work. You'd have to try and convince them all. It's just, no, I'm sorry. That's a fantasy solution. Good luck. That's why I say good luck to you to try to find a big neighborhood with all those routers that just happens to have them. Like most people aren't into crypto anyway. Like to be totally fair, like we are a small sect of people who enjoy cryptocurrency. Most people have not bought Bitcoin. Most people think Bitcoin is still PayPal bucks, like internet bucks. Most people have no idea. Most people think that Bitcoin is a scam and they don't know how it works. They don't get it. Most people think that you just put money onto the internet and you get these coins that can just be deleted, or whatever. That most people just don't get it. Most people in the world have not bought cryptocurrency. We are a small statistic. Even though it's in the news and Elon Musk, it's still insanely small. Let me just prove this to you. Well, I'm not gonna show you. But if you guys, if you guys have Facebook, you don't have to all like scream you don't have a Facebook because you don't like the whatever. If you have a Facebook, open up a new tab and scroll down on your Facebook, or like search Facebook or something. I don't know. And find a Coinbase ad. You're going to see one eventually. If you use Coinbase, you're going to see a Coinbase ad on Facebook. You don't need to tell me you got a Facebook or you don't, okay? You know if you do. Open up a new tab and start scrolling through Facebook. Wait till you see a Coinbase Earn ad. Coinbase Earn ads on Facebook. They run ads on Facebook. Okay. Now, next step, click on the comments. Begin. People think it's a scam. Everybody thinks it's a scam. It's amazing. I'm telling you, log into Facebook, find a Coinbase Earn ad, and look at the comments. Look at them comments. The amount of naivety is unfucking believable. People are like, this is a scam. There's no way you just get free money from these people. Yes. No, it's true. It's fucking cryptocurrency. Technically it is free money, but they want you to sign up to the platform and stuff, and then spend more money like while you're buying Bitcoin and stuff. But yes, it's actually free money. People think that Coinbase is a scam. And then people are like, that Bitcoin thing is still going to crash, and they think it's a scam. Look at the comments. It's fucking gold. I'm telling you guys, if you have a Facebook, scroll down and you will see a Coinbase ad eventually. Look at them comments. Souse. These people are dumb. These people, they have Dunning-Kruger syndrome. They think that they know about Bitcoin, but they don't. They're like, oh, that internet money, fucking Bitcoin, that crashes. That's such a scam. It's such a pyramid scheme. It's going to blah, blah, blah. You should see what they have to say about it. Like comments. These are comments from the everyday people. The everyday people that like are commenting on that because they see an ad and they see that like Coinbase Earn, because it says like Coinbase earn up to $120 in cryptocurrency for free. So you can imagine immediately the comments that's going to make. Now translate that to the whole world. There are so many people that refuse to understand Bitcoin, refuse to buy it, think it's a scam, think it's internet magic bucks that just generate when you spend money on it. They don't get it. They don't understand the science behind it. And I'm talking the fucking science behind it. There is some serious math, serious science, serious work behind Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin is revolutionary. The whole idea to make Bitcoin is mind-boggling. Like the code is like this long. That's it. It's like, isn't it like 100 lines of code? It's like this long. That's all it is. But to make it perfectly is mind-boggling. The amount of work that Satoshi Nakamoto had to do is worthy of a Nobel Prize. Like the creation of Bitcoin is the first of its kind, and it is a revolution in science, in economic science. But they don't get it. They don't understand. They seriously believe that it's still a scam, that it's still like a Ponzi scheme. They don't get it. You hate the word science, of course. So you'd be one of those people on Facebook that would be exactly. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Not you, individual. I'm kidding. Less of the science. No, Bitcoin is fucking science. Yeah, it's a common phenomenon. I totally agree with that. I should have worded it exactly like that. Super game dude. He says it's a common phenomenon when you're involved in a niche thing that you're under an illusion that it's bigger than it actually is. Exactly. It's the amount of people that have bought cryptocurrency is a small fraction of the population of the world. Even now that it went to 60,000 and Elon Musk, and you can turn on MSNBC. You can turn on stuff like that. I'm not on Facebook. It's cool, man. Yeah, whatever. Again, I don't care if you're on Facebook or not. I'm just saying there are ads on Facebook for Coinbase Earn and Coinbase. And if you click on those comments, it's pure gold. It's pure gold. The amount of naivety, the amount of people that are seriously debating people like that it's a scam, and all the words that they use in it, they know nothing. They clearly know nothing. They clearly don't know how it was made, how it's propagated, its security. They don't understand blockchain. They don't understand running a node. They don't understand that nodes are all over the world, and that this is a system of trust, of trustless peer-to-peer network. Like they don't get it. It's totally above their head. Anyway, whatever. It's funny. 14 million of America. Look, Facebook has like 3 billion users. So the amount of people that tell me that they're not on Facebook, sometimes I truly don't believe it. I truly don't believe it sometimes. When like the vast majority of people, like when it comes to like, there's a YouTube video with like Zuckerberg and he's, getting grilled by Congress, or there's a video on Facebook of the news or something in the comments, and everyone's like, I don't have a Facebook, I deleted my Facebook. And like, Facebook has 3 billion users. There are only 8 billion people in the world. There is a high chance that you have a fucking Facebook. Like, I'm sorry. Like, whether you like it or not, sometimes I don't believe people when they're like, I don't have a Facebook. Like, I don't know. 3 billion users says otherwise. I mean, I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. I know some people don't. And I do. I have a personal Facebook, but I also have like 2 kids, a wife, family, and whatever. I also use Facebook mostly for bike life groups. Like I'm in Pittsburgh bike life groups on Facebook. And okay, I was just testing you. I'm fucking with you guys. I'm busting your balls. I don't care if you do or don't. I was just trying to explain, use a real world example of how naive people that aren't into Bitcoin are. It's unbelievable. They have Dunning-Kruger. Bad. I'm serious. Like, it's worth it. If you don't have a Facebook, but like, let's say your wife does, or a friend does, like, try to find Coinbase on Facebook, then read their ads. Like, try to find a Coinbase earn ad. It'll be worth your time. I'm telling you. Like, you'll want to fight them. You'll be like, fuck you guys. You don't know what Bitcoin is. Like, we're going to take Satoshi Nakamoto, blah, blah, blah. Like, you'll fight them. You'll want to just destroy all of them. Like, I've seriously gotten into debates for like an hour, like trying to convince Bitcoin that like people that have never used Bitcoin, that Bitcoin is real, that it's a thing, like it's a real thing, like it's a science, like it's beyond just like go to PayPal and get some PayPal bucks or get your Walmart bucks, right? It's not just like rewards points on a site. Like it's a whole system that you have to like, it's beyond what you think it is. Trust me. You don't know that you don't know about Bitcoin. Let's just say that. Like, you don't know that you don't know. And that's, it's not okay. That's okay for you to not know about Bitcoin. But when you take your naive ass, your Dunning-Kruger ass to these comment sections on YouTube or Facebook or wherever, and you don't know that you don't know about Bitcoin, but you're spewing that as if you do know about Bitcoin, you look like an asshole. You look so stupid, and you don't know that you don't know that you look stupid. Like, it's so funny. It's so funny. It would be like me going on to like something that I know nothing about, like architecture, like, and be like, no, a suspension bridge. If you had 2 tons of weight on the top of a long bar that was 8 inches and it had a dip of 14 degrees, it would totally break. And all the architects would be like, you don't fucking know what you're talking about, do you? You don't know that you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, no, I know because I looked on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, don't do it. You know what I mean? If you don't know what you're talking about, just don't even bother. Yeah, okay, Facebook is advanced Craigslist. I get your point. I'll give you 4 thumbs up for that, mate. I have a Facebook account, literally posted on it one day after I created it when it was new, just to tell a friend that I don't use Facebook. I've been in a debate for the last week with a guy on Reddit and kept comparing Bitcoin to a Jackson Pollock painting. What? I don't know what that is. MrSotko sound like Donald Rumsfeld. Oh, man, Donald Rumsfeld is a fucking hero, though. Hey, man, how was your day? Pretty good. Pretty boring. I haven't really done much today. It's a super rainy day. My kids are up with their grandparents for a couple nights, so I had some time to live stream. And my wife is in Dallas doing like training for a job. So I'm just holding the fort, and it's boring as shit without a couple kids running around, but it's nice. So I got nothing going on. I was real busy yesterday, though. Yesterday was all day for me. However, my Friday, it's like my Saturday. My Friday today is like my Saturday. So pretty good. Thank you for asking. Cheerleading? What you mean for like the Dallas Cowboys? Nope. Learning how to service major appliances, such as top load and front load washer and dryers, stoves, electric, dishwashers, refrigerators. That's literally actually what she's going down to learn. She basically runs the city of Pittsburgh for electronics and whatnot. And she's kind of moving into major appliances. So she has a bunch of employees that go around and fix things. And what do you do for a living, actually, besides YouTube channel? Mostly YouTube, mostly trading, consulting. I work with a lot of people. Worked with a lot of people over the years. All kinds of shit. I do a lot of stuff. Mostly just computer work. What about ICP? Oh, internet computer. You know what? I haven't really done much research about it. How long have I been married? Oh God, my wife would immediately hate me for this. There's an interesting story though with my marriage, is that we got married for like 5 years ago. Like, we'll call it 5 years ago. And it turns out that the priest who is supposed to take half of our marriage certificate when you sign it, he was supposed to take half of it, and then he turns that in. The person who marries you, unless you just go and get married at the courthouse. But like, if you get married like with a priest, like an ordained minister, he is supposed to take the bottom of the slip and then turn it into the courthouse, but he didn't. So like 2 years later, we find out we are not legally married. Something like that. It was like 1.5 years or 2 years. So like 2 years later, we find out we're not technically legally married. So we were like, screw it. Let's go to Vegas. And we did. We were living in Arizona at the time. So Las Vegas wasn't that far away. And we were like, let's go get fucking Vegas married. And what we really wanted was a Gaysian Elvis to marry us. But we just made it fast. And then enjoyed Vegas for a while. Yeah, we wanted a Gaysian Elvis. We wanted a gay, fat Elvis. Asian Elvis. But we didn't get that, so we had to downgrade. We had to downgrade. But yeah, so we thought we were married for 2 years. Like we consider us married for that whole. I mean, because we believed that we were married, but like it turns out like the paperwork didn't get turned in properly. Like we turned in our certificate, etc., but it didn't get turned in properly. So like 2 years later, we just remarried. How much time did you pass until you realized? I think it was almost 2 years, something like that. 1.5 years. I don't know, something like that. We even filed our taxes married. Like you could totally file your taxes married. The IRS doesn't give a fuck. Is it expensive to get married in Vegas? Fuck no. No, dude. You literally schedule it. You walk in and there's an ordained minister. And like they have like a tiny little like they're basically walk-in marriage places. Like literally like a shop. Like you go in and there's an ordained minister there. They show up and like you take a picture, you get married, he signs your slip and he does all the paperwork for you and poof, you get a marriage certificate in the mail. Yeah, like Vegas, the Vegas marriage thing that you see on TV and in movies, like, let's go get married, yeah, you know what I mean? And like they go and walk in and get married on the spot, and then they like wake up the next day, like after they're drunk, and they're like, fuck, did we get married? That's a real thing. Like, that's a real thing. I got married once, that was enough life lesson. Yeah, there are pros and cons to marriage. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. But Vegas was pretty cool. That's the only time I ever been to Vegas. So it was pretty cool. But we really wanted a Gasian Elvis, but we didn't get it. Maybe in the future we'll just do it again and get a Gasian Elvis. Because that would be like the most hilarious thing. Like we could put our arms around him and like give thumbs up and like pros. Do you not know like pros and cons? Are you asking what the pros are or what pro means? This last 4-hour candle on Bitcoin makes me wonder if we're going up from here. Yeah, that's hard to say at the moment. I mean, like honestly, it's shadowing downwards. Like, look, it went up, but sellers just drove it right back down. So we've seen a pretty familiar downturn the whole way. Now it's getting above 50 RSI a little bit, but this, I mean, if it just keeps going down, that's going to keep right below 50 RSI. So it's hard to say right now. I mean, that's not a good sign, the candle. However, a candle on both, a shadow on both ends of the candle like this means uncertainty. So it's extremely uncertain. You see all this uncertainty? That's basically uncertainty in the market because the price actually fell all the way down here, but then buyers drove it back up to here, and then sellers drove it right back up to here. So nobody knows what the fuck to do. That's what happens. That's what you see when you see like shadows on both sides. It's a level of market uncertainty. It's like sellers drove it down, buyers drove it back up, sellers drove it right back down, buyers drove it right back up, and it just meets in the middle and that's it. And then nobody knows to sell or buy at that point, and it just keeps going. So again, this is going to be kind of a critical one. Like if it's higher than this one, it's looking pretty all right. But if it's lower, not so much. But we'll see. I mean, the market is wacky. I mean, Elon Musk could get back on Twitter and be like, Bitcoin's looking good, and like it would just shoot up $2,000. So it's hard to say sometimes. Seems like we are doing a real second bottom. I'm expecting great things very soon. Looks like I'm effed up, cup, and handle. What you say, J.R. Riggs? Yeah, great story. Yeah, I got a lot of those. My life has seen some wacky shit. But yeah, no, that's the true story. Yeah, we got married like 5 years ago. It might even be like 5.5, but and then yeah, it was like invalid for like a year and a half. And so I was like, oh shit, like we were like, fuck, that's fucked up. And we were both kind of like, no, we're married. Like we've been like, no, like we did it. You know what I mean? Let's just go to Vegas and like have a good time. Like just get like official. And then we'll have our certificate. So it's a Las Vegas marriage certificate. Well, it's a state of Nevada marriage certificate, even though we don't live there. Do you ever do small trades like buy, sell high? Yeah, for sure. My last trades were in Bitcoin, but Bitcoin has since dipped, and so I'm stuck at the moment. I'm just waiting for to be a little bit higher, and then I can continue my sell and buy orders. Why doesn't MicroStrategy say it will accept BTC? That would cancel out Elon Musk rat. Well, MicroStrategy is like a contract company. They do computer work for other companies. So, yeah, that would be a good idea for them to say that. But I don't know. Yeah, it's a good question, but they're not kind of like... It's interesting because like MicroStrategy deals with far more clients than Tesla. Like Tesla is selling cars to people every day. Like there are Tesla lots where you go and a salesman comes out and you buy it and you leave with it, right? Like there's a ton of customers coming, going, like all across the world, Whereas MicroStrategy, like they get contracted. So it's not like there's a ton of like customers coming in constantly that are like using the buy payment system on their website. Like it's not how MicroStrategy works. So it makes more sense for Tesla because you can just put in your Bitcoin and boom, there's your car. And now it's going to get shipped to your house or you can go pick it up. That makes sense. It makes more sense like with Walmart or like Newegg or something like pay with Bitcoin. Boom. Like, okay, I'll get my computer. I'll get my object in Bitcoin, Well, like MicroStrategy, yeah, it's kind of different. Yeah, deciding what to do here. My crypto back down to 120% investment. Riding. You gotta just wait. Again, DCA more. Can you talk a bit about the process it involves? You do it within an exchange. Are there fees involved? How much are you working with? I usually don't disclose how much I'm working with, but yeah, I do it on centralized exchanges. I do it on KuCoin mostly. KuCoin is my favorite exchange to trade on. So yeah, there are fees, but KuCoin's fees are like 0.1%, which is like 5 times less than Coinbase. Yeah, KuCoin fees are basically negligible. But the process that is involved, well, I usually have a trading view up like this, and I like to wait for, usually I can start to identify the dips, like how it's going to work, how it's going to go up, how it's going to go down, how it's going to go up, based on like the order book, of the exchange, like how many people are starting to pile up on the sell. I like KuCoin because it's like a medium liquidity exchange. Like it's not high by any means. Like sometimes you have to watch when you go to market sell, because there might not be liquidity under you. You might lose a few dollars because it's going to go down. So you have to watch. But with Bitcoin, it's not so bad depending on the coin. But because KuCoin has such like low medium-ish liquidity, what I'll do is I'll have Coinbase Pro up at the same time. And Coinbase Pro makes the move because there's far more liquidity, far more people making the orders. So like, let's say Bitcoin's at $10,000 and I bought in at $10,000, and now Bitcoin's at 10,200. And, like KuCoin will be behind. It'll be like $10,180. And then all of a sudden you see Coinbase starting to go down. It might be time to sell, right? I use a mix of RSI. I mean, if it's really maxed out, that's a great time to sell. If it's really low, that's a great time to buy in. Typically, a good 70% of the time, it's pretty accurate. And then you have to sit for a little while and sort of identify it going up, down, up, down, up, down. And sometimes if it's trading sideways, I really like when it's trading sideways, because that's really easy. Because this will go up, this will go down. It depends on when I bought in, when I would want to sell from this. So I'd be watching this close, and I'd have to be looking at the order book and stuff. It's kind of weird. Like, it's hard for me to explain, but I'll just sit there sometimes and I'll be gaming, something like that, or I'll even be like watching the kids, just be at home, and I'll come upstairs and set an order, go downstairs for Bitcoin a few $100s higher than what it is. It sells, it starts to dip, I buy in a few $100s less, $1,000 less, something like that, and then redo it. And it's a little bit every time. It depends on how much you're working with. If you're only working with $1,000, you might only make $20, $30 a trade, but you're gaining more Bitcoin every time you do that, and you're gaining more Tether or whatever, and it's just something to do. You know what I mean? Like it depends. It depends on how much you're working with. Are you working with a lot or a little bit? I don't really like to disclose how much I'm working with. Like I don't think it's ever really a good idea for people to do that, because there's always the $5 hammer hack. You know what I mean? You got videos to watch on my channel? Yeah, I have I've made like nearly 800 cryptocurrency videos. So yeah, a few of them. Fisher transform is a nice indicator. Yeah, and I have a on my YouTube channel, like the main video that you come across as a subscriber, like my main header video is called Day Trading for Bitcoin, like updated for 2021, and it's basically a copy of my 2017 video on it, but significantly updated, like just redid. Because it was a little outdated. Like GDAX is no longer called GDAX, it's called Coinbase Pro. When I made that trading video, there were no limit order fees on GDAX, which was amazing. Oh my God, that was the days. Guys, holy shit. If there's anything to reminisce about, it's no limit fees on Coinbase Pro, on GDAX back in the day. That was amazing. You could buy and sell any amount. It didn't matter. Like if Bitcoin went up $5 and you sold, you made money because there was no fucking fee whatsoever, right? Like normally you wouldn't do that because if Bitcoin only went up a few dollars, that's like 0.00001%, right? You're going to lose more money on the fee than you are from actually selling it. You know what I mean? But like when GDAX was a thing, it could go up $43 and you sell it, and then it goes down 20 and you just buy right in, and then it goes up $40 and you sell. And like it was so easy. It was so easy because you didn't have to worry at all about how much it went up. Like now you have to wait for Bitcoin to go up a few $100s, or the fee is going to eat quite a bit of your profit, you know? So GDAX was fucking sick. GDAX crushed. GDAX crushed the competition. And then they're like, oh, now we got fees. And the fee is 0.5%. So trade on KuCoin. And then when you want to sell it for fiat, like if you're like, okay, I want my money now, I want to buy something, or I want to pay bills, or I want the money, right? So you transfer it from KuCoin to Coinbase Pro, and all of the trading that you did on KuCoin is non-KYC. Nobody knows that you just traded a bunch. All you're doing is just selling, right? All you're doing is just transferring it back to Coinbase and you sell it. So you got to pay a little bit of taxes on what you sold, but you're not paying all the capital gains taxes now from selling, trading, selling, buying, right? Because KuCoin just don't KYC. Just make an account and don't KYC. You can still have 2FA. You can still have an authenticator, etc., on your phone. So it's still secure. Like you still have to have a trading key that you type in. You still have to have a validator on your phone, like a 2FA, you know, or whatever, two-factor authentication. So it's still pretty secure. And KuCoin got hacked a little while ago, but no user lost any money, and KuCoin just recovered it from insurance and stuff. And they're pretty good about it. KuCoin is a fairly solid exchange. It's not the safest exchange in the world, but for trading, it's tight. It's fucking lit. Like the day that KuCoin eliminates non-KYC trading is going to be a grim day. Then the dividend doesn't cost anything unlike a savings account. You can trade on Bybit without fees. And if you're worried about liquidation, you just go in and out of 1x shorts. If you're 1x short, you're basically in dollars, you know? Those GDAX days. Yeah. KuCoin, is that spot market? Yeah, they have margin trading too. I never really margin trade though. Uphold is actually the best. Okay. It just makes me chuckle because I was just earlier in the video I was talking about BAT, how I receive BAT because like I'm BAT certified or whatever. So you know, if you use the Brave browser, you can go to my YouTube channel and you'll see like a, you know, donate Brave to this content creator. And so like on my end, I had to verify my channel and do all this goofy running around a loop. But basically when people do that, if they don't send it directly to my Coinbase, which there's an address in every description of video, like, so if you want to send me BAT, it's in the description of the video, and it's a Coinbase address. It'll go directly to Coinbase. But if you don't, and you just allocate it to me through the Brave browser program, like the content creator program, where you can like allocate 10% to here, 20% to there, yada yada, like your favorite YouTubers or whatever, it goes to the Brave, the Brave reward system, and from there, I have to. The only place I can do it is I have to send it to Uphold. And Uphold is the worst fucking exchange in the world. Like, I don't even know what Uphold is supposed to be. Like, Uphold, if you're watching this video, email me. $100,000 a year for 1 year. That's my contract. $100,000 a year. I sign a contract. I work for you. We'll do, you know, we can do per DM. That's fine too. We'll work it out. Okay. We'll Skype. We'll work it out. I'm going to help you make your exchange better because your exchange fucking sucks. Fuck Uphold. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry for the words. I know sometimes there's kids watching. Sorry for the words. Uphold sucks so bad. What are they doing at Uphold? I don't understand. Like, where is the exchange? What is it? Like, it's terrible. You can't, like, every time I go to Uphold to take my BAT away, like, every time, like, because I get paid BAT, like, every month. Like, it's a little bit. Sometimes it's more or less. Depends on how much people allocate to me. And sometimes I let it pile up for months on end, like if I don't get a lot, you know, or something. And then eventually one day I'll feel spunky and I'll be like, I'll send all my bat, you know. And every time I go to Uphold, I have such and such bat. Like I might say like, oh, you got 100 bat on here. So like when I go to send it, I'm like, how do you send it? And it ends up taking me like 5 or 6 minutes to even figure out how to send it. It's so bad. When do you expect the first US ETF? Dude, I couldn't even remotely tell you that, but I want an ETF bad. I want to see a Bitcoin ETF. I think it might be Grayscale. I think it's going to be Grayscale. Because Grayscale is what they're trying to do is convert their GBTC into just pure BTC with an ETF. The reason why Grayscale doesn't actually trade Bitcoin to their investors is because you have to be an exchange traded fund to do that. So, and they're not. Nobody is in America, in the United States. There's some in Canada, there's Brazil now. So what they have to do is be a derivatives platform. So they hold a bunch of Bitcoin. They have like $40 billion in Bitcoin. But what you're buying when you're one of their investors is GBTC, a Bitcoin derivative. Because they can't sell Satoshis. They can't sell Bitcoin. So at the end of the 6 months, you get it and you can sell it on the open market. They need to be an ETF. And that's why. Like the day that they're an ETF, real actual Bitcoin can get traded back and forth. And it'll be huge. Because again, investors cannot buy Bitcoin. Like let's say you're a portfolio manager. And you have big portfolios for a bunch of people. Right? Like you run a small company, you're a portfolio manager, you have millions of dollars under assets, right? You know, you got old rich Joe Blow who comes in and adds a little bit of money and adds to his mutual stock or his portfolio of bonds, etc. Right? You're like a CPA, you're a portfolio manager, like a legit, you know, investing company. The problem is that you can't, your investors that come in and they say, I want to buy Bitcoin, and you say, okay, I'll buy you Bitcoin. You can't. You don't have a place to buy them Bitcoin. You can't go on to Coinbase and be like, okay, my investor gave me $10,000. He wants Bitcoin, so I'm going to give him Bitcoin. I'm going to buy it. Because now you're custody them. It's not legal. You need a legal outlet for you to get that Bitcoin. And Coinbase isn't that for you. You can't, like, what would you even do? Just leave it on Coinbase and then just give them a fucking password? Do you keep it on a ledger? That's not legal. Like, you can't do that officially. Like, there's a lot of people that probably do. Meet Vestments, for one thing, the greatest German investor in Germany, in the world. But, yeah, you can't. So as an investor, as a portfolio manager, as an investment company, you would have to go, okay, I need an ETF that I can make a portfolio for my investors, right? And then you go to Grayscale. Like, let's say Grayscale becomes an ETF. You go to Grayscale, you're like, look, I got all these portfolios. I got $10 million in assets, right? And like 3 of my investors, they want to buy $1 million in Bitcoin. And so Grayscale will make a portfolio for them that the manager now manages and they can work together on. So there's no legal way for people to do it right now. And that's the problem. So now imagine the entire country and a lot of the world. Now they can do it with the Canadian ETFs and they can do it with the Brazilian one, right? But now imagine that worldwide. There's a lot of 60-year-old, 50-year-old, 70-year-old investors, right? And they don't want to put their money on Coinbase. They have a portfolio manager do it for them. They live in the hills, right? They got a $400,000 home. They're, you know what I mean, or $2 million home. They're rich as hell, multiple cars, and they always have a portfolio manager, right? And they talk to that guy. They don't invest. They invest through the portfolio manager. And these people would buy a shitload of Bitcoin if their portfolio managers and their investment goons, whatever the fuck, could buy them it, but they can't, right? So it leaves it up to those people individually, and they won't. They're not going to. They're too rich to do their own work. They make other people do it for them. Like, no, that's for my accountant. That's for my CPA. That's for my portfolio manager, right? I write him $1 million check, and he makes sure that he gets a great portfolio for me. That's for my accountant. That's for, you know what I mean? They don't do it, and they need that. So imagine that worldwide. We're talking like investment companies, just regular investors that have people. We're talking companies, everything. Like, it would be huge. Like, it would be super huge. The amount of money that would pour into a Bitcoin ETF would be in the billions within weeks. I mean, it'd be billions pouring in. Maybe by the end of the month, $10 billion in assets. I mean, it could be within a year or two, a trillion. The first Bitcoin ETF could be $1 trillion worth of Bitcoin or various crypto assets. I mean, hell, Grayscale is not an ETF. They're a fucking derivatives platform, and they have like $50 billion worth of crypto, right? They're not even an ETF. So imagine when they are. Like, it's just a totally different scale. So yes, an ETF for the crypto world would be unbelievably helpful. Uphold is like usable but true. You're a smart dude. Opinions are good. It's not the underlying asset. Robinhood might be good for hodling BTC, and I don't know about that. A voucher. I don't really want the underlying asset access. I would rather have liquidity, and that's what an ETF is for. And basically, an ETF holds the Bitcoin for you, like custodies the Bitcoin for you, for investors. Like regular people, like retail, like us, we don't buy from an ETF. We can go to Coinbase. We can go to Binance. We can go to whatever, right? And you can buy your Bitcoin. Whereas institutions need something to hold it for them. Anyone like BitTorrent? Yeah, I really don't know what BTT token even is supposed to do. I don't get it. Like, I've used uTorrent and torrents for like 20 years, and I've never had to buy anything. It's just, you just click on a torrent and start downloading it. I have no idea why BitTorrent even needs to be a thing, like the BitTorrent token. The Bitcoin ETF will mark the start of the super cycle and help BTC reach 6 figures. Yes, I agree with that. That's what will get us to 100,000. The amount of institutions that could all just utilize one ETF. Like, investment institutions could all utilize Grayscale. Because they can't now. Because there's nobody to custody the Bitcoin. I mean, Coinbase kind of does for individual rich customers, but it's not quite the same. I think we're on the way down to BTC USDT 28, 29K in the next 24 hours. That's going to be the lowest point. After that, we're going to continue the bull market for 2 months. Trust me or don't, but remember my words. Hey, fair enough. We'll see. Kind of moving up a little bit, but look at the uncertainty here. Like, we just moved up to for $600,000, whatever, and now coming right back down. So we just lost that momentum. Still under the Ichimoku cloud, coming back down under 50 now. So the next candle, unless this one starts dipping like this, that will start to dip this now. But the next candle, the next 15 minute, if it's lower, that's going to start going under 50. The VI is actually looking a little bit. The VI is actually looking a little bit more bullish than the actual candles, Ichimoku and RSI. So that's a little strange. Yeah, the whole ratio of the VI right there is looking a little is beginning to look a little bit bullish. So we'll see, but that got bought right back. That got sold right back down. It just shadowed up, and investors just sold it. Retail has just sold it right back down. So that could have been people. Again, you could have day traded. You could have tried to buy in here. You could have recognized that this was kind of the bottom for a while, and when you buy in there, you could have sold right there. And it's not much of a difference. It's only like like just $1,000 in Bitcoin. But if you have quite a bit, that's a good a little scalpo change. And then you'd have to hope at that point that it goes back down to rebuy in. Hash ribbons have been spot on for Bitcoin in the past. Do you use hash ribbons as an indicator to buy when you get the blue circle buy signal? No, I've never used hash indicators. Dude, for real, GG's on the live stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, guys, if you haven't hit the like button yet, click the like button. I know there's only 42 people watching and there's 67 likes, but I'm sure some of you haven't. Click the like button. Bring it on up. We are in the redistribution phase from Wyckoff hitting phase C, hence the lowest point of the whole phase. Yeah, I mean, we're basically at the same point. Another thing, too, is like we're basically at the same point that Tesla said that they were going to accept Bitcoin for their cars. It was something like this, like $36,000 or $38,000 Bitcoin, somewhere around here. I think we're a little bit lower, but basically around this area. And when Tesla said that they would accept Bitcoin for cars, it wasn't much longer after that we went to 63,000. And then the Wombo combo that we had, so we were at like nearly high, and we were starting to decline a little bit, which I think was just a natural decline, just, you know, always kind of happens to like 50,000. And then Elon Musk said that they are not going to be accepting Bitcoin for their cars now because of the environmental impact of it. And so then we just dipped right back down even more. And then the Wombo combo was the Chinese mining FUD, which brought us down to 30,000. So we got hit by double FUD. 1 a.m. where you are. Wyckoff is a self-fulfilling prophecy by now. Maybe. Kind of the stock to flow model too is a little bit, you know, it's not quite accurate. Hey, Karen, what's up? BTC could be harvest loss for corporations. I don't think this is fair. I'm the only whack-off expert here. Yeah, that's true. The Marines taught you well. Taught you whack-off. We are in a hypo wave, bros. That's the end of the debate. Yeah. No more debate. I guess we're done. We're done with the debate then. He called it. Let's see. Let's check cryptocurrency Reddit here real fast. Get away from that chart. I got to take a union break here real quick for like 2 minutes. 2 or 3 minutes. I'll check a couple of these, see if there's anything fun to come back to. But yeah, my union breaks only take about 2 to 3 minutes. I put on my sponsorship ad, and I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes. So when that happens, yeah, I Cyber, I got it, man. I sent you, just appreciated 60 cents. Nice. Oh man, dude, I promise I'm not gonna spend it all in one place. That 60 cents. It's fucking sick, man. Where does this hyper wave end? Yeah, these are good questions to ask. Blue line crossing from the pink bottom to top is good. Yeah, with the vortex indicator, that's, yeah. Since there's like no button on Twitch, I'll hit follow. Oh yeah, there's just the follow, right? Yeah. I believe in the flippening. Yeah, you know what? It would not surprise me if in the future Ethereum flipped Bitcoin. It would be a little, I guess it would be a little bit. Like, it'd be like, whoa, you know, like, holy shit, it's like really going to happen, you know, but I think it's the only coin that could. I think it's the only coin that could. Ethereum. I mean, just face it. Like, first of all, Ethereum's insanely undervalued. I say this basically like every live stream, but Ethereum is insanely undervalued. If you can make Binance coin on the Ethereum blockchain and have it have billions of dollars in market cap, or you can make all these billion-dollar tokens randomly for like $50 in Ethereum, that's insanely undervalued, right? I know, like, the more value would be in the programming itself of making the token or the contract or the dApp, yada yada, but for like $50 in Ethereum to solidify a contract or a token on the Ethereum blockchain, that's incredibly undervalued. You could potentially get millions of dollars for your token or billions of dollars of market cap on the token. That's insanely undervalued. And then Like everything is run on a ETH. The whole crypto world is ETH. If ETH disappeared right now, the whole cryptocurrency system would be deader than hell. We would be left with basically just Bitcoin, which is great, but we'd be basically left with just Bitcoin. I mean, like 90% of tokens that you've ever bought, ever used, ever sent is Ethereum. 90% plus smart contracts that you've ever interacted with, Ethereum. 90% of the DeFi platforms out there, Ethereum. Everything. Anything you can think of in the crypto world, aside from Bitcoin, is likely to be Ethereum. All contracts, dApps, games, DeFis, tokens, everything. Everything. It's all on Ethereum. It's insanely undervalued. Everything rides on Ethereum, and people bash it for its high fees and shit, and they're trying to work on it as fast as they can, I guess. Who knows what's going to happen with it, but it's no wonder. Everything is running on Ethereum. Everything. Like every token. So, you know, it makes sense, right? Like Ethereum should be way higher in price. Way higher. ETH ratio right now is 18. That's pretty high. Like if Ethereum was 10,000, I think it would just be barely where it should be. It should cost anybody who wants to make a valuable smart contract, dApp, DeFi platform, token on the Ethereum blockchain, it should cost you minimum like $1,000 worth of Ethereum. Like 0.1 Ethereum should be about $1,000. That's how much it should cost you. It at least, especially considering like these major corporations can make Ethereum contracts or tokens. I mean, Binance did. Binance Coin used to be on the Ethereum blockchain, right? And Binance Coin has billions of dollars of market cap. So they started off on Ethereum, riding it. For like $50 on Ethereum, it should have cost them as a company tens of thousands of dollars in order to make that token. And they would still be in so much profit from that tens of thousands of dollars would have been nothing. Nothing for a corporation or a big exchange like Binance. That's nothing. They make billions. They make hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Maybe $1 billion in profit a year. Binance does. So to spend tens of thousands of dollars on Ethereum in order to solidify a contract, which is the token itself, to facilitate their exchange, that's nothing for them. You know, and if it costs you tens of thousands of dollars to make a contract on Ethereum for a corporation like that, then Ethereum would have to be unbelievable tens of thousands of dollars. Been 3 hours, Sotko. I'm taking a break. Hey, see you later, man. Don't worry about it. The bad thing about the ADA army is that they're the only tribe that just has the mission to FUD their competition. Yeah, they're not the only ones. And it's not so bad. Like the FUD from ADA to Ethereum isn't too bad. I've seen worse. But yeah, right now it's a Cardano horde. Yeah, for sure. I've noticed that in my videos too. If I make a video where like, you know, with the word Cardano first, like if I make a video that says like, you know, Cardano just underwent an upgrade, like this upgrade helps Cardano, like, right, like a Cardano focused video, it'll get disproportionately more subscribers. Like for that video, I might get like 30 subscribers, which is pretty good for my channel, right? Out of the 1,200 people that watched it, like 30 subscribers for that video, that's pretty good. You know what I mean? But like if I make a video like, you know, Elon Musk talks about Dogecoin, or like just some other news video, and it's good news just the same, but it doesn't have Cardano in the title, 4 subscribers. It's like if I make Cardano content, it's disproportionately higher. Like if I renamed my live stream right now to Cardano news, there'd be 30 more people would pour in here in the next hour. There'd be like 70. We'd be back to like 70 people. maybe even 80 or 90. MrSotko, why is Ethereum so complicated? I don't think it's particularly complicated. I suppose, like, if you get down into the code, you know, and you don't understand it quite so much, it would be. But what's complicated to you about it? I suppose that's the better question. I think the better question would be to come at me with, like, I have a specific question about Ethereum. And I wouldn't consider myself an Ethereum expert, but I've been there, done that, you know. So, like, it's not my first rodeo. So I can explain to you best I can about, like, whatever question you have for Ethereum. Because, like, if you think it's complicated, I get it. That's fine. Like, if you haven't done a lot of research about anything, it's complicated. I mean, like, a big turbo engine to me is relatively complicated if I haven't done a lot of research about something. I don't know. You know what I mean? But, like, yeah, just ask a specific question, and been there, done that for sure. Everyone vacuum seal their hot dog when he goes for a wave. Get it. I mean, all the gas fees layer two solution. I mean, all. Oh my god! Like, I can't sit here and tell you everything about Ethereum. Hey, you know what? Let me take a union break. I'm actually past my union break, and, like, my union overlords for streaming are, like, texting me nonstop. You got to take a break. It's illegal to stream more than such an hours without taking your union break, your union sanctioned break. Looks like the wick off wave. Oh man, we got that wick off wave. If J.R. Riggs was here, he'd be fighting you on that, because he's the best jack offer, the whack offer. Anyway, hey, I'll explain Ethereum to you when I get back. It'll be like 2 or 3 minutes. Gonna put on the old sponsor screen. I'll tell you what, if you want to ask another question specific about Ethereum, I'll come back. I'll read your question. I'll talk about Ethereum for you. I'll try to cover up anything that you find confusing. I'll be right back. Enjoy the sponsor screen. Alrighty, I hope you guys really enjoyed that incredible sponsor screen. Thank you for all my sponsors, including Helmets Mayonnaise, Bag Balm, Crypto.com, Taco Bell. Thank you. Appreciate you all. Okay. Back to Ethereum. So, well, I mean, it depends on your knowledge of Ethereum, from the start. But basically, Ethereum is just a coin. However, Ethereum you're able to actually program to Ethereum. Hello, Jolly Goat. How are you guys? I appreciate you. I just got back. But somebody wanted to know about Ethereum. So Ethereum, it's a smart contract coin. So what you can do is you can write directly to the blockchain and you can make your own contract. And that contract can consist of anything. The contract is just basically a big vague word. So a contract could be Sotko coin. I made Sotko coin. I made a video like 3 years ago. It's called how to easily make your own ERC20 token. And so ERC20 is it's just the tokens. There's different ERCs and they have different they have different functionality, but basically you can make a token on the Ethereum blockchain. So a token rides on a different blockchain. So it's a coin in itself. So I made Sotko coin during a video to show everybody how you can make your own coin on the Ethereum blockchain. That coin consists of 1 million Sotko coin. It has 8 decimals. So just like Bitcoin, you could send just a Satoshi of Sotko coin. I never actually traded it or anything. It's just I have 1 million sitting in a wallet. It's worth nothing. It was just for the show. When you go to actually solidify the contract on the Ethereum blockchain to physically make Sotko coin, it costs you Ethereum. And that Ethereum is the gas. So gas is just the Ethereum that you pay as a fee. They call it gas. They call it gwai. So there's a gwai amount that you have to pay in order to send a transaction or create a contract on the Ethereum blockchain. So miners are mining the ETH hash with their GPUs. There's some ASICs now, but mostly GPUs. And every block is just like Bitcoin. It solves an algorithm. It goes through an algorithm, and if it's the correct hash rate, then all of the nodes agree and they push it forward. But during that block time, say I send Ethereum to you, you create a contract. This guy creates another contract. This guy sends it to you. And in that period of time between the miners creating a block and the next block, a bunch of transactions get sifted into that. There's sort of a cache that they sit in. And then the miners are the ones that will prioritize those transactions and put them in a block and send it through once they solve the block. So it's up to the miners to choose which transactions go through first. Now, since there's really no bias, the only bias of which transactions go through is how much of a fee you paid. And you can do this with Bitcoin too. You can choose to pay only 1 Satoshi when you're sending Bitcoin to somebody else through 2 wallets. You can choose. Now, when you're on an exchange and you send from one exchange to another, the exchange chooses the fee for you. You don't get to do that on exchanges. But if you have a Bitcoin wallet or an Ethereum wallet, you can choose to send a fee. Now, if you just send 1 Satoshi on Bitcoin, your transaction is going to be a while. It's going to be like an hour. If you send a bunch of money as the fee, your transaction is going to get through in that next block in like 10 minutes. Same thing with Ethereum, except they just call it gas. And so if you pay a big Ethereum fee, you're getting through right now. In fact, like when you have MetaMask installed on your browser and you can put Ethereum tokens in it and such, MrSotko, but many crypto projects have no gas fee, faster or more scalable than Ethereum. Yeah, okay, well, I'm kind of getting to layer 2. So I'm just explaining Ethereum first. So all these, everything is a contract. So Uniswap is a contract. Sotko coin is a contract. Binance coin at one time was a contract. It's just a contract made as a token. CryptoKitties is a contract, right? An NFT is a contract. It just has its own key. So with layer 2 solutions, so no Ethereum project can operate without gas. You have to have gas. So there really aren't any crypto Ethereum direct on the blockchain without gas, because everything has to have gas in order to pay the miners in order to push the block forward. However, there are these layer 2 solutions which people are relying on coming that keep getting denied and denied. There are some current layer 2 solutions that work pretty well. It depends on if the contract accepts that layer 2 solution and implements that layer 2 solution into the contract. So there was one called, what was that one that was supposed to come out April 15th? It was called, I don't remember what it was called offhand. It was a layer 2. Meet might know. What was that one that was supposed to come out April 15th? I can't remember what they're called. Anyway, so it was a layer 2 solution that had a really great idea, and there's a bunch of them. A lot of them haven't been implemented yet. And so Uniswap was going to accept that layer 2 solution. So they have to essentially make a new Uniswap, because once you make a contract, it's unchangeable. Optimism, yeah, optimistic rollups was the solution. That's what it was called. And so you can make an Ethereum contract 2 ways. One way is that it's completely unchangeable, like even by the developer. So like once you set it that it's unchangeable, that they don't have any access to it, nobody does, and it's just going to operate and just keep on going. That's what Ethereum does. It's just like an online computer that is going to continue your contract regardless without you. It doesn't matter. Nobody needs to be at the helm. It's just going to go boop, 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 using algorithms, using however you programmed it to go through. So Uniswap is a DeFi platform to swap coins back and forth. That's basically all it is. The website is a facade. So the website that you go to, Uniswap, and you see the coins and the logos, that's a facade. It's just all on the blockchain. It's just that's what you interact with the blockchain with. It's what helps you interact with it. In the same way that Windows is a facade, and when I click on a button, it's not clicking on any button. It's just using programming to query something else on my hard drive. You know, like it's really just a facade. Like it's all numbers and digits going on in the background. But so that's Uniswap. And so a layer 2 solution, they have to add that layer 2 solution, and the layer 2 solution is going to receive the information first, and you're going to say, okay, like you open one channel first, and when you open that one channel, you can pour a whole lot of data through it for a small fee. And that's kind of like Lightning Network. Lightning Network is essentially the same thing as these layer 2 solutions that are coming out. So you're opening up a channel, and then that channel is saying, okay, in the future, we're going to transfer this, like have all of this information, and we're going to do this later, right? So every action that you take on that contract, on that layer 2 solution, is going to that layer 2 solution first, and it's queuing up a bunch of different things. It's saying, okay, like I'm just going to put this all on here, and that's totally off the blockchain. And then later on, we're going to run those transactions through, but we're going to run them through in such a way that we have compressed the data or something like that in such a way that it's now less data than it was before, because it's like batching. Like banks do this. So you run your Visa card at the gas station, and it queries your bank, and it says, this person wants to pump $20 of gas. So your bank says, okay, he's worth it. We're gonna credit away $20 from this bank account, and we're gonna send it to Citgo or whatever gas station you just did, right? But they don't do it right away. They just sort of credit it. And that's why it says on your bank, like pending pending transaction, pending incoming, pending outgoing, right? And at the end of the day, they send them all at once. Instead of doing it one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. It's like a wheelbarrow. Why pick up all the bricks one at a time and bring them over somewhere and then drop them and then take all the time to walk all the way back and pick up a brick and then all the way back? Why not just pick up all the bricks, put them in a wheelbarrow, and then take them all at once? That's basically what Layers 2 solution is doing. And so same way with Lightning Network for Bitcoin, you're queuing up a bunch of transactions outside of the network and then closing and opening a channel. So you're still interacting with the blockchain. There's still some fees involved with that. There's going to be fees because to interact with it in any way. Let me give you a different example too that's very bad, like very bad. So DeFi platforms where they suffer greatly is obviously the transactions per second and the fees, but where they suffer greatly is that transactions per second. So if you've ever noticed, Uniswap and various other exchanges rarely ever have an order book. There's no order book. So you have no idea how many people have an order queued below you so that you can sell to. It just says the slippage is 20%. You don't know what that means. Is it going to be 20% or is it up to 20%? With an exchange, you can look at the order book. And if you say, if I sell $1 million in Bitcoin right now, I can see that everybody's going to buy it and there's going to be very little slippage because I can see all of the orders. But with a DeFi exchange, if all of those orders were showing, those would all be transactions on the blockchain. That's not possible. That's so many transactions per second. Another problem with DeFi is that, like, let's say I want to make a limit order on DeFi, on Uniswap or 1inch or something like that. Because normally all the orders are just market buys. You just market buy it, whatever slippage, fuck you, like just eat the slippage, right? Just market buy, market sell. But what if I want to put a limit order? Well, first of all, let's say I want to sell Ethereum at $3,000. So I put in the limit order, $3,000, and I want to sell all my Ethereum at $3,000, and I click go. Well, that's a transaction on the blockchain. I had to tell the blockchain that I want to set my future order at $3,000 Ethereum. That was a fee. That's a fee because I had to interact with the blockchain just to tell it that. But with a centralized exchange, I'm just telling the central server to put that order up. That doesn't cost anything. That's nothing. It's just I'm sending some bits across the line and boom, done. But with Ethereum, I had to write to the chain and say, I want this, and it's literally on the chain now. And then when that order executes, it depends on how it executes too. Does it get fully executed? Like, does somebody come along and want to buy all of my Ethereum at $3,000 all at once? All right, that's fine. That's only one transaction. Just send all my Ethereum to them. But what if somebody comes along and let's say I have one Ethereum at $3,000 I want to sell, and they only want to buy $1,500 worth of Ethereum. So they hit the market buy button at $1,500 and they buy $1,500 of it. That's a transaction. Now, like it's only half of it. So now more transactions have to go in order to eat away the rest of that order. So that's a problem on swaps. So that's why they want to use layer 2 solutions. So you could put up a limit order off of the chain. And then when it happens, queue the chain once, not a bunch of people doing it. You could queue up a bunch of people buying the chain, and then you could do a batch transaction out to people. Instead of one transaction because this person bought $100, one transaction because this one bought $100 5 minutes later. 5 minutes later, when another person buys $100, that's a transaction. Fees. Instead, take a layer 2 solution. I tell the layer 2 solution, I want to sell my Ethereum at $3,000. It remembers that. It's like, yep, I'm smart. And at $3,000, it will queue up a bunch of people to buy it or just one person to buy it. Then later batch it and send it. So it significantly reduces fees. I cannot even buy coins on Uniswap because of the gas fees. Yeah, you're not the only one. This is what I've been talking about for a long time. This is why Ethereum needs layer 2 solutions. This is why Ethereum needs sharding and eventually the proof of stake. Although proof of stake versus proof of work, it doesn't really matter as long as they had sharding, but they're going proof of stake. So like whatever. Proof of stake works better with sharding because basically what everybody's doing is making 32eth nodes, and you make a bunch of them, and everybody can run multiple nodes if you want, 32, 32, 32, 32 in my house, like if you want, right? And they're all over the place, and they're in little sections. So staking is better for all those individual little sections, because if all of those little individual sections were mining on their own shard of the blockchain, that could be easily exploited. That could easily be exploited. So proof of stake, not so much, if everybody has their own little sharded areas of the blockchain. So that's why they're going proof of stake. So I take it back. It does work superior with proof of stake if you want to do sharding. Because otherwise I could see that you could easily... why are developers not shifting to other and better blockchains? Well, first of all, what better blockchain? You could say EOS. What about EOS? That's a smart contract platform. Well, EOS is pretty shit. Problem about EOS is, again, too, like the different coins have accept different levels of programming and stuff too. Ethereum is typically the best, but EOS is a DPoS system. It's easily exploited. It's not very secure. 21 different node operators could all get together and mafia their way through the system if they really wanted to. It's not so good. Tron is a pretty shit coin. So there are smart contracts on Tron for sure. A lot of them are gambling games and stuff like that. Ethereum Classic is an utter shit coin. The blockchain gets 51% attacked all the time. So putting your contract on Ethereum Classic is very risky because somebody could roll the chain back. Somebody could alter the chain real bad if you 51% attacked it long enough. You could really fuck it up. So there's all your hard work. There's all your money gone. So it's not that easy. Cardano doesn't quite have the capability yet. They did undergo a big upgrade that I can't remember what it did, but it didn't do enough because there's not contracts and tokens just yet. They added some preliminary stuff. And eventually you're going to get the tokens and smart contracts on Cardano, and there will be people making it. But for the most part, Ethereum is the big game, and you make it. So for the most part, contract creators aren't concerned about fees. Like that's not their problem. Like once you make CryptoKitties, it's not your problem. You know what I mean? If people are paying a lot of money to transfer your CryptoKitties around, like this is not. But for Uniswap, it kind of is because they do accept fees from people and make money, and they really want it better. So they're looking to implement layer 2 solutions when they find the proper one that they want, depending on how it operates. So yeah, that's Ethereum for you. God, we were on that for a while. Jolly Z Goat, Gravitonium, thanks for following me on Twitch. Super Game Dude, DK on YouTube, Ivanus Prime. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Yeah, so I linked this earlier, but I don't think I actually said anything about it. I'm sorry, I'm going to end up linking it again here. I apologize. But that's my Twitch. I am also live on Twitch, simultaneously on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. If you guys have a Twitch and you prefer Twitch, click on that. Give me a follow on Twitch. Sometimes I game exclusively on my Twitch. I haven't in a little while, but I'm planning on doing it like when I get enough followers, and like I'll game exclusively on Twitch so I don't sort of interrupt my YouTube audience. However, when I am gaming, you can still come and chat about crypto. Like 50% of the time that I'm gaming, and I end up talking about crypto anyway, as people pour in and end up asking about questions about crypto and stuff like that. But yeah, so give me a follow on Twitch as well if you happen to use it. Somebody on Twitch says, "Isn't it Ethereum just a better version of the stock market?" I could see how you put that. I get it. Yeah, kinda. I mean, it's sort of like a platform to make your tokens on to sell the tokens. So I get how it's kind of like the stock market. I think the stock market is still a better platform because it's like sort of like a centralized. Well, there's lots of different servers and yada. It's a pretty complicated thing, but it's pretty centralized and it's very fast. So for high frequency bot trading and countries buying and selling right now, they with the stock market, it needs to be centralized, because if you're trading like if you're like a currency trader, you need to know the exact price of the currency that you're trading right now. Like, it has to be right now. And like, that innovation came along in the 80s, like with the big computers. In the 70s, not so much. Like, that was just starting. And then in the 70s, botting started to occur, but like 80s is where it really took off, when computers were much more available in offices and whatnot. Then they were able to get their prices right off the bat. So that's the advantage of the centralized system, is it's much faster, and you're able to get the exact price right now and sell it right now at the exact price. I would imagine the stock market was quite chaotic before computers, like back in the 20s or something. Like, I want to buy at this price right now, but it came in on a ticker machine. So by the time you bought it, maybe it wasn't $20.21. Maybe it was $20.19. And so like, there would probably be these different discrepancies once in a while, just because everybody's buying it all over the place. And like, they'd have these ticker tapes in the 20s, and it would just print this big long list of abbreviations and numbers after it, like of how much stocks are. And so you'd have to wait for yours. And by then, who knows? Like, I mean, if it's really pumping, is it $1 more? Is it $1 less? So is it a better version? Decentralization is good, but better. That's arguable. That's really arguable. I think it's an alternative version of the stock market. Kind of. I would describe Ethereum more as like a decentralized internet computer. And you can put a contract on there to make the computer do something, like to make something do something, without anybody trusting it, just the mathematics behind it, or however you programmed it to do it autonomously, without anybody, as long as there's just people mining and moving the network forward. So it's kind of like a decentralized programmable internet computer. And people just happen to make a lot of gambling games and Ponzi schemes out of it. You guys remember like proof of weak hands? There was like proof of weak hands 1, 2, and then proof of weak hands 3D. And I remember I came across proof of weak hands 3, and I made a video bashing it, and there were so many people attacking me for it in the comments, because I was like, this is just a fucking Ponzi scheme. And I also made the point when I was talking about proof of weak hands 3 is that it was the third variant, right? And because people in the comments were like, you don't get it. This is a smart contract. You can't fake this, right? It's not a scam if you can read the code. And I was like, first of all, you don't know that I know what a smart contract is. Am I the world's most expert on smart contracts? I am not, but I know what a smart contract is. First of all, this is the third iteration of this smart contract. The first two were drained of Ethereum because it was a smart contract that wasn't written well. So just because it's a smart contract doesn't mean it's a scam or that it's broken. That doesn't mean anything. Nothing, right? And so I was like, this is the third iteration. This is a Ponzi scheme. All this is a Ponzi scheme. People are like, it's a smart contract. Like, I know, but it's a Ponzi scheme. Like, why would anybody buy into this? Like, if you're too late to this thing, obviously you're not going to. And then that affects the person behind you, and them, and then. Like, eventually nobody's going to keep buying into this. That's not how it works, But yeah, there was a lot of those back in the day. I haven't seen too many of those lately. That was a thing like 2 years ago. There was just all kinds of Ponzi smart contracts for Ethereum. It was just always a new proof of weak hands and proof of Trevon James and all this stuff. Why is it taking so long for Ethereum to come up with solutions? Oh, man, I got a lot of comments. Try Cheap Swap. Charles is a greedy, shady genius. Sunday Swap was supposedly the first DEX on Cardano. is supposedly the first DEX on Cardano. Sunday swap. That's going to be nice. We'll have to see what tokens, because, I mean, they're going to need, well, I suppose you could do it without, but they're going to need a bunch of tokens on Cardano for that to be really good. And the biggest problem about ADA without Charles, it's done. Vitalik may leave without Eth dying. I agree with that. Somehow ADA is super centralized around Charles. I also agree with that. Without Charles, ADA is nothing, and that's not good, right? That's definitely a con. Why is it taking so long for Ethereum to come up with solutions? Well, first of all, Ethereum development is very slow, but it's for a good reason, because any wrong move that you change could I mean, it could undo the whole thing. Like if there was one exploit, you have to go through the code a billion times. You have to let people try to hack the code, like, right? You have to test it for so long and try to like put bounties for people to hack the code and see if they can break it and stuff. Because if Ethereum was hackable in any way, billions of dollars would be lost. I mean, we're talking. You could lose almost the whole value of the market cap. It could be hundreds of billions of dollars lost, and people selling and stealing and everything. Like, it could be really bad. So it has to be perfect. There is no other choice. There's no option. It must be. Ooh, what are we at? We're kind of bouncing back. This could be just another dead cat bounce, though. Like, if it's not as high as this one, that's not good. Like, if this starts to go down before this. Not good. You can see that it always kind of bounces up, and you'd be like, oh, it's coming back up, and like, oh no, oh, it's coming back up, oh, so let's wait on that one. But the Vortex is looking pretty good though. Yeah, so it has to be, and it's pretty notoriously slow. I'm sure there's a lot of reasons for testing and all that stuff. Also, with changes to blockchains, it's kind of difficult because like everybody has to agree on that change. Like everybody has to mutually agree on the change. And that's really hard to do. Like with Bitcoin, if you want to add an upgrade to Bitcoin, like currently the upgrade is called Taproot for Bitcoin. And all of the major mining pools, all the major mining pools have to agree. And what they do is they sign a little transaction that shows that they agree. And basically that gives a green light to that mining pool. But like basically all the major mining pools have to agree to this change. Otherwise, it just can't go through. Just can't. Because if some people are running these nodes and other people are running these upgraded nodes, then you got two Bitcoins. That's not good. We want everybody to change all at once or as fast as possible. And that's the same way with Ethereum too, is that, Ethereum could be like, hey, we want this change. And they put it on GitHub and everybody should download the new Ethereum wallet and the new node and miner and whatnot. And where everything will be good. Right. But like, what if people don't? You know what I mean? Like then you've just messed up. Then you've just messed up a ton of your user base. Now like 20% of people just upgraded. The other 80% are on a totally different chain now. So it's hard. You have to fork the chain, hard fork it. So now this chain stops. And if people keep mining that old chain, it's going to keep going. It should stop there, and everybody should change and jump up to a different chain. But if a bunch of people keep mining on the old one, it's just going to keep going. And like, so then everybody has to eventually hop off and go to the real one. So in cryptocurrency, there have been a few problems over time where people don't know if they're on the real chain or not. Bitcoin SV had that a few times. Is it because the hash rate grew so fast because of the hash rate wars when it came out in the end of 2019, I think. And that's when Bitcoin went back down to like $3,200 because of those hash wars, because Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin SV and the groups, Bitmain and stuff, were selling their Bitcoin for money to fund the hash rate war. And because Bitcoin SV's hash rate increased so quickly, it ended up creating a ton of different chains. And so it all had to get routed back to one chain a bunch of times. Like there's a lot of problems that can occur with blockchain. It's wacky. What about Binance Smart Chain? That's like the same thing as ETH, kind of. They use oh god, what are their tokens called? BSC 20, like, or something. Like they're basically this. It's basically a copy of Ethereum, but Binance runs the nodes, so it's much faster and much lower fees. And you can put Binance Smart Chain compatible contracts on it. So you can make Binance Smart Chain tokens, and it just basically gets accepted onto it. The con of Binance Smart Chain is that it's incredibly centralized. The pro of it is that let's say I make a token on the Binance Smart Chain, and it gets put on Pancake Swap or something like that, like one of the major like Binance Smart Chain DeFi or whatever. And let's say it's a big scam, so people pump it, and then I just sell it all, and I ruin everybody, like some big gigantic exit scam or rug pull, some big scam. The good thing about Binance Smart Chain is that they can just roll the chain back and be like, okay, like everybody sold all their BNB for Sotko's scam token, so we're just gonna roll the chain back and give everybody back their BNB and just completely remove Sotko's scam coin. So that's a pro. It's not good. Ethereum did that once. That's why we have Ethereum Classic. 21 million coins, 20%. Nickel. How do 8 billion humans share it? Well, it can be divided into 8 digits. Maria. You don't just trade one Bitcoin. Like, you don't have to just go out and buy one Bitcoin. Like, Bitcoin right now is $36,000. But Bitcoin is broken up into 8 digits. So you can have 0.000001 Bitcoin, which is called a Satoshi. Or you can have a half of a Bitcoin, which is going to be 0.5 Bitcoin. Or you could have a tenth of a Bitcoin, 0.1. Or you could have you could have a hundredth of a Bitcoin, 0.01 Bitcoin, and it's still worth 0.01 Bitcoin would be what, $360. 0.1 Bitcoin would be about $3,600 worth of Bitcoin. You can have partial amounts of Bitcoin in the same way that you can have partial amounts of a dollar. I can have 2 quarters and 6 pennies. So yes, the whole world could easily. I mean, the amount of Satoshis in 21, it's basically 21 million with 8 digits before that. So the amount of Satoshis that can be in existence is a very large number. Can we expect Bitcoin to change from downtrend to uptrend by August? It depends. I mean, there's usually a reasonable midsummer run, but I don't see the good news coming just yet. I think Bitcoin's taking kind of a bad rap in terms of its global energy usage. It's not looking good. It's not a good look for companies, especially since Elon Musk stopped accepting it because of the environmental damage of Bitcoin, which is not as bad as some things for sure. But because it's in the spotlight, it's focused on in the same way that COVID is in the spotlight, yet heart disease is like the leading cause of death in the United States. Like, we should be focusing on the pandemic of heart disease instead of a common cold, basically. You know what I mean? Like if it's in the spotlight, it's focused on, regardless if it's the worst danger or not. Do you think Bitcoin will drop tomorrow? Again, hard to say, man. We're kind of going up right now. This isn't too bad. I mean, as long as we stay over 50 RSI in general, it's bullish. Like, as long as it's above, like this little line right here is 50 RSI, and you can see as long as it's below 50 RSI, it's just not good. It's just not looking good. It's always down. See, it's below 50. In general, it's bearish. There's a couple points where it pops up, but for the most part, if it's always above 50, it's always going to be rising. And there'll be points where it still goes down, but as long as the majority of this line of Bitcoin over time is above 50 RSI, almost always bullish. And moving up. Depends. I mean, it still fluctuates, but VI is looking really good. That ratio is looking sick. 1.2 to 0.76 in terms of buyers and sellers. So yeah, but it's getting driven back sometimes. You can see here candling back down pretty hard, but it's looking a little bit bullish. So by August, yeah, maybe. It depends. I mean, we'll have to see. I think I worry about the end of the year when it comes to the stock and crypto prices, because Joe Biden wants to put in one of the like stimulus packages or whatever updates. He wants 40% capital gains tax. Right now in the United States, it's about 20%. So he wants to make it retroactive back to April. So if you had ever sold anything back to April, most people are probably not going to agree with that in terms of Congress, Senate, whatnot. So basically, that 40% capital gains tax, in my opinion, would likely start if it does, like if it goes through, like it's like, oh, it's voted on, boom, it's law, right? It would likely start in 2022. So like the beginning of the new fiscal year. And at the end of this year, what would you do? You have a bunch of stock, you have a bunch of crypto, whatever, you have assets that you want to sell, and you're going to have to pay capital gains. Would you rather sell them now at 20% capital gains, or would you rather sell them later at 40% capital gains? I think I know the answer to that. Probably going to be the first one, right? And with that said, everybody's going to do that. So at the end of this year, if that goes through and the 40% capital gains begins in 2022, everybody and their mother is going to sell everything they got in terms of stock, crypto. We're going to see a dumping. If that happens, there's a high chance we're going to see an unbelievable dumping, because it's going to fall 30 or 40%, maybe 50, who knows? And then at the beginning of the new year, you pay your taxes and you just use all your money to buy it back up, because there's no capital gains when you buy it, right? So might as well sell it up here at 20% and then might as well rebuy it down here for nothing. You see what I mean? Like, you guys get what I'm saying there? Like, if this 40% capital gains tax goes through, people are going to sell at the end of the year because it's likely going to start at the beginning of the fiscal year, 2022. So like, so yeah, everybody's going to sell. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous concept to even ask the question. Are you going to sell at 20% or 40%? Like, I would sell it to 20%. Like, yeah. And so the market is going to, like, everybody's going to do that. Like, strategically going to do that. Like, even if you're like, I'm at a slight loss here, but I'm going to pick it up like 40% cheaper. Like, I might as well do it now. And then get, and then pick it up 40% cheaper like a month later. So there'll be quite the dumping, in my opinion, if that goes through. If that goes through and it begins 2022, that's absolutely gonna dump the market. It's gonna be savage. That's what I would do if I ran a big company, you know, or something, had a bunch of stock. It's just, we're just sell this now. Like fuck those capital gains. Let's sell it now. Everybody else is, and then we're just gonna pick it up in a few weeks, like when it's like 30% lower. Let me pull it back up. Oh man, I got caught behind a little bit. Sorry if I'm missing like anybody's. There's quite a bit of chat going on. I try to get everybody, but yeah. So no offense, like, trust me, like, I see you all. Interesting. So how long can BTC last if the rest are gone? Okay, that wasn't for me. Can we check the John? Do you think Bitcoin will drop tomorrow? It depends. It depends on the end of this day. We have to see the end of the day first. On a macro, none of this matters since Ethereum is Doge with applications. They're both limitless, so a single fork could change Ethereum to work, but would devalue it. So that much would be seen. Yeah, I mean, I think Ethereum one day is going to be $10,000 or $20,000. That might be 10 years in the future. That might be 5 years in the future. I don't know. But I think it's going to be $10,000 or $20,000. Once corporations really start to realize that they can just make smart contracts on this for pretty cheap, they're going to be buying a lot of Ethereum to make contracts and stuff. Once Ethereum has transaction rates in the thousands or tens of thousands per second, Vitalik says it could be upwards in the millions. But I don't know about that. I think that's a little wishful thinking, but thousands or tens of thousands TPS per second, if once they get this really cooking, yeah, you'll be able to do anything on it. You'll be able to run games and stuff, like real games and stuff on it, real contracts, like real big apps, interactive shit. What's your price point for Bitcoin tomorrow? Again, it's going to be depends on the end of the day. This is a little wacky right now because like we were going down, we're coming back up. We're above the Ichimoku cloud right now, but that doesn't really mean too much, right? Like because it just breached it, so it could easily just come back right down. RSI is going nuts. So look at the VI right now, 1.24 to 0.76. That ratio is getting really high. RSI is now like 62. That's not too bad. So it's looking bullish right now. In 2 hours, it could change. So it like long term is really tough. What about DOT? Oh, Polkadot. I don't think Polkadot would ever take it over Gravitonium. Polkadot is kind of like the dollar discount version of F 2.0. Like F 2.0 isn't out yet, but if it was, it would blow Polkadot out of the water. And Polkadot's transaction rate is pretty shit. It tries to use sharding and stuff, I believe. It's kind of like I like to consider it like if you go to the dollar store, like a discount store, and you see like Kraft macaroni and cheese and then like dollar store version macaroni and cheese, and the dollar store version of macaroni and cheese is only like 20 cents cheaper, but you know it's going to taste like cardboard, so you might as well pay that 20 cents for the cheesiest, you know what I mean? Like you might as well get the good stuff in that case, and that's F. So I don't care for Polkadot that much. It's meh in my eyes. I mean, to other people, great. I mean, it's going up in price, it's pretty popular, but meh for me. That's my opinion. Sorry. Yeah, decentralized computer able to run programs, statements. Another person asked me about, what do you prefer to trade against, BTC or USD? USD, sorry. That boggled my mind for a second there. Yes, always USD. I hate trading against Satoshis. Trading against Satoshis sucks. Like F to BTC, I hate that. Like, 0.0003, and then now you're going to get this. I hate trading in Satoshis. I like trading to US dollar or Tether or USDC, either one. So I have an exact value, 900, made a trade. Now I have 950, right? Instead of like, now I have more Satoshis, but I'm like, it's 45 Satoshi, okay, 200 Satoshis. I made, what is that, $20. I hate that. Like, I just want, just give me US dollar. Any opinion on ICP, the internet computer? Yeah, I didn't do any research on it. No, somebody asked me that earlier, and I really didn't do any research on it. Like, it just poofed into existence on the top of CoinMarketCap, and like Coinbase immediately picked it up and just poof into existence. It's just, whoop, I'm number 10, and it came out. So I'm assuming it's pretty useful. It seems like obviously it had a big price point right off the bat, and it must have had I think what this had is just it must have been sold at a very high price to begin with, like in the IPO or something. I'm not sure anything about this, like how it was distributed, but the circulating supply right off the bat is probably why. They had a large circulating supply, 469 million. Yeah, 469 million at over $600 a coin immediately put it to the top of. So they distributed a lot of coins right away instead of like going up. So total supply is 400. Okay, no, this is a circulating supply. So 124 million right away. Sorry. Been at this for a little while. 600. Yeah, so that's a big cap to put those all out there right at once. But I didn't do much research on it. I haven't. I should. I just like, I read it over. Alongside Bitcoin, a blockchain computer that scales smart contract computation and data, runs them at web speed, processes and stores data efficiently, and provides powerful software frameworks to developers. Making this possible, the internet computer enables a complete reimagination of software, providing a revolutionary new way to build tokenized internet services, pan-industry platforms, decentralized financial systems. Okay, I just wonder what the cons of this are. I wonder what the bad side of this are. Like, if they have incredibly high transaction rates, it could be a little bit centralized, and that could be considered bad. But yeah, I'd have to do more research than just read this. So I apologize on that, but I don't have much of an opinion on it. I see that it clearly came out with a high circulating supply with a high price, and that's just going to immediately rocket it to the top. So if this doesn't perform well, it's gonna dump fast, and it kind of already has been. I mean, maybe it's dumping a little bit because the whole market kind of is dumping lately in the past, but yeah, it's fallen quick. So it just has such a high circulating supply right off the bat. Binance version solves the process point for investors, but it's centralized, so it's company over government, but not to people to people. Yeah, it does make an easy way for people to put tokens onto a blockchain. BSC pretty much accepts anything. BSC is kind of like Netflix. They like if you pitch Netflix like anything, like they'll just accept it. Like, yeah, we'll run with that. Like, what about a dog who's like psychic and like he like can solve crimes and stuff? Or like run it, write the script fast. Like Netflix puts out anything, and that's kind of like Binance. They're just like anything you want to put on Binance Smart Chain. They're just like, oh yeah, that's fine. You could say the same thing with Uniswap too, but I just mean that like that's an obvious, right? It's just like because like Binance Smart Chain is centralized, but they still like accept like pretty much anything. Like there's so many scams on there, and they've had to roll it back so many times. MrSotko, do crypto prices depend only on what U.S. and Chinese government stance on crypto? That's a deep question. That's yeah, that's a U.S. like the longest possible questions. That like the way I would have to answer them is like, oh my god, U.S. incredible questions. Don't get me wrong, but like for me to answer that is actually kind of a long question. I'll get right back to it. Random or what are the cons of BlockFi? Well, if you're getting loans from BlockFi, you're you can get liquidated. Like if you get a loan at $2,000 Ethereum and then Ethereum dips to like $500 and totally crashes, like your whole loan could get recalled, like totally liquidated. With loans. With the interest rate, that's really not guaranteed forever. There's no doubt about that. Like all the interest rates are super high right now to get people into the system, into investing. Interest rates can be high when there's few investors, but the more people that start investing, the lower the interest rate really has to be. It's kind of like banks. Like there's so many people, everybody has a bank. So if the interest rates were ridiculously high, like the inflation of money would be like outrageous. So yeah, and I suppose the interest rate is about how many people are getting loans. Another bad thing about high interest rates, like BlockFi for putting your Bitcoin or Tether on or whatever and getting like 8% or 10% or something. The problem with that is if they're paying you 10% for you to put your liquidity on there, right? Because BlockFi needs you, right? It needs your liquidity in ETH. They need you to bring their ETH, and they're like, okay, we need you to bring us ETH. We'll give you 8% APR. So you go, okay, so you bring it to them, throw it in the pile. And then another person comes along and says, I want a $200,000 Ethereum loan, right? So they have to put some Ethereum in the pile and get a loan proportionate to how much money they put on there. And then they say, okay, we'll give you a whole bunch more ETH for that. We'll give you $200,000 in it, and you have a bit of collateral, etc. And but your interest rate in paying that back is going to be more than the interest rate that I get for providing the liquidity. I get like 8% interest, but you're going to have to pay a loan that's 12% interest. So the higher the interest rate that you're getting for providing liquidity or for the savings account, that's going to affect the people getting loans because they make that money from the interest rate that they're charging people in loans and then giving it back to you and keeping some of the profit. So that means that the interest rate on loans is going to have to be kind of outrageous unless you pay it off quick or the price goes way up. Can you rewatch this stream? Yeah, you can also pull the stream back as well. You can it's like it's like a DVR recording. Like you don't have to be live right now. You can click the little red live button and it'll just automatically pull you to the front, or you can like scroll it back. But yeah, it'll be on my channel later. It's mostly a lot of talking and talking about Bitcoin and the current market and stuff. So a lot has been said. So those are some cons. I mean, it's really centralized too. Like, what if they get shut down? Do they give you your loans back? I don't know. Like, like the interest rates are variable. So you might think to yourself, okay, I'm going to get 10% APY for my ETH for a year. So you calculate that out. You're like, this is how much I'm going to get. Nice, right? While I'm hodling too. So I'm getting money and I'm hodling. That's a pro. But maybe by the end of the year, they have so much Ethereum, they lowered it down to 3%. 3 months later. So you didn't get 10%. The majority of the year, you got 3%, right? So it's so variable. It's only good for a little while. Do crypto prices depend on what a U.S. and Chinese government stance on crypto? Okay, so a little bit. To be totally fair, yes, a little bit, because in 2017, it was about September, we were at $4,900 Bitcoin, nearly 5,000. I remember it clearly. Like, I was so excited that we were about to hit 5,000 for the very first time. Then all of a sudden, news came out that China banned cryptocurrency exchanges. They didn't ban the transactions or mining or having it. They banned exchanges. That's why Binance is now in Malta and has been for years. Binance is in Malta, not China. And so that FUD for the next 2 weeks brought Bitcoin down to like $3,200. So it was nearly a 50% decrease in the price of Bitcoin because of some FUD, because of some bad news. Now, the bad news comes out about that they're chasing miners out of the country, basically. That's bad news, and you can see it in the price of Bitcoin. Along with the Elon Musk thing, it was sort of a wombo combo. This was the Elon Musk thing, basically, and then this is the China FUD. Like, well, no, maybe Elon Musk is in there too. But yeah, so what is it? September 2017. Yeah, let's dive in. Let's actually take a look. You'll probably be able to see the exact date. You'll know what I'm talking about. September. Yep, look, $4,900, and then $3,600. But this is just the average because this is coin market cap. So on some exchanges, it was shadowing way lower than this, like to like 3,200. This is when they banned exchanges. This is what happens, right here. Just from China news. Right, and it did go up the rest of the year. Of course, it died after that, but now it's not going to affect it very long. So we might be able to just extrapolate this to what we're in now. We're in this China FUD right now, and look at the price; it's all damaged, but it's going to come back up just like it did in 2017 from the FUD. People will move and set up their miners somewhere else if that's what they're really doing in China. It's hard to understand China because a lot of their news is fake. A lot of their news is lost in translation. Some of it's real, some of it's fake, some of it's propaganda, some of it's FUD, fake FUD, just to lower the prices of stuff. That's literally happened before. ICP is integrating with ETH. It could do good. Oh yeah, that could be. Any thoughts on the current BTC growth in the last hour? It's looking good. I just mentioned that we've just barely passed the Ichimoku cloud, which anything under this is bearish. Like if it was going to be bearish, it would keep traveling under the cloud. And whenever it's bullish, even for short periods of time, it travels above the cloud, and it's kind of an indicator. We can even see here that the future indicator of the cloud is starting to, like, if the green goes up above the red, it's very bullish for the future. So the Ichimoku cloud is like one of the only indicators that like tries to guess the future price. I suppose like all indicators in some way, you know what I mean, like are trying to guess the future price. Like I realize it sounded a little ridiculous, but it that's what its claim is that you can see this cloud go out further. So it uses like the algorithm of the Ichimoku cloud basically uses all this data previously, all this data to basically extrapolate the data forward. And that's what it tries to do. And it's really the only one that shows you it visually. And so it's coming up, but I find it not particularly accurate. I wouldn't rely on the future image of the Ichimoku cloud to really do too good of TA. Maybe some people swear by it, but yeah, because this could easily just go whoop and it will just show a different future, right? It'll just correct itself and be like, well, I wasn't wrong. Look, I'm showing you something different, so But the RSI is nice as long as we're above 50 RSI. As long as we remain above there, it's slightly bullish, and we might not shoot up to 60,000, but it's not bad, right? So anything below 50 RSI, like look at the price, basically just bearish for quite a while, significantly under, basically starting right here, significantly under 50 RSI. And you can just tell it's going to be bearish, it's going to be bearish, it's going to be bearish, almost. And then we're in an and we'll see. Because maybe in 2 hours we'll be like, almost, right? Because this was an look, it's looking good. And then you're like, almost. But you don't know that till later. The Vortex indicator is looking pretty good too. It's actually kind of coming back a little bit now, but so is the RSI. So we'll have to see. It's really struggling to like maintain above this at 36 right here. Like 36 is like the sell resistance zone, and then like 30,000 is the buy. Like if you pull it back a little bit, let's go back like yesterday or 2 days ago, I think. It nearly got to 30,000. This is actually 30,000 exactly. This line goes down to the shadow. So you could tell that there was a lot of buy orders at exactly 30,000. Like a bunch of people put buy limit orders at exactly 30,000, like so many that it literally stopped a several $1,000 drop in Bitcoin. That's how many. How many is it? I don't know. It stopped a several $1,000 decrease in Bitcoin exactly at 30,000. So there must be a lot of buy orders down there. So I think that's a positive. That's a positive defense in my opinion. So that's pretty good. But what's it going to be in the next few hours? It's hard to say. It's really uncertain right now. Hello, who knows when Bitcoin is going back to 40K? No, I don't. No one knows for sure, but the weekend, it should be easier to figure out what happened. Thanks for the in-depth answer, because I was trying to figure out how come it's happening now. Yeah, so the thing is, man, let me just, I'm the most real crypto YouTuber like in the world. I'll tell you like the truth. You know what I mean? Like you ain't gonna get no bullshit from me. Nobody knows. Some people, okay, first of all, let me say that some people are better at TA than others, for sure. Some people are better at it than others, but nobody knows what the exact price is going to be in a few hours or when Bitcoin is going to be back at 30,000. Like if somebody was like, yeah, it looks like by this TA, it's going to be 3 hours. I'm going to be like, I don't know about that one. And if you did guess that, then you're going to be like, look at me, I am the best at TA. But I'm just going to say you guessed that because nobody knows what the future price is going to be. Nobody. If you did, see, here's the thing about TA is that it's subjective. Nobody is accurate exactly. Some people are slightly more accurate than others, but it cannot be accurate exactly because nobody knows that Elon Musk is going to go, we're not accepting Bitcoin anymore, and then it drops down $10,000. Nobody knows that all of a sudden China is just going to stop letting anybody mine Bitcoin just out of the blue. Hey, today we've decided that we're going to shut down all the miners and tell people to basically get out. So that's going to affect the price. And it's going to be a negative impact on the price, right? TA isn't going to let you know that. That's why I do a lot of news on my channel. If TA was an accurate science, then it would be able to be quantified as an exact mathematical science. And then if that was possible, in order to know every movement of the price, there would be no market. It wouldn't exist. Couldn't exist. So it's a paradox. You cannot be 100% accurate with TA or the market wouldn't exist. It's a paradox. It's like the difference between, it's like the immovable object is struck by the, unstoppable force. Well, first of all, that's a paradox. There's no such thing as either one. So maybe a bad example, but a paradox can't exist. You know what I mean? And so if everybody could quantify, like if there was just like, you could just do some math and everybody could do that in the world, then everybody would know the price in 10 minutes from now and nobody would want to sell and nobody would want to buy because they're like, well, I know I'm going to get screwed if I sell right now. If the price is going to go up $10 from now, I'm not going to sell now. So the market would come to a halt and nobody would sell and nobody would ever buy. Because then you would know the future price. Like, and if it went up $10, everybody would buy, but nobody would want to sell because they would know the future price would be higher or lower. Like it just can't be done. Because to somebody has to lose every time a little bit. You just have to win the majority of time. Surya Tapa, I don't know if I said that correctly, but thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Yeah, guys, if you like the show, I do this usually once on the weekends. I'm gonna be moving in a month, so this might actually be a little bit rare for a couple months, but I gotta move to a different place, different city. Well, a different town, rather, out of the city, I suppose. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for the next quite a while. But I make daily videos. If anybody's new to the channel, I basically make, as often as I can, the news. I select the best news that's going to change the market, that's going to be good for the market, up or down. Sometimes funny news. Sometimes I rip on scams and show you guys interesting things. Sometimes channel bots like to spam my channel with scams like, why don't you check out the RD14 algorithm? All right, I'll check that out and I'll make a video about it, but it's not going to be the review you want because it's a scam. So I find that very funny. I also do these sort of TA/news, I guess. I like to look through all the news and see what's going on. But give me a subscribe on YouTube. I'd appreciate it. I also have a Twitch. I don't know if you guys prefer Twitch. Most people don't. But I'm live on Twitch at the same time, so I'm also run live over there as well. Give me a like on the video. That helps push the video up. Makes more people watch. Come on in. Name pronunciations are always 100%. Always. That's another thing about the channel, too. When I'm reading the news, all the Indian, Chinese, and goofy names out there, and I don't mean to, that's not a thing, I just mean that goofy to me, that I can't pronounce. I pronounce 100% correct every time. If you don't think I pronounce it 100% correct every time, then all you have to do is slow the video down to 0.5 speed and watch it again. Cheap Eth, please, MrSotko. Cheap Eth. Is Cheap Eth listed? Cheap Eth. Market data untracked. Oh no. What about CoinGecko? I'm going to want to track that Cheap Eth. Everybody keeps spamming it to me. No Cheap Eth. Nothing's tracked. Fail. I actually prefer Twitch. Black Morden, hey, thank you. Coming on over. Yeah, I do both. My Twitch presence is not quite as large as YouTube in general, but I appreciate whatever platform you want to watch on. Sometimes I stream games like exclusively on Twitch, so I don't like interrupt my usual audience. But sometimes I just get lazy and I do both either way. Do you think the bull run is over? I know. I don't think so. I think we just got fudded with two bad newses in a row. Two bad things of news in a row. First, we had Elon Musk saying that Tesla was no longer going to accept Bitcoin. And, I really don't think that should have a big impact on the price. I don't think people were buying Bitcoin up to 60,000 to then spend it on a Tesla. I think that's just the way the world works, is that you hear good news and you just buy it. You buy the news. Buy the rumor, sell the news usually, but in this case it was buy the news. And so it was actually around this price when Tesla actually accepted Bitcoin for cars. It was like 36 to 38,000 if I'm not mistaken. Like when he did that, I might have to look at the like the article and check the date of like when that actually happened, but I believe it was around this time. And that kind of brought us up to 60,000, not immediately, but it was kind of the catalyst to bring it up. Then he announced that they wouldn't be accepting it. Hey, good night, man. Have a good one. He announced that, and then after that, China, there was this FUD from China. I don't know if you guys know it or not. It's on my channel as videos, so you can check it out if you want for a little bit more in detail. But basically, China is trying to ban cryptocurrency miners And they're also trying to ban like big investment groups from investing into crypto mining companies and funds, and to make all put together a few $1,000,000 to have a big warehouse filled with ASICs. They're trying to get rid of that. So several of the miners are actually packing up and leaving China for North America. So that was big FUD news. And it really savaged the price. So it was basically like a double whammy of FUDdy news that brought us down. So either, like it kind of seems to me like we've almost corrected back to where we were before the Elon Musk news, before Tesla accepted Bitcoin. Sorry, wow, TBC out soon. Yeah, it sure is. What, Tuesday? Yeah, June 1st. It's playing the pre-patch a little bit, DK. Pre-patch classic. It's kind of boring though. I mean, like I PvP'd for a little bit of gear, but for the most part, like there's nobody really doing anything because everybody's just waiting for nobody really cares about gear and like getting anything new. Would love to hear your thoughts on Monero. Yeah, I'll give you that in a second. Send me Dogecoin, Dogefather. Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe one day UNICEF will get into the crypto YouTubing business and we'll be able to send out Dogecoin to everybody. But until then, got MrSotko. I'll tell you what you can do, though. You can use your Twitch Prime to subscribe on Twitch. It's too easy. Sorry. Yeah. 1 second here. I got a couple others. I don't think the run is over either. Yeah, I think it's just FUD for now. We'll have to see. You can analyze. Again, the one big thing I'm worried about is Joe Biden raising the capital gains tax to 40%, which will likely take an effect in 2022. So everybody at the end of this year, if that happens, will sell all their stocks in cryptocurrency because they want to pay the 20% rate instead of the 40% rate. That's going to dump the market. I mean, the stock market and the crypto market by 30-40%. It's going to rock markets. And then everybody's just going to pick it back up when it's 30 or 40% in the next year. So at the end of this year, I'm expecting bear. I'm expecting losses. And at the beginning of next year, when people realize the bottom, everything's going to go back up. If you get what I'm saying there. So that's what I'm worried about. I'm concerned that there's going to be a savage market decrease because 20% to 40% is no joke for capital gains. Double, like 100% increase in the taxes that you pay on capital gains. So what are you going to do? Like it's likely going to take effect in the new year, 2022. So any smart investor, and this is going to be worldwide, like or at least particularly America-wide, which is like the biggest stock market in the world, like by far. Everybody's going to sell because why sell at 40% when you can sell at 20% right at the end of the year? Because the new tax starts at tomorrow, right? So why not sell today and then pick it back up? Because everybody knows they're going to sell. Everybody knows this, right? Everybody's just going to be like, well, we're all selling. So everyone's just desperately selling. It's going to tank the market because other people are going to go, okay, I know everybody's going to sell. So I'm going to put my sell order way down here. So the market is going to be thin at the top for buy orders. The buy orders at the top of the stock market are going to be thin. Why would you want to buy now? Like, why would you buy just $20 under? No. I want to buy $200 under, right? So it's going to tank it because there's not going to be thick buy orders at the top. It's not going to be competitive buy orders at the top. It's going to be thin. So it's just going to tank 30, 40, 50%. And then in the new year, just pick it up far cheaper because there's no capital gains on buying something. You just have to start over. Everybody's waiting on CheapS to take off. What is CheapS price? I can't even track it on CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap. I know, everybody's waiting. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Oh, the old lady, she is in Dallas, Texas for 3 weeks. So I got the kids at the grandparents for a couple nights off, I go back and pick them up, and I figured it was a rainy day, so I figured I'd start a nice long stream, talk to everybody, answer some questions, check out some funny news. Although I haven't got to news much. There's been so many people in the chat for once. Like I think I was at like almost 80 or 90 people watching. That was pretty awesome. I really appreciate that. And a whole bunch of subscribers too. So thank you guys. If you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe. I would appreciate it. I do a lot of news. I'm kind of an underground crypto guy, but I'm so honest that it's almost detrimental to my own channel. But I'll tell you the truth. Would you mind saying the names of those two indicators you have? This is the vortex indicator and the RSI, the relative strength index. So you could type in like, VI, vortex indicator, and just type in REL. I usually just type in REL. It's relative strength index. So the relative strength index, when it's above 70, you can see that's how it's above 70 right here. It typically means it's going to dump when it comes back down. You can see at the highest point there was this one. This one might have juked you a little bit. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes it jukes you. But over 70 there, it's going to dump. But this happened to come back above 70 at a higher point. But even if you had sold there above 70, see how like the pink goes away at 70? It would have been a pretty good place. Let's see what the top there was. 39,500. Now, let's look at the bottom over here. That's a good time to buy. It's so low, it's such a good time to buy. Now, you might have got juked out by this one, so let's go with that one. So you would have bought back in at 36,000. So not the greatest. You got to make sure that it's really bottoming out, but the lower the RSI, the better. This means that it's in the oversold territory. Under the pink is oversold territory, or over the pink. That sounds like it could be a potential. That's what she said or something. But over the pink, now it's funny. It's in the overbought territory, and under it's in the oversold territory. And you can see there's a high correlation, particularly when it's above and below. So inside, it's less useful. Like inside this whole category here, like in between 30 and 70, it's less useful. However, what it is useful for is sort of a long-term trend. Like 50 here is the middle. And if it's below 50 at all, like just hovering below 50 down here, just you can see just on average it's below 50 somewhere, just not necessarily 30 or 40, but just below 50. You can see that it's bearish. You can see that this whole price decrease started about when it went below 50 RSI. And everything since has been down, and it's below 50 RSI here. So RSI it's pretty useful. I mean, everybody has their indicators that they like. I mean, some people have them all peppered up. Some people like more. Some people like less. So I have the Ichimoku. So I have three. I have the relative strength index, the vortex indicator. I changed this to candles. I always put this on 15-minute. I like the 15-minute chart the best. And I have the Ichimoku cloud, which is like, you can just type in Ichi, I think. Yeah, Ichimoku cloud. So the Ichimoku cloud is, it's a little complicated, but for the most part, there's like a future trail above here, but you can see this cloud, and it'll be green and red. And that's what the cloud is. So if we take away the Ichimoku cloud, this whole like red and green thing that kind of goes through here, it goes away. And whenever the candles are above the cloud, it's bullish for as long as they're above the cloud in general. And when they're below the cloud, it's bearish. And so you can see when it's above the cloud, you know, we showed a big green cloud, and as it dipped below, it sort of transitioned into a red cloud as the green dipped below the red. And the Ichimoku cloud is the only indicator. Well, there might be more. There's like hundreds of them. It's one of the only. It's one of the only indicators that attempts to show you a visual future for the coin. And you can see here now it's showing just a few minutes ago, maybe 15, 30 minutes ago, it showed this as bullish. This green was flipped. So it looked like it was going to continue going up. But it changed now. It's starting to realize that sell orders are starting to change a little bit. The sentiment is starting to change. And now it's showing red. It's showing a pretty big dip here. So it's showing that in the future, it's probably going to dip. However, I've never found this particularly accurate. Some people probably swear by it. I like the Ichimoku cloud in general, but I wouldn't really swear by this on the end. Because we just showed that it was bullish. It was green before this, like this was sort of inverted, something more like looking like this, but in the future afterwards. And but now we can see that we did have a pump. We kind of moved up, but it's now showing as like, no, I've changed my mind. It looks like it's going to dip from here. Which kind of makes sense because the RSI did go pretty high, and this ratio here was pretty high. So we'll have to see. But it sort of helps you in the now. But for the future, it's one of the only ones that shows you a visual future indicator. But it's take it with a grain of salt. Would you mind saying that? Okay, yeah, I got that one. I actually did buy at 36K. That's not bad. I mean, considering that Bitcoin was at 63,000, and you know, if you feel if like you're a trader, that's not too bad of a position to be in. I mean, if it goes up just a couple more thousand, that's an easy selling opportunity. But if it continues to go up, like I'm not telling you to sell because like you could sell and it could continue to go up, but you do you. But that's not too bad. That's not too bad of a position. I mean, some people are probably in at 60,000. You know what I mean? They still have the Bitcoin, so that's a pretty good point to be in compared to some people. Moving on to Twitch. Hold on a sec for YouTube. Does capital gains tax mean I should park all my fiat in stablecoin and wait to scoop up as much as I can during the dip? I don't think that's coming till like the end of the year. So that's not set in stone. So when I talk about that capital gains increase, that is just what Biden is talking about. It is not a law yet. And when I say that it's likely going to be at the end of the year, when they vote for this, Biden wants to make the capital gains tax increase retroactive to April. Like, so 1 month back if you had sold stuff. So like even more taxes, right? The problem with that is that it's sort of changing the rules in the middle of the game. And it's unlikely that a lot of senators and House of Representatives are going to vote for that specifically because it's really retroactively taxing somebody. And that's not really a good idea. People aren't going to like that at all. So if they do pass it, 40% capital gains, it's likely, in my opinion, that it makes most sense to me to be like, okay, let's just start it in 2022. So like we'll keep the same amount of taxes in 2021, and then once the new year rolls around, we can get it rolling to 40% if that's what you're gonna do. So at the end of this year, it's pretty obvious that like if that was going to happen at the beginning of the new year, you would sell everything you have. Because everybody's going to do that because you're only going to pay 20% capital gains. And we're talking like the big hedge funds, big institutions, right? That really have to pay a shitload in taxes because they trade billions of dollars, right? So 20% to 40% is billions of dollars. So of course they're going to sell now. And that's going to make the market probably drop. I mean, for sure, like if everybody's doing that. And then they're probably just going to rebuy a month later or 2 months later when the price is super low. That's what I fear is going to happen at the end of this year. And that's going to affect the whole world, even just America's capital gains. You better bet your ass. It doesn't matter if you're in Germany or England or Australia. It doesn't matter where you're from. The US stock market dominates the whole planet, and it's going to lower everything. And then crypto is going to follow it too. It's going to affect the whole planet. The whole planet. There's no doubt about it. I don't mean to like prop the U.S. up on a stick, but U.S.'s stock market absolutely obliterates like pretty much every single other country off the charts in terms of how much is traded daily and over the year. And yeah, it's gonna be a big dip. What are your thoughts on Monero? Oh, I apologize. I like Monero's okay. The only problem I have with Monero is that it's hard to get it on exchanges because a lot of the KYC modern exchanges like Coinbase, etc., don't want anything to do with it because it's very hard to track. So you know what I mean? And like those big exchanges are very government regulated and they're very compliant. And to have a token that cannot be tracked and you have 1 million users all trading this token that's very difficult to track, is not a good look, and the government's probably not going to like it. So that's why Monero is not listed on numerous exchanges. So that's its only problem. But I feel like it's the best privacy coin for sure. In some ways, it's not like the most private privacy coin, but overall it's the best because it's just like private by default. Whereas like Zcash, you can use Z and T transactions. And the problem is if somebody used some T transactions, then you have this traceability to some degree. Even if you're sending like Z to T, then that kind of opens up like what just happened. So Zcash is a little bit interesting in that it's more private, but just the fact that it's not private by default kind of makes it less private. It's weird, like the mechanics of it. Yeah, I like how the developer changes the algorithm to drop all the botnet hash rate and drop all the ASIC hash rate when that all happened. I like how they changed the algorithm from time to time. They're really on the ball with that in terms of like changing it when they suspect too much of a botnet. So yeah, Monero is great. It's just hard to use it. That's its use case is what it's really meant for. We all know what it's meant for, like private transactions. Whatever that means to you, that's what it's for. But it's really not for like buying a graphics card offline or like trading on an exchange, and like on some exchanges anyway. It's I don't know. It is what it is. I really don't trade Monero or use Monero much at all. Like it's something I've rarely ever touched over the years. Cheapest price is not important. What it does. If ETH is undervalued, wait to see what happens with cheap ETH. Sounds interesting. Check out cheapeth.org for more info. That's Meat Vestments you're talking to right there, Capreem. I don't know if you knew that or not. Do you know who that is? Oh God, a Meep is Meep from Meat Vestments, the greatest German cryptocurrency investment firm on earth. Unbelievable. The money that goes in and out of Meat Vestments would melt your face right off. Thanks, dude. Appreciating your insights on all things crypto. Yeah. Oh yeah. Finally, someone comparing this to 2017, 2018, other than Ryan Mata. Not a lot of people want to make that comparison, huh? Do you like more choppy markets like now, where every trade goes against retailers, or when the trend is strong and everyone make money? Oh, well, a good trend strong is really good to make money. However, I like a sideways market. I like waiting a few days. Like when there's a lot of movement, like let's say we start heading up towards 60,000 again, like we start going up and up and up. Well, you don't want to trade during that because like, let's say it goes up to 40,000 and you're like, okay, I think it's going to dip back into the 30s again. So you sell, but you wake up and it's at 45,000. Well, now you got to buy back in and continue riding it up all the way to 60. And you actually, by trading, you costed yourself more money. Right? Like you could have just rode it from 36,000 to 60,000, but instead what you did is rode it from 36 to 40, sold, made some money, and then woke up and it was $45,000. So now you just missed $5,000 worth of the ride, and then you ride it up again. You know what I mean? So you can cost yourself money in a bull market. You can cost yourself money in a bull market by selling too early, and the price keeps going in. You go, oh fuck it, I'll just buy back in. Well, now you bought back in less Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Because you had $1,000, but then you just bought $1,000 of it slightly higher, so now you have less. after you sold it. So I like a sideways market. You wait a few days and you just let it go do sideways. Like it's like there's a bit of uncertainty. Like nobody's really buying enough to push it up. Like for example, a good trading period for Bitcoin would be like when it goes back up to 60,000. Who knows? Maybe it'll burst right through it this time. But let's pull the timer back when it was at 60,000. Right, it went up to like 63 and then down to 58 and then back to 60 and then up to 61 and then back down to 58. Like it was all wacky. Like it was all wild and wild and wacky, like double W's, you know? And but that's really predictable, right? Like after a couple days of it just riding in the same period of a few $1,000s around 60,000, it's pretty predictable. You start to realize, okay, as soon as this goes over 60,000, you can start to see that the orders start sputtering out on the exchange. You can start to see the orders getting smaller and smaller. And I have Coinbase Pro app. I'm trading on KuCoin, but I have Coinbase Pro up on a different monitor, and it's showing me that it's already starting to dip. So KuCoin is now going to start dipping. So I'm getting out of there. And you just keep doing that. You know, you can get caught out. Don't get me wrong. It's not as easy as it's not as easy as it's said, you know? But yeah, I like a sideways market because when it's bullish, just hold on. Just, you know, I wouldn't trade. You can still make more money if you happen to catch the dips and bounce as it goes up, but you have to sell more every time. Like $37 and then buy in at 35 and now set a sell order for $39 because you know it's going to go higher because you're kind of in this bullish. So it's going to go higher the next time. And then, 39, now it dips to 37. Okay, now I'm going to put the next order for like $42. So it goes up to 42 and then dips back to 39. You know what I mean? So in a bullish market, you kind of have to do these staggering sells if you want to make the most out of it. But the easiest way is to just hodl through that. It's a sideways market where you make easy trades, in my opinion. It's going to dip very hard any moment. Yeah, it's looking pretty uncertain. Yeah, look, it's starting to get less. Yeah, RSI is coming down a little bit. I see VI says it's totally different though. This indicator down here is showing that there's going to be some bullish, but I think this is wrong at the moment. RSI is just kind of going flat at the moment. It's the next candle, or if this candle goes down, we'll start to see a. But yeah, like I always like to look at trading too. Like when I take a look at it, I say, okay, the next crest, is it going to get higher than the previous one? Like what we really want out of this is to be higher than this. 36,507. And this just got up to like 36,400, like just barely under it. We want this crest to be bigger than the previous one. Otherwise, you keep getting this descending crest. Like, look, like, see what I mean? Like this went up and then back down, which is natural, right? And then this one wasn't quite as high. This is the top of the crest here. It wasn't as high as this one. So it's this descending staircase when you see like a bearish run. And you'll notice that it'll start getting better once it's an ascending. When it's like this is in reverse. Like if we were going this way, you'd be like, okay, this is bullish because this crest is higher than this one's higher than this one. Look, this is now higher than this. It's like now we're looking bullish. But when it's the opposite way, it's looking. I don't know. Like it doesn't really mean much. Like I can't quantify that, you know, into an indicator. But this is something I've noticed over a long time, is that it's really likely that the price is going to go down in the next 30, 48 hour, because I use 15-minute candles. So each one of these is 15 minutes. So it's going to be a while. So this is like 15, 30, hour and a half, you know, hour and a half into the future. It's going to be down below. And if this one is lower and if the next one is lower, we can see that the next high is only going to be, you know, 36,000. So we're on our way back down to 30, but I think there's a lot of resistance. I think there's going to be a lot of buyers, a lot of buyers. Like this one was May 21st. What's the day today? 28th. So yeah, this was like 7 days ago, and you can see that this is actually 30,000 exactly. You see this little shadow that reached all the way down here. So this is 30,000, and it was God, like 40,000. So basically, somebody had to have sold $1 billion in Bitcoin because it brought it all the way down. And they sold so much that it brought it down to 30,000. But there were so many buyers at exactly $30,000 because people like to put their orders in these, like psychologically pleasing numbers like 30,000, 40,000, 10,000, 1,000, 2,000. They really love it. 2,100, 2,200. Like these individual, it pleases the brain. And so there's a lot of, that tells me there's a lot of buy orders down here, a lot of buy orders down there too. So hopefully it's enough to, if we do dip further tonight, and even further on, I guess to essentially, to keep us from going below 30 until something comes along and saves us. And what I mean by that is like good news, like Tesla accepting Bitcoin, like something like that, like some kind of good news needs to come along. And that's what we really rode up to 60,000. We rode up to 60,000 on excellent news. That's all it was. And so I've been doing crypto news for years, for nearly 4 years. I know that the market without good news is totally stagnant and shitty. Like 2018, there was no news. Like I struggled to get news for my channel like every day. Like it was hard to make daily videos. There was just nothing. It was all FUD every single day. Like it was the market is lower. These coins capitulated. Like these developers exit scammed. Like it was all FUD. There was nothing good. And I kept saying to the viewers, like one day when the good news comes along, we're gonna start going into the bull run. Like this crypto runs on news. I promise you. We were at 10,000 and then PayPal started accepting Bitcoin. Hugest news in cryptocurrency in a long time. We went to like 20,000 fast. Then around there, MicroStrategy started to buy a lot of Bitcoin. They were buying like that $1 billion in Bitcoin at a time, like really pumping it up, like hundreds of millions. They started buying billions, pumping it up. And at that time, Grayscale was getting insanely popular because all the outside investors seen, okay, look, these people went from 10,000 to 20,000. They doubled their investment within like a month. So all the institutional investors poured into Grayscale. Grayscale starts buying billions of dollars of Bitcoin at a time. Right now, they're probably 40 or 50 billion dollars in Bitcoin. They have like 100,000 Bitcoin or something like that. It's something insane, like how much Bitcoin Grayscale has. It's billions upon billions of dollars. Or they have some absurd amount of Bitcoin. So that kept us going and going and going. And then like the GameStop thing happened. And that really encouraged, I think, a lot of people to also come into crypto. So that was big news for investing, period, for the average person. I think it really helped like Robinhood, mostly like the Robinhood app, but it did help crypto as well. As if you downloaded Robinhood, you could also buy crypto on it as well. Fake crypto, but crypto. Then like Tesla started to get into Bitcoin. Other companies started to buy Bitcoin, and that brought us to 63,000. So if Tesla takes itself out of the picture and these companies start taking themselves out of the picture from buying mass amounts of Bitcoin because of this FUD that's going around about Bitcoin's environmental impact. So Michael Saylor and Elon Musk make this Bitcoin council, mining council, etc. There's articles everywhere talking about its environmental impact. Tesla no longer receives Bitcoin because of its environmental impact. We start going down. The good news ran out. The good news ran out. We need the good news again to get this back up. What else is gonna bring it back up? We need good news. That's it. It happens. This happens. We ran out of good news for a little while. I don't want to see the USA want to. I don't see how the USA want to regulate a worldwide market. I didn't say they wanted to regulate the worldwide market. I just meant that if you're referring to me talking about the capital gains, it's if the US starts selling off stocks and crypto and everything like that to avoid the 40% capital gains, it's going to affect the whole world. So it's not. Like, it's not something you're going to get away from just because you're in a different country. I mean, if the U.S. started selling off stock, like, And I'm not talking about just like the retail investor. I'm talking about like the institutions, right? That have like billions of dollars of stock and trade like $100 billion worth of volume a day and stuff like that. Like these institutional level, like, and start selling off crypto and stock and stuff like that. And start shorting because they're going to sell at the end of the year before the 40% capital gains. It's going to affect the whole world. It's going to bring down crypto prices, stock prices. It's going to affect the whole world, like everybody's investment. It's just the U.S. stock market is larger than probably the top 10 other. I don't know. Like I could probably like Google it. It's probably disproportionately larger than any other country in the world. That's why I say, like, if Bitcoin ETF existed in the United States, like if the SEC finally approves a Bitcoin ETF, like Grayscale can transition into an ETF, Bitcoin, yeah, $100,000. 100,000. That is what the world needs. If you want $100,000 Bitcoin, you also want, by proxy, a United States Bitcoin ETF. Yes, you do. In my opinion. I mean, I'll be damned if it had the opposite effect, but we've all been wrong before. But that's what the world needs, because institutional investors are not allowed to buy and make portfolios for people like with Coinbase. That's not how it works. They need an institution regulated, exchange traded fund so they can make portfolios for their investors, like institutional level portfolios. Like you can't just go to institutional firm and be like, hey, can you guys make me a Coinbase account? That's like, hey, can you guys hold on to my crypto for me? Like, no, like just go make your own account. Like, so institutional investors need an ETF. It's like how it works. Thank you, man. I got what you said. From what I understand, you like more sideways, where after a couple of days you can plot the high and low range. Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, you want to watch out though, because if there's a at the same time you want to watch out. And here's why. Like if you see a trend and it occurs for like 3 days straight, the fourth day or the fifth day, it's gone, right? Because everybody else discovered the trend. Because if it goes up, down, like for like 3 days, and crypto does that, like a lot of assets do that. It just happens to be sideways and going up and down and up and down. Maybe not to the exact same numbers, but like it's just for like 2 days, it's just a zigzag, right? So you're like buy, sell, like making easy money. But what I'm saying is you have to be cautious of that sort of thing, because by the time you acknowledge that trend, a lot of other people have, and so the next day it's probably not gonna be like that, or it might move differently because people have discovered, oh, this is where I buy and sell, and that just disrupts the whole thing. So if you discovered the trend, other people have too. Think about the stock market as like, you are not unique. Your trading strategy, no, it's not unique. Is mine? No. Is yours? No. Is that guy's? No. Nobody's is. It's all the same. The stock market is an ebb and flow of quantum statistics. That's all it is. If the price of something is going up, that's because greater than 50.1% of people in that market are buying. You know what I mean? And setting and if the sellers are setting higher orders because they're getting worried that they're not going to make enough money. And so that the orders keep going up, right? Or if it's the other way and flip flop it, greater than 50% are, looking to sell. It's a totally different story. Now it's going down. So just thinking about it as a statistic. All this is just a statistic. It's not real. Everybody's doing the exact same thing. Everybody's trying to sell right here. Everybody's trying to buy right here. Everybody's trying to sell right here. Everybody's trying to do the same thing. Nobody's unique. Everybody gets caught on the top and goes, oh man, I bought it 40,000, it dipped, right? Those guys are out. You're out, right? You lost for now. Wait till it comes back. It's just a statistic. So if you notice a trend of like 3 days straight of Bitcoin just going like this, the fourth day, it's going to be gone. Like everybody else sees it, and then they'll interrupt it. Hey, Coiner, thanks for the $10 holla super chat. How's Montana these days? There is a channel secret Meeps hideout. Secret Meeps hideout. Yeah, it sure is. Sotko doesn't mess with hex, but Sotko is a beast nonetheless. That almost rhymed somehow. No, I don't really mess with hex. I get it. Like if it makes you money, All the power to you. I've lost a I've lost a lot of fight of it, you know. Like I used to, like people used to battle me over Hex. Like they come into my live streams and ask me about Hex, and I'm like, I don't really like it. I think it's just all it is a Ponzi scheme that fuels Richard Hart's wallet. It just gives a shitload of money to Richard Hart, like everything, all the fees, all the early unstaking, everything. Whenever you claim another person to Hex, whenever you claim Bitcoin, it just gives it to him. It gives it to you, but it equally gives it to him. It's just all the feet, everything design, everything you do, moving it, touching it, unstaking it early, yada yada, buying it, selling it, everything you do results in a fee that gives one address, Richard Hart's address, Hex. You're just making this guy rich as fuck. Which is great, like if you're getting money too, because I remember Coiner had bought in Hex when it was sub 1 Satoshi, literally less than 1 Satoshi. And hey, great buy. I even said at the time, I was like, look, like Hex is a great buy right now. I mean, like I didn't buy it just because I said that. I didn't buy it, and I was like, it's sub 1 Satoshi. There's you literally, basically you can't lose. Like if it's less than a Satoshi, it can only go up, and he bought it, and I believe it was Coiner, and he probably made a pretty penny from it, and that's great. Some of its mechanics are interesting, like its staking mechanics and getting the rewards and whatnot. Fair enough, but it's not my thing. Like it's because it's designed to be a Ponzi scheme. I don't like it. Like I like Doge. Doge is fine. But like, is it kind of a Ponzi scheme right now because everybody's buying it? Yes, but it wasn't designed to be, and Hex is. So I just As long as you make money, hey, go make money. You know what I mean? Go get your bucks. You know what I mean? Good for you. You know, go pay off your mortgage with your Hex. Like go trade it. Go stake it. You know, that's fine. Don't let me drag you down. I'm just, you're just not going to convince me to buy it. Like, I really doubt it. Unless you can give me the most undeniable, like Hex is guaranteed to go up from here. Like, and you show me this undeniable mathematics that I'm like, okay, like they're guaranteed it's going to stop exactly at this price and it's going to go up from here. And I'm guaranteed profit if I just buy it right now. That's the only time I would buy it. Otherwise, I'm just like, meh. Yeah, Trevon James. Yeah, I have that article up right here. We went over that earlier. It was Trevon James, Craig Grant, Ryan Masson, and Michael Noble. But no Ryan Hildreth and no Crypto Nick. Which is a little disappointing. Seems to be stabilizing over the Ichimoku now. Yeah. It's trying. We're trying. But again, if we can make it over this hump and like kind of like end the next couple candles, like maybe here or so, that's looking a little bit bullish, at least for now. So we'll see. Trevon James, yeah, the T-shares math is pretty great. Just saying. Okay, man. I'd love to. Why XMR will wither the storm? Yeah, it always will. XMR, like Monero is gonna be is like the cockroach of cryptocurrency. Like it can never die because it can be mined on anything. Need a bit of stable. Yeah, it happens. You know, I mean, Hex looks just fine. You know, I haven't looked at it in a while. Do that 90-day Oruski. I mean, it kind of looks like we're in the middle of like starting to go back down. Like if Hex is anything like up, down, and then maybe up after a month or two from here. It's hard to say. Like I guess this isn't a very good chart to be looking at it, but yeah, I mean it's way up. And, you know, it might start going up, down a little bit more, and then up from here. Who knows? It's hard to say. Cardano's future, I mean, so far it's looking good. I mean, like, because Charles Hoskinson is always making videos and communicating with the public. You know, one of the cons of it is if anything happened to Charles Hoskinson, like ADA is dead, like for life. Like nobody else like really programs it, in my opinion. So, but yeah, Cardano, it's looking good. It's got a really good, it's a very positive outlook on like the community. I can feel that in a number of ways. Like when I make a video that talks about Cardano, particularly in the main title, I get disproportionately higher subscribers. Like I get as high as like 30 subscribers for a Cardano video because I had Cardano in the news, and any other video like 5, 6, something like that. So have I heard of Turtle Coin? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Isn't that an older coin? 80 has been too long. Yeah, I agree. It's been taking way too long, but they just had a major upgrade man, what is that, March or was that April? And then they're gonna have some more upgrades over the summer. I think once they get smart contract and token upgrades where people can actually begin to start making DeFi and tokens and contracts and stuff like that, we'll have to see from there. I really want to see it in action, other than just going from wallet to wallet. I want to see like what kind of contracts can it run, how well, do they run smoothly? Is it high transaction? If people start using it a lot, how much do the fees go up on Cardano? You know what I mean? Does it get outrageous as Ethereum if the use case was as high as Ethereum? These are all things I don't know, because they don't really exist, like Cardano smart contracts and tokens. I want to see them in action, and then I'll be able to evaluate it. It's hard to evaluate something. It's like, hey, like take a look at my car, and I'm like, oh, cool. Like, what do you think is wrong with it? I'm like, I don't know. Like, you need to like drive your car. It's like, oh, it doesn't have an engine, so I can't drive it yet. And I'm like, oh, well, I can't really talk about your car then, because like, I mean, it looks good, but like your idea that you've told me about your car looks good and sounds good, but until the engine is in it and I see it going down the road, like I can't really comment on your car so much because it doesn't fucking work. That's like Cardano. People have been asking me since like 2017 what I think about Cardano, and I always have to tell them there's no working product. I can't tell you exactly how it works. And it's close. Like we had a major upgrade a couple months ago, or they had a major upgrade a couple months ago, and then in a couple months I think they have a bunch scheduled over time. So different story. Once we actually see the tokens moving around and interacting with DeFi platforms and whatnot. Any thoughts on Ardor and NXT making coins for people running nodes? If considered running a full node, have a file server. The house might as well. What is NXT? So many damn abbreviations. There's so many coins. What are we been up to now? Like 7,000 on these? NXT. Sounds familiar. Is it modifying? What's its real use case? Different source, less model enforceable in practice. Or do we use the same blockchain technology? Well, there's still active development. The parent company is also working on an NXT 2.0 known as Ardor. They'll deal with scalability. Okay. I don't think I have too much of an opinion on this. I would have to look it up a bit more. I'd have to know this more before I could really. So it's just like a smart contract coin. Fair enough. It could increase in the future. What was it? What was its price before? The 90-day. I'll go 180. 96, kind of dumping now, but basically the whole market is, so. Yeah, it's hard to say. Looks like it struggled to get to $1. Probably too many sell orders up there. ADA keeps saying it's going to happen. It needs to deliver. They're promising to create hype, but never actually deliver. Ponzi? No, I don't think so. I think Cardano's like, I don't know what's up with Cardano. Like Charles Hoskinson is a brilliant individual, but I think there's just not many programmers for Cardano or something. I'm not really sure. Like Cardano's development is incredibly slow. I mean, mind you, in this world of cryptocurrency development, you're effectively a pioneer. You know what I mean? Like if you were a developer and you just had to make a video game or something like that, well, there's a lot of software to make video games, and there's already a lot of video games to copy, you know what I mean? And to like get ideas from for like 30 years, you know? Res Cardano and like, especially like Ethereum 2.0, like making like Casper and sharding and whatnot, or whatever it is. That's like totally new ground. Like you have to create that from scratch. Like, how are we gonna do this? Okay, like sitting around a table being like, okay, like I can start to code this way and like and drawing it and like, you know what I mean? So like when they're making this, like our Cardano is like from scratch, you know what I mean? And trying to put upgrades on there that will guarantee work. And also with cryptocurrency, I think there's an extra layer of like, this must be more correct than other software. Like this can't be your Windows that crashes all the time. Like that's not too much of a problem. You might lose a little bit of data. You just turn your computer back on and you're like, okay, like ready to go. Like it crashed. But like crypto cannot. If there's any one single exploit in a smart contract or Ethereum or something like that, all the money is gone. Millions of dollars lost. Just all the money, everything can just get transferred away. Like one small little problem in any code or contract, it's all gone. So I can see how it would be very difficult to code Cardano or Ethereum or cryptocurrency. Like not just make a smart contract for Ethereum, but like to make sure that the whole world is switching to certain nodes. And it's probably a really tough task. And Charles Hoskinson spends a lot of his time talking to people on YouTube and stuff. So he's really public, but I don't know. Maybe just like a perfectionist and he's slow. I think it's going to happen eventually. I don't think it's a Ponzi or anything. It's just because like we've already had some of the major upgrades that have changed it dramatically. And now we're just waiting on smart contracts and tokens, which is supposedly just months away or something. So what if Pulse Chain launches in a few months, 100% complete with smart contracts, NFTs, liquidity? It doesn't need further development anyway. It's hard to say with that. I mean, like it depends. Like, I think there's a lot of coins out there that could probably function. Excuse me. Could probably function better than Bitcoin or Ethereum in some ways, but there's just nobody on it. You know, like everybody kind of has to like, all the developers kind of have to move to it. Like it seems like developers find an Ethereum and they learn how to code that real well and make good contracts and they stick with it. Like regardless if Ethereum's transaction rate or its fees are too high at the moment, that's not so much the developers of an app's problem. It is and it isn't. Like in some ways it's like, okay, this is going to limit my contract because I can only have such and such transaction on this. So I won't be able to do this feature because it would require far more, right? So it maybe limits you, but in the sense that like, oh, the fees are up, that's not my problem. I already made a contract. Like that's not a big deal. So there'll probably still be intense ADA fans. I think with Pulse Chain, it's a matter of two different things. Like do the developers release a finished product that it can have smart contracts, NFTs, tokens, yada yada, DeFi, right? There's that. And then it's also not just the developers, because they could release a totally good project and it's like, this is totally ready, it's done cooking, but no developers come over to make anything on it. I mean, developers could make stuff on Tron. They don't. I mean, they make like gambling apps and poker and stuff on it, but like, why don't the major developers just switch to Tron if Ethereum fees are too high? Why not? Why not EOS? Why not Polkadot, right? But they don't. Like some people do. They're making contracts for everything, and people will make contracts for Pulse Chain as well, but it's a matter of just like, does the critical mass switch over to it? The critical mass is about users, developers, and like media as well, like picking up on it, like the whole sentiment picking up on it. Right now it's F. So, I don't know. Will it? I mean, I don't think that's going to stop Cardano, though. Even if it flipped Cardano, like if it was so good that it flipped Cardano and it was like, it's like the top of the market cap, I don't think that's going to stop Cardano from continuing to make smart contracts and tokens available on theirs. But yeah, it's very slow. It's very slow development. Richard Hart delivers. I suppose so. Yeah, I'm not denying Pulse Chain. You know, I don't really bash on Hex too much anymore. I mean, it was mostly the people that came in and they just couldn't believe that I wasn't a fan of Hex, and they would start attacking me for it, and I'd destroy them. Like I would send them running or something eventually. I'm just saying, like, you're just not going to change my mind on Hex. Like I believe what I believe, and I believe all it is just money for Richard Hart. That's it. That's like literally what it's designed to do, because they actually literally coded that into the code, right? That it all goes to me. You know what I mean? Richard Hart. So that's undeniable. You can't say, no, that's not true. What do you mean? It's in the code. Like you can look at it. So I think it's just a Ponzi to make Richard Hart rich. That's all. If you get rich on it too, good for you. I mean, I like my users making money, or my viewers making money. That's fine. Make money with XRP. I don't like XRP. I don't really care for Bitcoin Cash or SV, but if you made $1 million trading it, good for you, man. I'll shake your hand. I just don't like Hex. I don't like the idea of it. And I'm not trying to bash Pulse Chain either. It's just you're going to be hard pressed to flip everybody off of Ethereum. Ethereum is the #1 long-term trusted, secure smart contract blockchain. Period. It's just, you're just going to be hard to bring people off of it. Is Pulse Chain going to be better? I don't know. Is Cardano going to be better? I don't know. But Cardano is just, it just has a hype behind it, and everybody likes it. I mean, I can feel that hype. If I make a video says like Cardano upgrades new smart contract or something like that, right? Like the title, it has Cardano in it for the main video. You know what I mean? Like for the main news article. I'm going to get like 30 subscribers for that video. Like, that's pretty good for my channel. Like, when you only get 1,200 views on your Cardano video and 30 people subscribe out of those 1,200 viewers, that's actually pretty good numbers. And then the next day I can make a video, you know, new ETF filing occurs from Grayscale. You know, like they're just filing. Like, it's not the greatest news, but it's interesting. It's good stuff. I'll get 4. You know what I mean? Like, so it's I can tell how popular it is. When I make a video, do I get a lot of views on it? It must be popular. Do I get a bunch of subscribers? It must be popular. So there's a sort of a hidden, silent fan base of Cardano that is huge. Like, it's like basically a molehill that's just about to explode with people. Trust me, Cardano has a huge sort of underground, somewhat silent fan base. It's big. Like I can make I could pretty much like put Cardano. I could make some fake title right now and change my live stream. Instead of calling it Bitcoin Crash or Dip, I could call it like huge news for Cardano. You know, and like some kind of hype that would be like you would have to click on if you were a Cardano fan, and my viewers would increase by like 30 people over like an hour or so, for sure. I literally did that once. I did that. I had I had like 12 to 20 people. It wasn't much. This was years ago, and I was streaming. I was in Arizona, and I was streaming, and I was like, look, I bet you guys that I can get 50 people in the chat if I change the name. Because back then it was all about the XRP army. Like the XRP army, like if you made anything XRP, you're getting 3,000 views. Like you could put like XRP price to $30, and like 10,000 people are gonna watch your video. You could just name it XRP, and they're just gonna come. It's the way it was. Not so much anymore. It's still a pretty popular video title if you put XRP in it. I only just name the titles over what the best news is of the day. You know, like I see this inadvertently most of the time. So yeah, and I changed it to like XRP huge news and interview with developer. Like I changed it to like this fake title. And sure as shit, I kid you not, we had 50 people in there. We had a little bit more than 50 people in there. And I'm like, I'm waiting for 50 people to spill the big news. I'm waiting for 50 people, and they kept pouring in. I had like 25, and then 30, and then 40. And I'm like once we have 50 people, I'll spill the news, like huge news, like it's huge. And like people were in my chat, like, and they were like faking it with me, like huge news, you know. So yeah, like it depends on what you title your shit too, and people will just pour in. I own some Cardano. I wish I had more before the last pump. Yeah, everybody does. That's nothing new, too new. Cardano $1.55. That's pretty good. 92-cent XRP. Interesting. Everything's way down. Wow. Litecoin at 186. It was like a month ago. It was like $450. Holy cow. Man. The sundering. Dogecoin still up there. That's so awful. Yeah, Shiba's pretty toast. Maybe when Shiba Swap comes out, that price might increase, but that's a tough one. VChain really low. It was like 30 cents for a little while there. Yeah, price decimation. ETH holders are 1-to-1. Pulse takes a sacrifice in real coins. So you get 1-to-1 Pulse if you claim your ETH tokens or ETH coins in the drop. Yeah, but I think heard of a fork airdrop with Ether. Yeah, so ETH holders, you get 1-to-1 Pulse. You only get one Pulse per Ethereum. That's pretty low, unless Pulse is like $100 at least. MrSotko, which coin CQ and Tesla consider apart from Dogecoin as a valid payment option? Can Tesla consider apart from Dogecoin? Well, they had Bitcoin, but they took that away. I don't think you can buy Teslas with Dogecoin. I don't think they actually added that as a payment. I don't think they added that as a payment yet. Sorry, I got all my text over here. I learned about an absolute wealth of knowledge from Sako. Sako, like the Hex community, also doesn't like trading. Sako's OG and hell. Phase token? You mean Pulse? Yeah, you're gonna claim your Ethereum Vorn for Pulse? Maybe Pulse will be worth a good chunk of change, because if it's one, is that true, Thomas Turner? You get one Pulse per entire Ethereum, because that seems pretty low. So Ethereum was like $4,000, so one Pulse has got to be worth like quite a bit. Like, what's the tokenomics of Pulse? Yes, a bit of a snub to ETH holders. So what's the tokenomics of Pulse? Like, what's the circulating supply, etc.? Pulse is what is going to power the DeFi, essentially a DeFi network of Hex. You'll never buy a Tesla now after the BTC FUD from Elon. I don't think I was planning on buying a Tesla to begin with. I think ludicrous mode would be pretty fun, but for the most part, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'd buy a Tesla. Maybe. I mean, I guess if I had a lot of money, maybe, but definitely wouldn't be the first car I buy. Ludicrous mode sounds fun, unlike the Model S. Like, ETH holders will get 1-to-1 automatically, no sacrifice needed. If you hold ETH, you will have 30 days to claim You're 1-to-1 after Pulse launch. That's your understanding of it. What's the tokenomics of Pulse? So Pulse is the coin of Pulse chain, which Hex and Pulse facilitate like some kind of DeFi and contracts and stuff. So it's made by the same person. So basically Pulse chain has Pulse coin, and Pulse coin was made by is made by Richard Hart and team to be a smart contract platform. That's basically what. Do I have that right? Screw tokenomics, you just claim. Okay, well, I'm just curious. Like, are there like 10 trillion Pulse, or are there like 100,000 Pulse? Like, that makes a total difference. Like, if you're getting 1-to-1 ETH, it was low on the list. Yeah, I suppose it's not really up there too high. Like, I don't know. Again, the only thing I would like from Tesla is to turn on ludicrous mode and go 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds. Screw tokenomics, just claim. Fair enough. Like, I guess it's going to be the same either way, but I'm just curious what the tokenomics are. And like nobody's. Pulse Chain is basically just a fee-burning fork of ETH, and it's made by the same guy, like Richard Hart and team or whatever. So, do I have that right? I'm asking questions here to the chat now. Richard Hart and gang are making Pulse Chain, correct? And Pulse Chain is just a fee-burning fork of Ethereum, a smart contract platform. Damn, August is too early for me. Your Ether is locked. You shouldn't have to move your Ether. You just claim your keys, right? Or do you have to move it somewhere? It's F2 2.0, but better theoretically and sooner. I doubt that it's better theoretically. I mean, because first of all, Ethereum 2.0 isn't out, and Vitalik Buterin wants tens of thousands of transactions per second. He says he wants millions eventually. So I don't know about that, but I'll check it out. I mean, it's sounding interesting. I like a fee burning fork of ETH for sure. Oh, it looks like we're going down again. Oh, here we go. We going down? Riding the storm. Oh, good old Bitcoin. It'll go up when it goes up. We're still around. Yeah, it's an older private. Have you heard of Turtle Coin? Yeah, it's an older privacy-focused coin. Yeah, I remember Turtle Coin. They're still around. We're actually working on proof-of-stake version with smart contract functionality. Oh, looks like we're going down again. Yep, get your shorts ready. I don't know about that. Short Bitcoin for $2,000. Okay, I mean, it sounds interesting. Hey, like, yeah. Dude, man, I think you could claim your ETH just sitting in your wallets. Plus, if you had to move ETH, that's not going to affect your capital gains. That doesn't affect your capital gains. The price is still... You bought it at a specific date, and you sell it at a specific date. And yeah... How does that affect your... That doesn't affect capital gains at all. Just moving your cryptocurrency. But it's still the same value while you're moving it, more or less. It doesn't like start a whole new... Yeah. It's do you own it for a year? You show the money that you made, the snapshot or whatever, beginning at that year. And then at the end of the year, when you want to go tax-free, you just sell it. Moving it is irrelevant. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Do you think China is banning crypto transfers? They didn't say that. I don't think they said that. They said that they were banning mining. But who knows? Again, with China, the news is really hard to read. Like, it's always lost in translation, or it's fake, or it's completely misleading. China news is real difficult to sift through. So are they just banning crypto mining? I think so, right? But that's a strong I think so, because I've heard other things too, but I've also heard less. I've heard things that say, I put it on my channel on my video once. I think the last video or the second to last video, and that video was talking about the Chinese FUD. And I was talking about, in that video, I had come across an article of some guy who had written out what the Chinese government was interested in doing. And what they're interested in doing is trying to stop institutional investment into mining. So basically, like a big group of millionaires going, yeah, we'll give you money, like angel investors, and then here you go, now buy a bunch of ASICs and run this warehouse and give us more money back. You know what I mean? Like an investment. That's what China was trying to get rid of. I've also read articles where they're trying to get rid of mining completely. Because in the first article, it was like, we're only trying to get rid of institutional investors in mining. But if it's your money, that's fine, right? Like if you want to run some rigs in your house, or you want to spend your $1 million on buying like a bunch of ASICs and putting them in a little warehouse or something, right? That's fine. Then I've read the opposite of that it was just like, no, they want to get rid of mining completely. Nobody can mine. They've already banned exchanges. That was years ago. So now they're trying to get rid of mining in some fashion. I don't know the exact details, though. No, I don't think anybody does. China's weird like that. China's news is always shady as hell. It's either entirely fake, entirely misleading, or entirely true. You never know which one. Just toss a Dungeons and Dragons die, see what it lands on. It'll automatically create a copy of all valid ERC20 tokens, not scams or shady actors such as Mt. Gox, excluding stable tokens. Hex also excluded Mt. Gox addresses from claiming Hex. Of all valid ERC20 tokens, not scams or shady actors such as Mt. Gox, excluding stable tokens. Okay, and copy them onto that blockchain. So they wouldn't be compatible with Ethereum, just Pulse Chain. So it's basically copying all ERC. It's basically copying the entirety of Ethereum and putting it on Pulse Chain. So it's just still two separate chains, and you can't send information back and forth to each other. So that they're not compatible chains at that point. Weird. Okay. Right, exactly. Why not claim your free tokens? I totally agree, but like, yeah, if you got them all, locked up, I mean, that's you ain't gonna be claiming that shit. And you never know. I mean, this time, like, I mean, Pulse Chain might be worth a lot because like it is like Richard Hart kind of thing, and everybody buys. Like Hex went up significantly in price. People like the Richard Hart. I don't know why, but people love Richard Hart. So they're going to buy the shit out of Pulse Chain for whatever reason. Like it's going to go down in price at first because of all the people claiming tokens and then immediately selling them, but don't sell them. So any ERC tokens will be copied to Pulse Chain to get run of high fees. Smart contracts cost a fortune in fees to interact with. Hex claims to fix it. Pulse Chain, rather, claims to fix it. Mt. Gox, we are 2021. Yeah, here's the thing: what is fixing it though? If you're just copying over the Ethereum blockchain, what is fixing it? And like, so they need more mechanics than Ethereum currently has. Because you could essentially take Ethereum right now and fork it, right, and copy the whole blockchain over to a totally new Ethereum, right? You call it Ethereum, Ethereum 2, right? Not 2.0, but Ethereum 2, and then people start using Ethereum 2, and they're like, oh, it's the same blockchain, right? I can make the same apps and everything, and it would be really fast. You call it cheap eth, I guess so. But it would be really fast because nobody's using it. But then when people use it, it's going to be just as slow as the original Ethereum. So I just wonder if Pulse Chain is going to be fast because nobody's using it at first. And then when people start to use it, it's going to start to slow down. or at least the fees are going to go up. Egg, I'll see you later. Yeah, no problem. I appreciate you coming along. Hey guys, if you haven't subscribed or hit the like button yet, subscribe. Hit the like button on YouTube. It helps push it up on the algorithm a little bit. Also, if you guys haven't already, there is my Twitch. I'm live on both, so if you prefer Twitch, come on over, check it out. You call it cheap ad, yeah. I get it. Funny. That's pretty funny. We're all having a good time here. Dubai coin surges 1,000% on fake claims of being city's official crypto. God, see what I mean? News. It just, you just make fake news and it just pushes up. Former Bitcoin skeptic Carl Icahn says he may pour more than $1 billion into crypto. Okay. Biden's 2022 budget includes new crypto reporting proposals. SEC sues the Bitconnect Ponzi. Yeah, we got that one already. Let's see. Edward Snowden, Biden's $6 trillion budget is good for Bitcoin. I suppose so with the inflation. Got anything good in here? Come on, cryptocurrency Reddit, don't let me down. Gravitonium with the A1 sauce. So much sousy drama. You got to pour A1 on it. That's brown, sugary, molassesy, oniony, stingy, salty, bittery, zesty, sugary sauce. A1. Ain't a joke. Ain't a joke. Waiting on further updates to the code. Haven't followed up with Pulse Chain website in a while. Yeah. It might be interesting. It's free money. How do you get it otherwise? Is it just if you hold F? Are we going to be okay? Yeah, we're looking okay. Or I think we're still trending down a little bit, but just hold on. This has happened year after year after year. There's always a dip. People always freak out, and it's going to happen till the end of time. The only people that don't freak out are the people that have been in for a long time. You kind of get used to it eventually. It even sucks a little bit for the people in it for a long time. But where's Spark tokens from? Last year's XRP holder airdrop. Yeah, where are the Spark? That's a good question. That's a super good question. Where is Spark? Does Spark even exist? I don't know if any of these are Spark. Yeah, like where is Spark? That's such a good question. Whatever happened to that? From the XRP airdrop that was snapshotted 2020, right? I remember that. I remember Meat Vestments and I we were like I think moved a significant amount of XRP to get some of the drop. And then there was supposedly the Litecoin drop. Love this channel, thank you. Batten down the hatches, yeah. Otherwise, you'll be able to sacrifice other tokens either to the sacrifice address or to the Sens Foundation donation address in return for PL. What? That's so goofy. What if I sacrifice a million SOC? What are you going to give me for a million SOCO coin? We forked a ton of it. Did you ever get it? Yeah, where is it? Where is Fork? We forked massive amounts of Spark. Where are the sick gains? That's a good question. That's a super good question. It's like the best question of the day. Whatever happened to Fork or to Spark? That was like a year ago, wasn't it? When was that? The XRP fork. Yeah, and then they were saying that it was going to be a Litecoin fork as well, but you're going to get a smaller amount of Spark for each Litecoin. It was actually kind of almost not worth it if you didn't already have a lot of Litecoin. It was like terribly unworth it. Like it was such a small amount. Yeah, and I remember writing that down. I remember writing down for a video idea, like find the day of that Litecoin, like find out what date Litecoin airdrop is for Spark. I remember I wrote that down because somebody on my channel in my comments was like what's the day that it comes out, and I was like I honestly don't know, but I'll be the first to make a video about it if I find out. is now a good time to buy Bitcoin given the current climate. You know what? Like, I think just DCA investing overall, like, don't pile your money in. You know what I mean? Like every week you get paid, every 2 weeks you get paid. Put $100 into Bitcoin or whatever you can afford. Just DCA in. Just no matter what the price is. You don't have to worry about the price if you're just DCAing. If you say to yourself, okay, I'll sell everything at 100,000 or something like that, you just always DCA in. Just like if the price is 30,000, you put in $200. If the price is 40,000, you put in $200. Just every time you get paid, the same amount, like whatever you can afford. Flare Network with its native asset Spark is scheduled for launch between March and May of 2021. So like in 3 days, basically. Yeah, it sounds like they're late. It sounds like they're having some problems. Yeah, I wonder. I'll have to do some research on Spark. I'll have to look at their social media and see what people are saying. Like, what are they saying on, like, their social media, like their Twitter and whatnot. Can you explain DCA? DCA is called dollar cost averaging. And so basically that means that you just put in the same, like, let's say you get paid every 2 weeks from your job. And let's say you can afford $200 to invest every 2 weeks. Like, that's the most you can put in, right? So every 2 weeks, you take $200. It could be 100, it could be 1,000. Depends on how much you make. I don't know how much you make. I don't care. But you could just go with the example. And $200, you buy $200 worth of Bitcoin or Litecoin or Ethereum, or you split it up. Who cares? Like, whatever. Like, whatever you want to buy. And if Bitcoin is at $40,000, you buy $200 worth. And 2 weeks later, let's say Bitcoin is at $36,000. You buy $200 worth. You just, every single 2 weeks, you put in $200. No matter what the price is. Is the price going up? Put in $200. Is the price going down? Put in $200. And then at the end of a few years, you've got yourself quite a bit of Bitcoin. You've averaged yourself to a certain amount. Like, let's say for the whole year, the whole first year, you're dollar cost averaging. Bitcoin was at $36,000, or $40,000, right? At 40,000, it was fluctuating, and you just keep buying every 2 weeks. And then let's say a year later, Bitcoin dumps to $20,000. Now, when you keep DCA buying every time you get paid $200, you're buying twice the amount of Bitcoin. So $200 buys twice the amount of Bitcoin that $200 does at $40,000. So instead of getting like 0.001 Bitcoin, now you're getting 0.002 Bitcoin, or whatever the value of Bitcoin you're getting, right? So you're getting significantly more. So, but you're only still paying $200, but you're getting twice as much. So you do that for a whole year, and now you've essentially averaged at $30,000 because you bought at $40,000 for a year. You bought at $20,000 for a year, so the average comes to $30,000. So dollar cost averaging. So like over the years, it'll average to a certain amount. And then when Bitcoin goes to 100,000, you sell it all. Even though you bought some of it at 40,000, it's all averaged to 30,000. So you're going to average make $70,000 per Bitcoin. I probably won't be sacrificing much, if anything, but who knows? Yeah, that sounds weird. I would have to know what the value. But I bet a MrSotko coin, I'm gonna get the whole pulse chain for a MrSotko coin. Would you recommend buying an entire Bitcoin and a few ETH, or half a Bitcoin and more ETH? If you had the money, I'm gonna go with a few ETH and half a Bitcoin. Because Ethereum's gonna go up more. I mean, Ethereum's one day is going to be $5,000-$10,000. I really, like, we were almost at $5,000. Ethereum one day will be 10,000, especially once it's deflationary and actually useful for everybody. I think Ethereum is going to be $10,000-$20,000 in the future. Whereas Bitcoin, if it goes to $100,000, that's like 70,000 profit, but it depends. I think like the movement of Ethereum could be bigger than Bitcoin. It depends. Like, you have to take a look over time. I'd say, like, Bitcoin isn't, neither one of them quite lost 50% of the value in this dip. So 50% of this would put it at like 72,000. That's way, or doubling this would be 72,000 something. And that'd be way more than the all-time high we've seen so far. And then doubling this would be 5,000. That's more than the all-time high so far. So each one has about the same amount of profit to go back to its all-time high. I think Ethereum was at like 4,300 all-time, 4,400 maybe. And Bitcoin was at like 63,000, maybe 64, something like that. So if they go back to their all-time highs, about a horse apiece. But what would be the easiest to day trade? If I had a whole, if I had access to a whole Bitcoin at any given time to just to trade, it would be very easy to trade one Bitcoin back and forth and make more, in my opinion. That would be the easiest trading probably in all of cryptocurrency, is to have at least one Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin goes up $1,000 and you sell it, poof, there you go, $1,000. You just gained $1,000 just for selling. Just that's it, right? And then back 1,000, you gain $1,000 worth of Bitcoin. So very, very easy movements. Awesome, makes complete sense. Let's talk about what are some of the fundamental statistical indicators that a big pump or dump is coming. That's hard to say, because I mean, like this dump. First of all, the news, because this dump was caused by Elon Musk saying that he was no longer going to accept Bitcoin for Teslas. At that point, you should have just immediately have sold, like rush to your computer and hit that fucking sell button, and you'd be in good shape right now. You really would be. If you would have sold up by 55, 56,000 when he announced that, you'd be in good fucking shape, right? For sure. Because he just manipulates the market with anything he says. And then the China FUD came after that. And then you really should have rushed to your computer and sold, because you know the price is going to go down after that FUD. And it did. So news really can make a big pump or dump. Totally. Like the PayPal news came out. That was like last year. And we went from $10,000 to $20,000 within weeks. So that's when you run to your computer and hit the buy button. Like news is amazing. News moves cryptocurrency. Indicators don't move cryptocurrency. News does. News is the most important thing about crypto. Is there good news today? Probably going to go up. Like did Elon Musk tweet about Bitcoin today in a positive light? It's going to go up. Did he tweet about it in a bad light? It's going to go down. It wasn't Bitcoin ETF approved. Yes, it's going to go way up in price. You know, it's just like, it's really it. I mean, like RSI, if it's below 50, I don't think there's like a major. I don't think there's any indicators that'll tell you that there's going to be an unbelievable dump like really fast. I mean, you could be a billionaire, like a Bitcoin billionaire. You could have like 100,000 Bitcoin and then go put like 30,000 Bitcoin on like 3 different exchanges and hit the sell button, like boom, 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 like all at once, and you'd fuck up Bitcoin, like you'd flash crash it, like you'd fuck it up. You know, there's no indicator that's going to show that some guy is about to sell 1 million Bitcoin. That's just not that's not how it works. You know, so there's that. I think it's just more indicators are more for slower movements and like long term. Like you see RSI here, 50%. It's starting to move up, but have to wait till the next day. I think this is kind of where we're at for the night. There are some leading indicators in TA. Yeah, possibly, but again, TA is also not. It's not final. Nothing about TA is final. Because if it was, then the whole world, like if. Here's the thing about TA is that, like I said it earlier, you probably heard it, but I'm going to say it again for anybody new, because there's quite a bit of people in the chats, and that TA is subjective. Some people are good at it, some people not. Some people are better, some people are worse. I agree with that, but it's still subjective, because if TA was a scientific certainty, which it's not, if it was, it would be a paradox and it would break the whole fucking system. There isn't one person out there that's cracked the code. Because if that one person could crack the code, then the whole world can. We have some pretty good mathematicians on planet Earth. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? It's not like one guy like knows more math than everybody else in the world. Like it's not, that's not how it works, you know? If one guy cracked the code, everybody would crack the code. So if TA was exactly specific about something that's going to happen, there wouldn't be a market, right? Because everybody would know what the price is going to be, and those people wouldn't sell, and these people wouldn't buy, because everybody knows when they're going to get screwed. It's just that'd be impossible. Some leading indicators that it's going to dump super hard. Again, like RSI is great for that. I like my setup. I like my setup the best. I mean, if you have a set of indicators that you appreciate more, or you do some TA research and you find that some other TA is better, it's all optional. Yeah, it's like whatever you prefer, whatever helps you trade. And this setup generally helps me trade the most. At what price point? By the way, everyone in chat should seriously considering joining Sotko's channel membership. There's a $49.99 option. That's a joke option, by the way. Nobody should actually join that. ETH could be staked on Coinbase for 6%. Yeah, I have staking available on my Coinbase. I joined the waiting list. But yeah, the $2.99 option makes you look pretty cool. Yeah, guys, channel memberships are active on the channel. I might as well shill it. Hit the join button. It's $2.99. You get a Cool Beans badge. You look 32% cooler when you comment with your Cool Beans badge. It helps the channel. There's super chats too to help if you want. But if you have no money because you spend it all on cryptocurrency on this dip, I totally get it, right? Like, that money could be going for what, $2.99? That could be $2.99 worth of Bitcoin, and then in 3 months that could be worth like upwards of $5.40, right? I get it. Okay, but if you really want to help the channel, hit the like button. Pump that like button. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Let's get it up to 100. We just need 4. If you really want to help the channel too for no money, hit the share button. Share it. I know we got a little problem in here with Facebook, but if you guys got a Facebook, share it on Facebook. That's the best. Like, that is the number one, because like that shares it for like 300 people, and if one of those persons shares it, it's another 300. It's exponential. That's like the best way to help a YouTuber. Just like share it on Facebook, because then it gets like dozens of views extra per person that shares it. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Anyway, TA is palm reading. Yeah, not so much. I think TA is really good in the moment. Like TA long term, I'm not so good at it long term. But in the moment for trading, quite reasonable. Yeah. But in terms of long-term TA trading, I really don't find it viable, because we could have been at 60,000 and some people could have been like, you know what, like, look at this chart, how it looks like we're going to go to 75,000, you know, and bullshit, we didn't, right? So it's just like, you were wrong, you know, and that's okay to be wrong. Like, it's totally fine. But like, we didn't know, because the one thing that TA can't do is it can't stop a billionaire who says we're no longer going to accept Bitcoin. And then what TA can't stop is it can't stop China from saying we're gonna ban crypto miners, and then the price just absolutely tanks. Like, your TA did not call that. It had nothing to do with it. I still think the majority that moves the markets in crypto is crypto news. What is happening in crypto news? That is what's going to move the market. If nothing good is happening, it's just going to trade sideways. It's going to be boring as shit. If bad shit is going on, it's dumping. Major convenience store Sheets to accept Bitcoin payments. Sheets has 600 stores in the US. Yeah, Sheets is really popular around me. There's like a Sheets just on, I could probably get there in like 6 minutes. If we know that 1 ETH equals 1 ETH, then it's now time to buy ETH on discount. Oh, geez, the logic. It sure does. I think it does mean that. ETH is, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if one day ETH flips Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going to get a bad rap for its energy usage. It's just gonna it's gonna look bad to like woke corporations who would traditionally buy it and put it on their balance sheets. So it's not a good look. It's just not good news, and that's not good. If you don't mind, you could go to the 1 minute chart and draw two trend lines for the last 45 minutes, and you probably see what is coming. Yeah, I usually don't use 1 minute charts. Sometimes I switch over to 1 minute. Sometimes like when I'm just trading by myself, 1 minute is okay, but I usually prefer 15 minute. Like I've gotten used to how markets move with the 15 minute. It's just like I guess where I'm comfortable. Yeah, see, like proof of stake could solve environmental woes. There's a lot of talk about it. Old stuff. China's banned Bitcoin 5 times since 2013. Sure has. Happens all the time, which is weird. Cardano successfully began the testnet for their smart contract upgrade Alonzo. So yeah, Alonzo's coming for ADA, like we were talking about earlier. How like where are the contracts and stuff for Cardano, and that's where that is. Yeah. Don't think BTC will ever be flipped. I kind of doubt it. I think that if the only coin that could ever flip Bitcoin eventually is Ethereum, and I think what would be the catalyst of that would be that Ethereum has Ethereum 2.0 out, and it works tremendously fine. All DeFi is running at very fast speeds with very little fees. That would be great for Ethereum. And I think the catalyst for that for like Bitcoin's downfall is going to be its energy usage. So companies like Tesla and stuff like that are saying, oh no, we don't want to buy any more Bitcoin because of the energy usage of it. So it's a bad look for woke corporations who like try to appear to be who try to care about the environment. It's a bad look. And we all know about the woke culture and how you look and PR and all that stuff. So it's a bad look. So if that's what causes if something causes the flippening, it's going to be that. I don't think anytime soon, but I think in the upcoming years, I think in the upcoming few years, Bitcoin is going to be using even more and more electricity. And now that a bunch of miners are moving out of China and going to North America, there's going to be an even bigger spotlight on how much energy usage Bitcoin is taking. And so that's the only thing I can see happening to it. We'll have to see. I really don't think it's going to. I'd say like 90% sure that Bitcoin probably will not be flipped, but there's a small chance that Ethereum, just due to the wokeness of Ethereum proof of stake, like look how environmentally friendly it is, and then look at Bitcoin, like why would we be buying Bitcoin? It's using all the electricity on the planet, and like now that the miners have moved from China to North America, it shines a better light on it because now it's in different nations, like more transparent nations like Canada and the United States, whereas in China's unbelievably polluted. So like being like environmentally conscious in China is not as big a deal, and like the news doesn't make it out of China as well. So when all these miners go to different countries that are more transparent, it will make it more apparent of how much electricity that Bitcoin uses. I'm thinking in like not from my perspective, but like from the woke corporate perspective of like how good does our company look? Are we donating to Ronald McDonald Charity? Are we environmentally friendly? Are we a green company? Like then we can't buy Bitcoin, right? We can buy Ethereum. Look how green Ethereum is. It's just the way I think. Like just how the world works. Like it's like we're just so woke anymore that like we basically will cancel Bitcoin because of its usage, in a sense. Hey guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick union break. Enjoy the sponsor screen. I hope you guys stick around. I'm going to be gone for about 2 or 3 minutes, but this sponsor screen is pretty lit. So I'll see you guys in 2 or 3 minutes. Alrighty. So we're back at it for just a little bit here. I know a big crypto kidnapped him? No, not yet. I just had to take a union break. No, it wasn't a poop break, just a union break. Union breaks aren't long enough for pooping. Look at the 1 minute, guys. You're loving that 1 minute. But I don't know. This is where we are for the night. I really don't think it's going to be too crazy after tonight. Will we go down tonight? Itchy's saying it is, but we'll have to see. I mean, RSI is trending downwards a little bit here. So maybe tomorrow we'll be in this range. I mean, I really hope we just shoot upwards, but there's just not really good enough news tonight to really send it flying upwards. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's somewhere between 34 and 36, in the morning. eBay to allow NFT sales. That's kind of old news. That's rehashed news. Let's check. Texas House passes crypto-friendly bill. Now goes to Senate. What about it, though? Hinted is open to signing the bill to law. What is this? Who this? Proposed amendment aimed at better adapting commercial law to blockchain. Okay, well, that's fun. Doge, Elon Musk, Shiba Inu, Dogecoin take to lead as Bitcoin consolidates. Don't want none of that. Coinbase overtakes TikTok for #1 position on the App Store. Good. Screw TikTok. Israel's central bank floats possible digital shekel. Yeah, them digital coins going to be coming out sooner or later, which is basically the bane of currency. It's going to be the ultimate tracking plan. You'll never be able to buy anything with money. Power's on. Why Bernie Madoff should be a powerful lesson. Let's see. Yeah, nothing too crazy in the news. It's just mediocre news for the most part. Block One secures funding for 10 billion EOS-based crypto exchange platform. God, EOS. Good luck on that, boys. Nobody cares about EOS. Chia network not so green. CPU mining reportedly destroys SSD in weeks. Yeah, Chia eats SSDs bad. I've heard some terrible things about Chia. That your SSDs die in like weeks, and then sometimes you don't ever get blocks. You don't ever get any kind of reward for it. Should I start selling my Hex NFT on eBay? Yeah, maybe. But he has a Toto toilet? I bet you're wrong. I'll bet against you on that one. Yeah, just nothing too interesting. Elon Musk asked Twitter whether Tesla should accept Dogecoin for cars. Oh, wow. Yeah, didn't he already ask this, though, like a while ago? Yeah, this was May 11th. I don't know why this is... See, this is when you know there's no news. All the way back on May 11th. Man. Yeah, that's old news. Old news. SEC charges to 5 for the Ponzi scheme, but I wonder what the charges are going to be. Like, Trevon James is about to get wrecked. It's probably just a monetary fine or something. Like, I don't know if they're going to go to jail over that. I kind of doubt it. Vitalik argues that proof of stake is a solution. Yeah, we've kind of seen that in the crypto Reddit. Crypto Reddit's always a good time, though. Cryptocurrency Reddit. Yeah, I see just multiple posts about the SEC. So that's like the biggest news of the day, really. And that's not anything good or really bad to change the price. And Sheets accepting Bitcoin payments, just that isn't good enough either. So nothing to really move it. Doesn't Trayvon work at Target now? Does he? I don't know. Do you watch his channel? I haven't seen his channel in forever. I looked at it earlier today to see if he had any videos about the SEC, but that's the only reason why I looked at it. I never really watched him much at all. one after another, each billionaire will eventually endorse Bitcoin. This time, it's Carl. Yeah, he says about the $1 billion into Bitcoin. That would be pretty big. One after another. We're over here. I agree with this, but I'm not sure it's a site in Bitcoin we trust.net is the most legit source. Yeah, there's other sources of that guy saying he was going to buy $1 billion in it, possibly. But who knows? A massive cannabis farm raided by UK police turned out to be a Bitcoin mine. Police suspected was a cannabis farm. They instead discovered a cryptocurrency mine that was stealing thousands of pounds worth of electricity from the main supply. See? You see what I mean? Like, it just gives it a bad look. It's just, like, because it's so much electricity that, like, the authorities are notified. Trevon live streamed about it earlier today. He wasn't very happy about it. I wouldn't be very happy about it either. Did he live stream about it earlier? Let me, like, look at his channel. On Trevon.
What's up, guys?
Here's, oh yeah, he was streaming 8 hours ago. Yeah, so the news was out. He was probably talking about it. Probably, I'm not gonna really watch it on stream though, but maybe I'll check it out at some point just for the fun. Like, skip through the video until he starts talking about it. But yeah, I appreciate you guys all showing up. If you guys any more questions or anything to say, I think one of these days I'd like to start bringing people in, like onto Discord or something, and having conversations with people. Like I never really do that. I don't do it as often as I want. Like, I want like other YouTubers to come on and, you know, have like share and talk with each other and stuff like that about what's going on. Sometimes I have Hydro on. Hydro's pretty cool. He's not like an exclusive YouTuber for crypto, but he's pretty interesting to talk to. But I need to get some more. I need, like, sometimes I have Goose on, but he hasn't really been making any content for a long time. So I need to reach out to I think I need to reach out to a couple YouTubers and see if I can't get, you know, like a nice like 3-way like Discord going on for conversations and whatnot. Even if they're like smaller than my channel or larger than my channel, it doesn't really matter. And you know, kind of shill each other, like have everybody like kind of subscribe around to each other and stuff. So, you know, if people like each other. About 2.1 billion in Bitcoin options expired today. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I wonder if people are mad shorting Bitcoin right now. It probably depends on how many people are shorting versus longing Bitcoin too. Like if a lot of people are shorting Bitcoin, it might pop up in price just because people like to liquidate the shorts. I would love a Discord to talk crypto on. Yeah, I have a Discord. It's in the in the channel below, or excuse me, in the description below. In the description of this live stream, just scroll down and it says Discord, and there's a little link. That's the Discord I made. In fact, well, it was me and a friend that made it a long time ago, so it's got a strange name. It's little Brotini's Pizza, and it's an inside joke between me and a friend. But that's the crypto. That's the Discord. That's MrSotko's Discord, believe it or not. I actually have a Discord called, what is it even called? MrSotko's Hodl Gang, but nobody is in it. I've never, like, I made it at the same time that my friend made a Discord. Like, we needed a Discord to chat together. We were tired of using, like, TeamSpeak and stuff. And so that night, we both made a Discord, and I just happened to use his. I was like, that's fine. And so that's the one I've shilled ever since. So crazy. He was in crypto for like 6 or 7 months when he found Bitconnect. Turned out to be a turd, and now SEC has a hard on for him. I already read the lawsuit. Yeah, I read I haven't read like the official lawsuit, but I've read like the you know, the news articles about it, and it really doesn't say like what the charges would be. Did it ever say like what they plan the charges to be? Like, are they just going to get a fine, or like community service, or like they go into jail for like years for selling a Ponzi scheme? You know what I mean? But I don't know. I find it like if they had like some strong lawyers behind them, I feel like there's no way you can really prosecute them. I feel like if Trevon James and the other people who are being prosecuted by the SEC, like these five people, Trevon James, Craig Grant, Ryan Masson, Michael Noble, but that's only, is that only four though? That's only four. Are the alleged promoters? Another defendant, Joshua Jeppesen. Oh, okay, so that guy too, but he was a liaison between Bitconnect and promoters and represented Bitconnect at conferences and promotional events. I see. So, yeah, the other guys are basically YouTubers, but there were so many more. There was Ryan Hildreth and Crypto Nick and stuff, and they're only targeting these people, but there were so many more people that was shilling Bitconnect. I feel like I was like one of the only people that was not shilling Bitconnect back in the day. And so I feel like if they get a really good lawyer, that this would be really easy to beat. Like if a lawyer, if you got a good lawyer who really fought the SEC on this, I feel like you can walk away scot-free. Like if the lawyer kind of explained that, like, look, these guys had no idea that this was an actual Ponzi scheme, right? They weren't in on this at all. They, like, everybody, like, look how many people were shilling Bitconnect. Like everybody had this in their YouTube description. There were people that that had like 8 views on YouTube, like, hey YouTube, yo, it's Brian888, you know, coming to give you another Bitconnect video, and they got like 1 subscriber, and that's their mom, and they have 8 views, and they have a fucking shill link for Bitconnect in the description of their video. Like everybody did. You know, like, dude, there were YouTubers with like 36 views, and they have, sure enough, that link was down there. You know what I mean? To try and get people to sign up to it. And so you could argue that, like, look, like these people were no different than everybody else that was doing this. Nobody was aware 100%. You know, you could have your suspicion that Bitconnect was a Ponzi scheme even back then, and be like, I'm pretty sure that Bitconnect is a Ponzi scheme, but are you 100%? You know what I mean? There's no way to know without being an insider and somebody telling you from the inside, like, yes, this is totally fake. We are going under soon. Right? Then if you keep promoting it, then you fully understood that it was a Ponzi scheme. But, like, I feel like you could get away from this and be like, these people had nothing to do with this. They were part of the affiliate links. It has nothing to do with them actually running Bitconnect or their intentions of selling people a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, this is totally easy to get away from. I'm not even a lawyer, and I feel like I could argue these people out of this. I had a few mates who go really into Bitconnect. They were immune to reason. They didn't want to hear anything bad about it. Yeah, like I said, I had a lot of people on my channel over the years. I've done a lot of live streams. This is actually one of the bigger live streams I've done. I think it was like almost 90 viewers. That was pretty good. I mean, I've had more like when I've been like hosted on Twitch and stuff like that, like a few hundred people and stuff, but that's a different story. And organically, this is the most. Anyway, yeah, so I've had a lot of people over the years, over live streams and stuff like that, talking about like the reason they got into cryptocurrency was because of Bitconnect. Like they fully admit it. Because their friend told them about it, or they seen it in like videos. Because, you know, if you were watching tech videos back in the day, they like, that's when YouTube had like categories of tech and stuff like that. And my videos showed up all the time in tech categories, like of like how to mine Vertcoin and how to like day trade and stuff like that. And so people probably seen this. Like if you were into tech at all, you've seen how many people were shilling Bitconnect. Like it just made its way to you, whether you knew about crypto or not. Bitconnect made its way to you because there's so many influencers and YouTubers, etc., shilling it. That's how they got into Bitcoin. Because you needed to buy Bitcoin to give it to Bitconnect to get your Bitconnect tokens to then give them back, which is the ultimate scam, to give them back to Bitconnect in order to gain your daily revenue from them. And that's what got people into cryptocurrency, because once you get into Bitcoin, then you start learning about Ethereum and Litecoin and all the other cryptos and how to mine it and stuff. I was trying to find a payment method for a WoW private server. Why do you need a payment method for a WoW private server? Most of them are free. Oh, that's what you were looking for in terms of cryptocurrency. I see. No, yeah, because you wanted to buy like some gold or something from the private server. Yeah, on Bitminter. Yeah, I remember there was a few of them. There was Win Miner. There was like Honey Miner with the B logo or whatever. There was Nice Hash, Awesome Miner. Yeah, private server. Yeah. Um, yeah, I bought from a WoW private server a few times. I always used to use like a credit card though, never crypto payments. To buy like gold or something or boost or something like that. 24-hour playtime, 100% experience like or whatever boost. Yeah. It's like a few dollars. And you're like, yeah, it's just it makes it faster. Since Bitcoin is going down, taking long positions don't make sense. Do you have a short position trading setup with a high accuracy where you're comfortable taking 20 to 30x leverage? No, I never convince anybody to do leverage. That's on you. That's totally on you. Yeah, like I do not recommend leverage at all. I've never once ever recommended leverage trading to like anybody. I think I told Meep once just as a joke, but that's it. Yeah, that's a great way to get totally wrecked. If you do short, if you're like, oh, I'm so convinced Bitcoin is going to go down in price, right? And you put up a 30x leverage on all of the crypto that you have, like so you can just get a ton of Bitcoin at a lower price. And in here, the thing is with liquidations when it comes to leverage trading, since you're doing a 30x. Now, if Bitcoin goes up $1,000, you're getting liquidated. All your money's gone. All your money's gone. So if like I'm like, oh, okay, look at Bitcoin, it's definitely going to go down, right? I'm super confident. So I put in a 30x leverage, and I'm going to wake up in the morning and maybe realize my leverage and take my crypto at that price or something, and the short. And like let's say I go to sleep and 3 hours later Bitcoin just goes up $1,000 for just whatever reason, right? And then starts going back down. I just got liquidated. I'm done. Like all my money, just because it just went up $1,000 overnight. I can't recommend leverage trading to anybody. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I'm not going to tell you to do it. I just don't. I don't literally don't recommend it. Yeah, you're going to get wrecked. Like those 100x leverages out there. You're sure that Bitcoin is going to go up or down in price, and if it goes down, like with 100x leverage, and let's say Bitcoin does go up that day, and your long would have been successful, but let's say before it went up, it went down $200, and then it went up several thousand, but just because it went down $200 with 100x leverage, all your money's gone. You just got liquidated. Because it's too much leverage. That means that if it goes down even slightly when you're longing at 100x or shorting at 100x, if it goes the opposite way slightly, you're liquidated. It's done. All your money gone. No second chances. Just toast. I can't recommend it. I'll never recommend it to my viewers ever. I'll never make a video on it. If that's what you want to do, give it a try. Give it a try with $100 or something like that. Go for it. I bet. I will give no direction on that. I was running the server. Bitcoin was brought up as a means to take donations. Oh, you're running the private server? What of what? Classic, TBC, or Wrath of Lich King? Yeah. Bitcoin was brought up to take his donations. Yeah, to take his donations and like for gold and premium, like because I know I've played on a lot of private servers. I've played on Classic, TBC, Wrath of Lich King private servers. And a lot of them, like, you can pay and buy gold, or, like, you can vote and get gold points and stuff. Yeah. I know that whole process. Like, every day you go and vote for the server, and you get, like, coins, and then, yeah. Classic servers were great. God, sometimes I miss classic servers. Like, private servers, I mean. I'm switching to my phone. Can't write anymore. So thank you for so far for the chill stream. Discovered you tonight over here in Europe. Oh God, yeah, it's really late for you. Really early for you. Remember me in an hour or so when things are going down quickly. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be wrapping up the stream here pretty soon. I've been doing this for quite a while today, and I appreciate you guys all showing up though. Like I'm not ending it just yet. I'll let you guys know. But if you haven't already, hit the like button on the video. If you haven't pressed like yet, please do that. I very much appreciate that. That actually really does bring it up in the algorithm, particularly if like everybody does it right away. Like when you, as soon as you like start watching, that helps a lot. But if you haven't subscribed either, too, I make content as often as possible. Usually every couple days on average. Probably I make a video about the news, and they're usually like 15 to 20 minute long videos where I give a lot of my opinion. Some of them are kind of funny. Some of them I like to rip on some things. Depends. Mostly news, tutorials, stuff like that. I was asking a short trading setup with high accuracy. Yeah, like there isn't one. Like I said, like if it turns around in the opposite direction, like right here, like you could have been like, oh, like I want to start shorting, right, or something, and Bitcoin's going up. Like you just said, like it's definitely going down tonight. Look, you just got wrecked. You just got liquidated. So don't do it. Don't. I was recently liquidated. It hurts. Yes. Don't do it. Like if Bitcoin all of a sudden just goes up because some whale comes along and buys $1 million worth of Bitcoin and it flashes upward real quick, you just got liquidated. That's it. That's all it is. Where the hell did your comment go? Well, you said Steam, but then you didn't say anything else. And earlier he said crazy. He was in crypto for 6 or 7 months when he found Bitconnect turned out to be a turd. He says sounds like they might try to kill about 480K out of him. Meanwhile, they don't have the people who created it. They are calling Trevon a regional promoter. He sure was, but the problem is that you with Trevon and those promoters is that none of them knew for sure. None of them were told by Bitconnect. They were not in on it by Bitconnect that it was a Ponzi scheme. That's what I'm trying to say, is the proof that they knew that it was a Ponzi scheme or not is impossible. Right? Wouldn't there have to be some kind of intent, right? If you knew what you were promoting was a Ponzi scheme, like you had it in writing, like you literally signed something, or like you were on camera or something, like you clearly knew it was a Ponzi scheme. Or they have conversations with you talking about how you know it's a Ponzi scheme, but you're still shilling it. Yeah, that's a problem, right? But like, did Trevon James know for sure in 2017 that Bitconnect was a Ponzi scheme? I mean, people were shilling that since early 2017. I got into crypto YouTubing like mid 2017, right? So I couldn't have told you at the time, is Bitconnect truly a Ponzi scheme? I could have been like, it smells and sounds like a Ponzi scheme, but could I tell you for sure? Like 100%, no. I've got a good feeling it's a Ponzi scheme, but I could be wrong, right? So that's the problem. Yeah, he'll get away with it. Exactly, Riggs. I think if you get a good lawyer and you argue that you did not truly know that it was a Ponzi scheme, that you were merely just a part of this like everybody else was and was sending out referral links, is that truly intent to fuck people? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. I think a good lawyer would destroy this, would annihilate this problem. I don't think it's. I said I got into crypto via a Jerry Banfield article somewhere on the internet. He was promoting Steemit and Steam token. And it just disappeared. I'm sorry. I don't delete messages, so it definitely wasn't me. Sometimes YouTube does weird things too. Like sometimes like I get notifications on my YouTube, like that little bell icon in the top, like where your like thumbnail picture is at the top of YouTube on a browser on a computer. There's that little bell, and it'll tell you like when somebody's liked one of your posts or something like that. I'll get a bunch of notifications, and it'll say like somebody commented, and like, but the problem is a lot of times it's too small to see somebody's total comment until you click on it and see it, via the video. And it'll be gone. It's just disappeared. Like it just doesn't exist. Like it's in the notification, but when I go to click on it to read the full comment from somebody, it's gone. It's just gone. Like it just doesn't exist. Like I look through all the comments in the video. I'm like, where did it go? Like I wanted to respond to it. It's gone. It's just totally gone. It happens all the time. The only thing I would delete in a live stream is if somebody was just horrible racist profanities or something like that. Like, of course, I'm just going to time them out and get rid of them. But otherwise, no, I'm not going to delete anybody's. I'm not going to delete anybody's comments and stuff. I have before when they're like horribly racist or horribly just unbelievably offensive or just mostly just bots. Like I try to delete them, but they just come right back. It doesn't matter. MrSotko, what is Chia coin all about? Is it worth mining? I would say no, it's not worth mining. Chia coin is a proof of. It's basically like Burst coin. It's basically like proof of capacity. I think they call it something else. But basically the way that you mine it is that you use your hard drives and it fills up your entire hard drive. So you do it with empty hard drives. So like basically you get a computer with like 5, 6, 7 SSDs. Like you cram it filled with SSDs. SSD hard drives. They're the solid state hard drives. And the cryptocurrency fills up your entire hard drive with these maps, and it's basically filling it up with like a proof of space, proof of capacity, same thing, and it fills it up with hashes basically. Okay. And the coin, the blockchain goes through a mining process and it wants a specific hash. After a blockchain, it wants another specific hash. And your hard drives will search themselves. Do I have that hash rate that Chia wants? And it says, yes, I do have it. And you provide it to the blockchain and it says, you win, you get coins. So it's basically like proof of work, except you're covering all the hashes inside of your hard drive. In a nutshell, to put it in a different way, it's basically like a lottery. Chia says, who's got this number that matches mine? And all the hard drives in the world search themselves and they say, I do. It's like bingo or a lottery. I've got that lottery ticket on my hard drive. And then you get it. The problem is that SSD hard drives, HDDs are too slow and you're going to miss a lot of blocks. Like the ones with the big discs in them, the big heavy bastards, those are too slow. You're going to miss a lot of blocks. They're too slow to search. They're going to take forever to search the whole hard drive for the magic ticket. So too slow, not going to work. So you use SSDs, and SSDs are very, very fast and they have no moving parts in them. It's just basically like in a nutshell, it's basically a whole bunch of RAM, kind of, that doesn't lose its memory when it's turned off. But it's basically a whole bunch of RAM crammed in a hard drive, and all of your data is on there, and it just electronically seeks it, so it's significantly faster. And well, good night, sir. Till next time. Thank you, J&H. I will see you next time. And when you write to them and then delete it and write again, the little transistors, the little basically all the memory on the SSD can only be written to so many times and they will fail. So Chia, because it writes to your whole hard drive, then wipes it, then writes to your whole hard drive over and over and over again, your SSD hard drives will die within like 6 weeks. It'll kill them all. Which is a good coin to mine then? Ethereum. Ethereum is really great right now. Ethereum, Ravencoin, Ethereum Classic to some degree. There's not a lot of profit coins lately. There's an excellent website called What to Mine. So go to whattomine.com, whattomine.com, all one like word. And depending on what graphics card you have, you just push it in here. Like, let's say you got I don't know, like whatever you have. Like, let's say you got a 3060 graphics card. You just calculate. You got one 3060 graphics card. If you got two of them, you put two. It doesn't matter. And the top coin right now is Ergos. That's weird. Who knows how long that's going to last, though. But the next coin is Ethereum. You make $2.63 a day. This is Xano, Prog Pals, okay, 257. There's some new coins on here. Raven coin is usually near the top, pretty much since its inception. It's always near the top. 249 a day. You got to be careful with this website though, because it says like right now you're like, why would I mine Ethereum when it's 263 a day? Why wouldn't I mine this one for 364? Because this is the top right now. Everybody's going to be switching to this coin to make this profit. And then when everybody switches to it, the difficulty will increase and you're not going to get as much. So just mine the one that's up here the most, because in 3 hours, this could be all the way down here. That your profit could be gone in 3 hours, right? But Ethereum is here to stay for now. So you can figure out what best to mine just by going to this website. It's not the best website in the world, but it's kind of the best. But it's not entirely always exactly accurate. But like I said, the top coin usually is not top for very long. So just mine something that's constant like this. We only use NVM drives for Chia. We're at 7 terabyte plotting speed per day with two machines. And a strong CPU is needed as well, yeah, to look through it. But if you use institutional grade hard drives for Chia, it's better. But like the regular ones that you just buy from the store, they're going to die really quick. Oh, so you're using like M2 drives for it? Do the M2 drives act the same as the SSDs? Do they die out? We're at 7 terabyte plotting speed per day with 2 machines, yeah. But are you getting any block rewards, Vorn? Chia plots are like lottery tickets. Every 100 gigabytes, I think I can support a plot. A CPU core is also needed for a plot. Yeah, don't run Chia on your regular SSDs. Do not run Chia on your SSDs, guys. Don't. It'll kill it. Like it'll be weeks and it'll die. Like you'll be like, oh, MrSotko was wrong. Like a month later, and then like a couple weeks afterwards, like it's fucking dead. Like it'll kill it. If you use, no, force of the bear market is stronger than any technological milestones. Yeah, but like, do the NVM hard drives, are they able to read and write indefinitely? Because SSDs will die over time if they read and write too much. Do NVM work the same way? Like the M2, like M2 slot, like the chip ones. Because otherwise, you're just gonna kill those, dude. You're just gonna kill them. Are you getting any block rewards? I don't know, man. I feel like you're just going to kill all those drives. There are some institutional grade SSDs and stuff like that that will last much longer. Significantly longer, the way they're built. But for the most part, SSDs, if you write the whole thing and wipe it and then write and then wipe, it'll just kill it. Because the little chips inside that can only be written and deleted so many times and they just die. Anyway, guys, I'm probably gonna get out of here. This is a great stream for sure. M2 has a better lifespan, will die eventually. Yeah. Chia's just gonna kill all your hard drives. I don't think it's worth it. If you're making a lot of money on it, go for it. Like if you're making more money than the drives dying, go for it. But a lot of people have said that they've been mining for weeks or they've lost a lot of hard drives and they never got a block out of it. So I wouldn't. I don't know. I can't recommend it. I don't. Even Seth Estrada is not a fan of Chia. Seth Estrada is always mining. He's always mining something. He has mined indefinitely. That dude is all about mining. And Seth Estrada does not like Chia. He's made like 5 videos in a row against Chia. Anyway, guys, I appreciate your time. So many subscriptions today. Coiner with the $10 donation. I super appreciate that. And got a whole bunch of followers. I think like, let's see, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, like we're looking at like 30 followers or something, subscribers. Unbelievable. But that's only the ones that actually showed up. Like sometimes people subscribe and it still doesn't show up on the Streamlabs. So that's amazing. So I think we're up like 30 or 40 subscribers. Awesome. So if you guys haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. I'm gonna be out of here. This video is gonna be still on the channel. It should go public soon after I stop it. I think YouTube will probably automatically, absolutely litter it with ads. And you know what? I don't think I'm gonna stop them because it's like 6 straight hours of live stream. So I think I deserve to litter it with ads automatically. Coiner, thank you. No homo. Yeah, love you, man, too. No homo, right? Thank you for the stream. You deserve more subs. I appreciate you. I will be maybe streaming or a video tomorrow because tomorrow I don't really have anything on the agenda. And it's like storming outside, so I can't do lawn work. It's like my weekend, Friday and Saturday. It's like my weekend. Then it all starts back up on Sunday for me. But I appreciate you guys. I will see you next time.